Dungeon Master Madaram 2652-26, The Dungeon's Teleportation Array. Click me to read my NSFW novel projects. Love what I do? Help me keep doing it by making a donation for $1 or more through my Ko-fi. The Dungeon's Teleportation Array. Alright, that finally settles things, Kite murmured, letting out a long breath inside the small hut built atop the dungeon. It had been nearly a year since the dungeon was discovered. When he suggested to the guildmaster that they construct a branch office over the dungeon, he was met with shouting and unexpected praise. Before he knew it, he'd been handed a semi-official leadership role. That part was fine. The trouble came after. Kite had assumed they could just put up a simple hut and call it a day, but the matter of land rights turned into a massive headache. The dungeon's unusual nature had already made waves in Roderick, and the merchant union swooped in, eager to sink their claws into the profit. Caught in the vortex of politics and backroom dealings, Kite, just a regular adventurer, found himself neck-deep in negotiations. Somehow, though, he managed to push through and get a plan for the new city district approved. "You've worked hard," said Melinda, handing him a cup of tea. He took a sip. Delicious. Since Kite had all but retired from active adventuring, the party had temporarily disbanded. That said, none of them had left the dungeon altogether. Gans and Dref had volunteered for the security team, while Seal and Aisel were now working as servers at a restaurant and a bar. Of all things, seeing the two of them in waiter uniforms had been a surreal experience, but this was a legitimate request from the guild. They wanted a fighting force stationed near the dungeon at all times in case anything went wrong. Given the duo's skills, Kite had personally recommended them. "By the way, Kite," Melinda brought up, setting down her cup, "about that extra chef the dungeon master requested." "Oh, right. That." The dungeon master had recently asked for more chefs, and Melinda had been in charge of hiring. The restaurant was already popular, so it wasn't clear why more hands were needed. "I've found a few good candidates. Should be enough to meet the demand." "Thanks, that really helps," said Kite with a grateful nod. "Maybe they're planning to open another restaurant?" "Maybe. It's that dungeon, who knows what's coming next." That was true enough. Predicting what might happen here was basically impossible. Not long ago, the place had made waves by offering cosmetics as prizes. Female adventurers had swarmed the dungeon to get their hands on them, and the guild master, seeing a business opportunity, had cornered the market, just like with the hair oil, distributing the goods to merchants through an exclusive deal. His uncle was thrilled, but the merchants were starting to grumble about the guild's monopoly. It was becoming a political minefield. "If a new restaurant opens up, why don't we go eat there together?" Kite suggested with a smile. "Sounds good," Melinda replied casually. She didn't make a big deal of it, but Kite was deeply grateful to her. There had been some fallout when he decided to step up and disband the party. They were all still young, it felt too soon to abandon their dreams. But when that time came, it was Melinda who helped persuade everyone and stood by him from the start. If she hadn't been at his side, he might have run from the weight of responsibility. Now that the new city district was stabilizing and his work was starting to ease up, Kite knew he had to face things with Melinda properly. "A meal at a new restaurant, a quiet talk about our future together. Hopefully, she'll be happy." Kite. Just as those thoughts ran through his mind, hurried footsteps approached the hut. A young man burst inside. It was Karu, a junior adventurer employed by the guild. Calm, resourceful, a good kid. "What's up, Karu?" Kite asked, setting down his cup. "Want some tea?" "It's urgent. The dungeon." "There's something happening in the dungeon." Karu could barely finish his sentence, instead pointing frantically in the direction of the dungeon. That gesture said enough. Kite locked eyes with Melinda. "No way. The dungeon changed again?" When he asked, Karu nodded rapidly, his head practically bouncing. "Damn it," Kite muttered, already getting up. Things had finally calmed down. For the past 6 months, the dungeon had been stable, no major changes to disrupt construction. They'd only just started making real progress, and now this? "Come on, Melinda. Let's go." Whatever it was, they had to see it with their own eyes. "Where exactly is the change?" Kite asked as they moved. "The casino? The lodgings? Don't tell me the inner door opened." He ran through the worst-case scenarios in his mind, but it turned out to be none of them. Right next to the entrance, Carrie exclaimed. A huge new passage just appeared. Sure enough, just as Carrie described, a gaping hallway now extended from the corridor between the dungeon entrance and the casino, something that definitely hadn't been there before. The security team had already sealed it off to prevent adventurers from entering, but a crowd had gathered. Everyone was craning their necks to get a look. "Excuse me, let me through," Kite said as he pushed through the throng. "Oh, Kite." One of the overwhelmed guards called out with relief as he spotted him. "Keep the area sealed. Don't let anyone in." "Do we have guards inside already? And did you notify the guildmaster?" Kite fired off the questions rapidly, his tone sharp. "Why yes. We've sent a few men in to check, and a rider's already on the way to the guildmaster." "Good. Keep it that way. Don't let anyone past the perimeter." Behind him, someone in the crowd muttered about the guild's tyranny, but Kite didn't care. He slipped past the guards and stepped into the new corridor. Inside, the hallway branched into 8 rooms, 4 on either side. None of them had doors, and their interiors were clearly visible from outside. In the first room on the far right, several guards who had gone ahead were standing in stunned silence, completely frozen in place. "Hey, are you all right?" Kite rushed into the room and ran up to the guards. "Kite, take a look at this," one of the guards replied, handing something over. "At least they seem to be unharmed." Kite looked around the room. It was large and spacious, with no doors or hallways leading elsewhere. In the center stood a pedestal large enough to easily hold 10 people. On its surface were intricate geometric patterns glowing with a soft light. "What is this? A magic circle?" Kite muttered, narrowing his eyes. It appeared to be a type of magical device activated by supplying mana. They were commonly used for things like cooking or freezing items, but Kite had never seen one so complex. "Kite, that's a teleportation array," Melinda exclaimed, eyes widening. "What? This is one?" It was his first time seeing one. A magic circle said to instantly transport people and objects to entirely different locations, something out of legend. Ancient ruins and texts claimed that humanity once wielded such divine knowledge over 1,000 years ago. But now, such relics were so rare they were only ever glimpsed deep inside massive dungeons. "Where does it connect to? Has anyone used it?" Kite asked, turning to one of the guards. "Why yes. I just used it a moment ago," the guard admitted, shifting nervously. "Risky. But someone had to test it eventually." Where does it lead?" Kite pressed, grabbing the man's shoulder in frustration as the guard hesitated. "Was it the depths of the dungeon? What did he see there?" "Kite, look, up front," Melinda called sharply. When he turned, the softly glowing array flared suddenly with brilliant light. Someone, or something, was activating the teleportation array and about to transfer in. Kite instinctively dropped into a defensive stance. He didn't think monsters could use teleportation, but anything was possible. His hand went to his blade, and Melinda raised her staff in sync. The light faded, and standing atop the pedestal were 6 men and women. Humans, not monsters. From their weapons and armor, it was immediately clear they were adventurers. "Huh? Who the hell are you?" one of the newly arrived adventurers demanded, wary as they looked at Kite and his group guarding the teleportation platform. Kite scanned their faces. He had memorized every registered adventurer in Roderick, but these 6 were unfamiliar. And judging from their gear and demeanor, they weren't ordinary adventurers. They were elite. "You're asking me? Where did you come from?" Kite countered. "What do you mean where? This is the Silver Dungeon, isn't it?" "Silver Dungeon?" Kite repeated, eyes widening. The name needed no explanation. It was one of the 8 great dungeons, the absolute apex of dungeoncraft. "Wait. This connects to the Silver Dungeon?" he gasped. Kite turned to one of the guards. The man who had gone through the teleportation array nodded repeatedly. "No way. Is this dungeon really connected to one of the greatest in the world?" Then it hit him. The 8 great dungeons, 8 in total. And just now, 8 new rooms had been added to the dungeon. If each one holds a similar teleportation array. Kite froze in place, a chill running down his spine. That was when a commotion reached his ears, but not from the hallway sealed by the guards. "Huh? Where are we?" came an unfamiliar voice. "Hey, who are you people?" another shouted. "Isn't this the Venom Nest dungeon?" said someone else, bewildered. Whipping around, Kite ran out of the teleportation room. From the other 7 rooms, more unfamiliar adventurers were pouring out, none of them from Roderick. Each one radiated strength, clearly all high-ranking adventurers. Hey! Ha 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 ha! Kite let out a dry laugh. This dungeon never failed to surprise. It had shocked him again and again, but this took the cake. He had never imagined something like this. In his mind, he tore up the almost finished city development plan he'd spent the past months crafting. Whatever happened from here on out, it was clear the original plan was useless. Looks like things are about to get hectic again, he muttered with a sigh, steeling himself. Everyone, listen up! He called out, raising his voice to address the adventurers flooding in. The following week, Kite's predictions came true. He was absolutely swamped. News that the dungeon was now connected to the 8 great dungeons exploded through Roderick like wildfire. The guildmaster's face turned bright red, like he might actually erupt, and he hurled curses loud enough to shake the guild walls. Kite couldn't blame him. After all, they had just established direct connections to 8 foreign powers. It was far beyond anything the guild could reasonably manage. The new city plan, painstakingly refined over 6 months, had to be rewritten from scratch. On top of that, handling the influx of adventurers arriving through the teleportation array was no small task. But the benefits far outweighed the pain. Rare items and weapons from the 8 great dungeons began flooding into Roderick, drawing merchants from across the continent in droves. And it wasn't just merchants. Word had spread that by coming here, one could challenge all 8 of the legendary dungeons. Adventurers and travelers alike streamed in from neighboring countries. Though the old plan was scrapped, construction of the new city district was accelerated. Kite didn't have time to sleep, swamped by an avalanche of tasks. The dungeon itself, it turned out, had anticipated the chaos. The number of rooms in the lodging facility had already increased by 100. The restaurants had also expanded. Only later did Kite realize, this was why the dungeon master had asked for more chefs. It was a relief not to worry about food or lodging for the guests, but honestly, it was a little irritating. If he'd just been told in advance, he could have prepared without all the scrambling. Oh, and one more thing. The price of the access symbols to the inner door? Quietly slashed by a huge margin. But everyone had been so stunned by the whole link to the 8 great dungeons reveal that no one noticed. Until a full week later. 27. A flood of customers. Click me to read my NSFW novel projects. Love what I do? Help me keep doing it by making a donation for $1 or more through my Ko-fi. A flood of customers. Disguised as Jake, I strolled through the increasingly crowded casino, nodding in satisfaction at the liveliness around me. Thanks to our connection with the 8 great dungeons, a flood of people had poured in. And the numbers showed no signs of slowing, they just kept growing. Hey, Jake. Heading home already today? The voice came from Duncan, a fellow adventurer and now a member of the city guard, someone I'd grown friendly with. Yeah, I'm calling it a day, I replied casually. You done too? Not yet, Duncan groaned, waving a hand wearily. Still on duty. Ever since the crowds hit, the guards have been run ragged. No surprise. Over 1,000 people had come streaming in all at once. Of course it was chaos. Still can't believe we're connected to the 8 great dungeons, I muttered, shaking my head. Crazy, man. But I won't lie, I've been enjoying all the wild stories I've been hearing. Just earlier today, I'd been tossing coins around, pretending to be a carefree gambler while eavesdropping on tales from adventurers who had tackled those famed dungeons. The layout of the dungeons, notable adventurers, power struggles, there was no shortage of things I wanted to know. Don't forget us adventurers from Roderick, Duncan said, smirking. I haven't. More people means more potential trouble too. I owe you guys a drink sometime, for everything you do. Deal. I'm holding you to that. Duncan beamed at the promise of free booze. Seriously though, he continued, not just you, seems like everyone's raking it in these days. I hear the guildmaster's been making a killing, and merchants are throwing cash around like it's nothing. I can't even imagine how much money's changing hands right now. He let out a disbelieving snort. The teleportation array had done more than just bring in elite adventurers. It had revolutionized the flow of commerce. Instant transport, That kind of thing didn't even exist in my original world. The economic impact was incalculable. Only a complete fool would fail to see its value. But merchants were no fools. The sharpest ones had already figured it out and were scheming to move and sell goods from all corners of the world. And it's not just the merchants, Duncan grumbled. Even here, yesterday someone hit the jackpot on the slots. 777s. He sounded irritated, probably bitter over not being the lucky winner himself. 777s, huh? It's happened before. Technically, the machines were rigged so that 777s should never come up. But to avoid suspicion, we let it happen on rare occasions, just enough to keep things believable. We picked the timing and the winner carefully to draw attention. Sure enough, the day after someone hit the jackpot, the casino was always packed. But it just happened 3 days ago too. 2 jackpots in less than a week? That's not normal. It's because of the surge in people. We used to rig it to happen once every few months. Now, we staged a jackpot every few days, timing them for maximum visibility. Try not to get too salty, I chuckled. Good things come to those who stick it out. Yeah? Like what? Duncan's voice carried a grumble of unfairness. Like the best bottle of booze on the shelf next time we go drinking, on me, I replied with a grin. You better not forget that promise. I won't. Next time, for sure. Duncan cheered at the promise of fine alcohol, and with a wave to the smiling guards, I left the casino behind and returned to the hotel. Slipping through a hidden chamber, I descended to the dungeon's deepest floor, shed the possession disguise, and reverted to my original self. From there, I made my way to the monitoring room where Kerama awaited. I'm back, Kerama. Welcome home, Master Madaram, Kerama said, bowing respectfully from its seat at the dedicated console. Rejoice, yesterday's total points exceeded 200,000 mana, even after deductions. At this rate, we'll likely hit that number again today. Finally, huh? I murmured, settling into my seat. That was faster than I expected. It had been 3 weeks since I connected this dungeon to the Grand 8. On the very first day, points had jumped tenfold. I'd had a feeling we'd hit 200,000 soon, and apparently, we finally had. But you handled the Inquisition meeting masterfully, Kerama continued with admiration. To come out of it not only unscathed, but with this kind of setup in place. Remarkable work. Don't say it like I conned them, I said with a smirk. It was a fair and honest negotiation. Well, honest for me, at least. The benefits had been far from fair. I alone had made a killing. Elite parties from the 8 great dungeons were flooding in, over 1,000 strong already, with more arriving daily. Adventurers from surrounding nations were beginning to swarm as well. Expanding the hotel and restaurants ahead of time was a smart move, Kerama noted. Yeah, and it's still not enough. Most of the new arrivals just wanted food and somewhere to sleep. We'd prepared accommodations for 1,000, gone instantly. We were building more as fast as we could. Same with the restaurants. Despite the expansions, we still couldn't keep up. We had to start hiring extra staff again just to handle demand. And it's only going to get busier, I said, thinking back to the chaos I'd seen earlier. It's already packed out there. We need to expand the casino again. We'd already added 3 more underground casino floors, plus an expanded bathhouse, but it still wasn't enough. Maria and the others reported that the prize stock is running low again. We should consider expanding the exchange counters too. Sounded like the zombie triplets were swamped. Got it. Let's install another replicator. Also, assign 2 of the intelligent skeletons to each of them for support. And yeah, expand the exchange counters while we're at it. That should hold them over for now. Also, I have a new expansion proposal, Kerama said. How about a central plaza? Across from the teleportation array. A large open area where adventurers preparing to challenge the dungeon can gather. Not bad, I nodded approvingly. Let's add plenty of benches, a water station. Maybe even build a huge restroom for them. They were high-level adventurers challenging the 8 great dungeons. The points earned from them were far more rewarding than average. If I could create a comfortable environment, they'd be more likely to stay longer, and that meant more points. It seems there's a plan to build a city on the surface, Kerama noted thoughtfully. But with everything that's happened, I imagine the timeline will be moved up. Yeah, I agreed, folding my arms. I figured they'd get started next year, but at this rate, they might break ground before the year's out. If the folks in Roderick had half a brain, they'd recognize the immense value of securing this dungeon. They want to build up the area quickly and establish clear control. And once people started living on the surface, there'd be more opportunities to collect points. Just thinking about how many points that might generate made my head spin. Also, as expected, Karamu added with a slight smirk, nobody noticed the price drop on the symbol. The dungeon masters of the Grand Eight must be seething, I said with a chuckle. I could practically see their bitter faces. This dungeon had become absolutely indispensable to Roderick. Even if I had made the symbol free, it wouldn't have changed anything. No one would have dared try to conquer it. But won't they complain again? Karamu asked, tilting its head slightly. They might, I said with a shrug. But even if they do, we can just ignore them. We've already had an investigation, after all. The moment adventurers noticed the price drop, they rushed to exchange their symbols. Then, a few days later, a delegation arrived from the capital, led by a pompous, bearded old man. They paid the symbols to access the deeper parts of the dungeon. That moment marked the first time in over a year since the dungeon opened that humans had passed through the deeper door. But before long, they came back out. The bearded old man had looked absolutely furious, but, frankly, I couldn't care less. Well, I guess anyone would be pissed off after seeing the dungeon, Karamu muttered in exasperation, recalling the scene. I pretended not to hear. What a terrible attitude. The dungeon was the easiest one around, if you asked me. By the way, I said, steering the topic back, after the investigation. They exchanged the symbols again. Are they still in the guardhouse vault? Yes, Karamu replied with a nod. I've kept an eye on it. They were locked away in the vault and haven't been touched since. The symbols leading deeper into the dungeon had been exchanged once more, but no one was using them. They now sat idle in a locked vault. And since the bearded man took the only key back with him, no one else could even open the vault anymore. Well, that's that then, I said with a sigh. They're the ones who chose not to use it. I had made it available to everyone, but if the adventurers themselves had decided not to explore further, then there was nothing more I could do. And that decision, in turn, meant that the safety of this dungeon was now effectively guaranteed, by none other than the adventurers themselves. If the Grand Eight tried to raise complaints again, I'd have plenty of ammunition to fire back. By the way, how about those new prizes I added recently? I asked, shifting gears. Anyone exchanged for them yet? Up until now, I hadn't stocked many powerful weapons in my dungeon. But this time, I'd broken that pattern and added a few new weapons and rare items to the exchange list. Yes, Karamu reported proudly. They've been exchanged already. The prices were set high, but everything has proceeded according to your projections. Good, I said with a nod, clenching a fist in quiet satisfaction. The gamble had paid off, at least for now. But, was it really okay? Karamu asked hesitantly. You used up a lot of mana on those. Shouldn't we be cutting back? Karamu wasn't wrong. The expense stung. If I wasn't careful, I could lose it all. It had been a serious, all-in gamble. I know, I replied quietly. But it was necessary. From here on out, even breathing was going to feel like a luxury. The real question is whether we can survive long enough and who'll be the first to fall, I murmured. 28. A letter from Madaram. Click me to read my NSFW novel projects. Love what I do? Help me keep doing it by making a donation for $1 or more through my Ko-fi. A letter from Madaram. In a room as opulent as a palace within the Silver Dungeon, its master, Sylvana, pretended to enjoy her tea with elegance while suppressing the irritation bubbling inside her. Tea time was supposed to be her rare moment of peace amid the hectic life of a Grand Eight's top-ranked dungeon master, but for the past month, there hadn't been a single day she could truly relax. It was all because of that new dungeon master whose face kept flashing through her mind. Madaram, that man had created a dungeon no one could conquer, and done so with an unthinkable trick. In just his first year, he'd climbed the ranks and now stood among the elite. Who would have imagined he'd make the door practically unopenable? And worst of all, she couldn't even copy him. She had tried creating a similar kind of door, but it simply couldn't be installed. Apparently, it wasn't just about the requirements being posted at the entrance. The real catch was that the door had to be placed specifically on the first basement floor. That must have been another key condition. Installing such a mechanism deep underground would mean holding adventurers there for a long time. But adventurers who fought their way through countless battles to reach the depths couldn't be expected to then wait around. That kind of prolonged restriction wasn't fair, it violated the society's rules. Forcing adventurers to come and go repeatedly also placed a heavy burden on them. By contrast, Madaram's setup was elegant. The mechanism was located right by the entrance of B1. Anyone could try it any time, and with enough time and patience, the door would eventually open. If one wanted to mimic his method, they'd have to install their own door on B1. But Sylvana couldn't bring herself to do that. It wasn't just pride as the Grand Eight's highest-ranking master, it was also that merely obstructing adventurers served no purpose. She needed them to stay, to linger, and to drop mana. But after all the lives she had taken in her dungeon, building similar facilities now wouldn't gain her their trust. No one would settle down in her halls. Besides, if she locked adventurers up on B1, her sprawling dungeon beyond that would be wasted. Dungeons could expand, but never shrink. Maintenance alone already consumed a great deal of mana, and without fresh income, she'd go bankrupt. Only new dungeon masters could attempt to follow Madaram's strategy. But unless they survived for a year, they couldn't even join the society, and by the time they passed that trial, it was already too late to copy him. The more she thought about it, the more brilliant his method seemed. And the more brilliant it was, the more it pissed her off. Speaking of which, adventurers pissed her off, too. She had even loosened the symbols' requirements so they could storm that ridiculous dungeon of his, and yet, they didn't. Not one of them had tried to conquer it. She'd assumed that once they had the symbols, they'd tear through that scam of a dungeon. Never did she expect them to just do nothing. To make matters worse, the symbols had fallen into the adventurers' hands, and they had locked them away in a secure vault so no one else could use them either. And just like that, there was no reason to open a second inquiry. If the adventurers hadn't acquired the symbols, she could have pushed for further changes or demands. But now that they had it and still chose not to attack, there was no grounds for protest. No doubt, he had predicted this from the beginning. The clause stating no new symbol will appear so long as one remains on the floor, a small, throwaway line they'd barely noticed, was now clearly revealed as a calculated trap. In the end, everything had gone according to Madaram's plan. The very Inquisition they had convened had only played into his hands. But the most infuriating thing, ever since connecting the dungeons, their revenue had skyrocketed. Linking dungeons together had been a wild gamble, no one could have predicted the outcome, but the results were staggering. Adventurers who had previously remained isolated within one dungeon now freely moved between them. Their turnaround time had shortened dramatically. Before, they had to return to town between attempts. Now, thanks to Madaram's dungeon, they could sleep and eat within the complex. Apparently, the humans were even planning to build an entire town above the dungeon. The convenience of direct travel had boosted circulation, and that brought profit. Sure, Madaram's dungeon was likely benefiting the most from it, but hers had doubled its income too. That alone made it hard to complain. His idea had allowed everyone to profit. The other Grand Eight members were thrilled. Even Doga Skara, who had been the most vocal opponent of connecting dungeons, had since forgotten all his complaints and now burned through his newly earned mana like it was water. None of them realized they were dancing to Madaram's tune. Not a single one. The increase in maximum mana gain, once believed to be capped, had shattered all expectations, and that's all they could focus on. "My liege," came a respectful voice from behind. One of her intelligent monster retainers, Klimt, approached and gave a bow. "Several dungeons have contacted us. They wish to connect via teleportation array." "Again?" Sylvana sighed, setting her cup down with a sharp clink. These days, requests like this never seemed to stop. The usefulness of linking dungeons via teleportation arrays had now been thoroughly proven, and other dungeon masters had begun to follow suit. The recent surge in profits wasn't something that benefited only Madaram and herself. Anyone could have done what Madaram did, it didn't have to be him. There was no real need to route everything through his dungeon. He has outlived his usefulness. Perhaps it's time to remove him. "Also, my liege," Klimt continued, his voice carefully neutral. "We've received a letter from Dungeon Master Madaram." "From him?" Sylvana echoed sharply, her voice rising ever so slightly despite herself. Klimt presented the letter atop a silver tray. She reached for it, then stopped. "You read it," she said curtly, pulling her hand back. She couldn't trust herself to read it calmly. There was something about that man that made her far too reactive. It felt wiser to let Klimt handle it. "As you wish. Then, with your permission." Klimt opened the envelope, scanned its contents, and, of all things, smiled. "What is it?" Sylvana demanded, narrowing her eyes. "What's so amusing?" "Ha! That scoundrel, he's practically begging for help," Klimt reported with a rare chuckle. "Begging?" she repeated, arching a brow. "Yes. Apparently, Dungeon Master Madaram is overwhelmed. Other dungeon masters are contacting him day after day, all asking to connect their dungeons to his." Of course they were. She herself had received similar inquiries, but only from the top-ranking dungeons. The rest knew better than to reach that far above their station. But Madaram was a different story. No matter how much mana his dungeon generated, he was still a newcomer. His history was short, his standing even shorter. Still, connecting to his dungeon was effectively the same as connecting to a Grand 8. No wonder every low and mid-tier master was flocking to him. "It seems he's at a loss for how to handle them," Klimt went on, slipping easily back into a report. "He also warns that without formal rules or legal standards for such connections, conditions, contracts, and so on, problems are bound to arise." "He's not wrong," Sylvana muttered, eyes narrowing thoughtfully. "To a dungeon master, their dungeon was an inviolable fortress, a sovereign domain no other master could intrude upon. Even a teleportation array, once it connected dungeons together, introduced gray zones into that sovereignty. Where should the portals connect? Who was responsible if something went wrong? What would happen if the connection was severed? There were too many unknowns for mere verbal agreements to suffice. And as Madaram rightly pointed out, leaving this unregulated would only cause disaster. When a lower-tier master linked with a top-tier one, the lower tier stood to gain much more mana. Naturally, the stronger master would begin demanding a cut in return, and if left unchecked, it could create a predatory dynamic that undermined the Grand Eight's dominance. He proposes that the Grand Eight establish a central management committee to draft standard contracts and guidelines, determine penalties for violations or cancellations, and generally regulate inter-dungeon links, Klimt explained. Sylvana blinked. Of all the things she expected him to say, this wasn't one of them. "That's surprisingly reasonable. Annoying, but smart," she admitted, folding her arms with a begrudging hum. It was a hassle, but it had its appeal. If they banned unsanctioned dungeon links and made it mandatory to register through the committee, along with paying a mana fee, they could clamp down on disorderly connections. Not only that, it would give the Grand Eight total control over the network. New revenue, new authority, and a firmer grip on their place at the top. So, does he want a seat on this committee, then? That would have been the height of arrogance. Sure, his dungeon had brought them immense profit, but the method was no longer a secret. Anyone could replicate it now. Madaram himself was no longer essential. "No, my liege," Klimt said with a faint smile. "He seems to know his place. He never mentioned such a request." "HMPH. That's unexpected. I thought he's more cunning than that. Or perhaps I'm underestimating him? That was how he got me last time." "Lowering my guard around him again would be a mistake. Maybe it's time to sever the link between our dungeons." There was no longer a need to keep his dungeon in the loop. Others could offer the same benefits. If they cut the connection, they could isolate him, starve him of mana and choke off his income. "Yes. Except—" "No," Sylvana muttered, shaking her head. The idea crumbled as quickly as it formed. Even if she was on board, the other masters would object. The Grand Eight maintained a loose alliance, meant to entrench the gap between themselves and everyone else. While they didn't fight openly, they were constantly jockeying for power behind the scenes, undermining one another to expand their own domains. If she suggested cutting off Madaram now, the others would likely resist her out of spite. She even considered taking action alone, removing him in secret. But that was too dangerous. If the others caught wind, they'd accuse her of acting independently, of trying to get a leg up on them. That could flip her into a precarious position. If she was going to strike, it had to look like it benefited everyone. But how? How can I attack him and make it look like a gift? Then the letter flashed in her mind again. Klimt, give me that letter, she said suddenly, her voice sharp, decisive. Klimt handed it over without question. She scanned it quickly, and then laughed. A dry, victorious laugh. So, even he has his blind spots. She had found the loophole. Summon the Grand Eight, she ordered. Under Dungeon Statute 6, Article 4, we're calling a General Assembly to amend the rules. 29. The 6 Dungeon Laws. Click me to read my NSFW novel projects. Love what I do? Help me keep doing it by making a donation for $1 or more through my Ko-fi. The 6 Dungeon Laws. The 6 Dungeon Laws. A dungeon master must create a dungeon. All dungeons must be conquerable. A dungeon master must abide by the dungeon rules. The dungeon rules are inviolable. However, new rules may be added if proposed by a dungeon master ranked in the top 10 and approved by a majority of all dungeon masters. Any added rule must be fair and impartial to all dungeon masters. Any added rule must not contradict any pre-existing laws. In the Grand Eight Council chamber, an air of palpable tension hung over the room. Now and then, someone would clear their throat, sip tea, or shift in their seat. Yet each small movement set off a ripple among the others, only tightening the already strained atmosphere. Part of the reason was the glaring absence of one of the 8 chairs, the seat belonging to Sylvana, the very person who had summoned them, still unoccupied. Everyone present was dying to ask where she was, yet none dared to voice the question aloud. The mood was tense, to say the least. After all, the addition of a dungeon rule was rarely done for benign reasons. Such changes were usually crafted to ensnare or suppress a rival. And today's topic? No one knew anything about it. Depending on what new rule was proposed, this might very well be an ambush designed to target them. All 7 present Grand Eight members were gripped by mutual suspicion. Where was Sylvana? What did she know that they didn't? Who was allied with whom? Was that uneasy posture just nerves, or the telltale tension of someone about to betray them? Then, at last, the doors opened, breaking the strained silence like a blade slicing taut string. Sylvana entered, resplendent in her pure white armor, dark brown skin glowing under the chandeliers as she strode in. "Apologies for the delay," she said smoothly, seating herself with regal poise. There were a few last-minute adjustments that took longer than expected. Togaskara growled, unable to contain himself. "So, what's today's agenda?" "Naturally, dungeon linking," Sylvana replied, her gaze sweeping the table. "With more and more masters pursuing the idea, I believe it's time we formalize it as part of the dungeon rules." The moment it became clear that this proposal didn't directly threaten them, the 7 visibly relaxed, only for new doubts to arise a moment later. "Is it really worth codifying as a dungeon rule?" asked Maguire, adjusting his glasses with a thoughtful frown. Adding a new dungeon rule was no small matter. First, they would need to purchase the extremely expensive application parchment. Then, they had to convene a full assembly of all dungeon masters. Because voluntary attendance was impossible, they would have to send out summons scrolls with timed activation, making participation mandatory. Every step of the process required enormous quantities of mana, easily over 10 million. Even if the Grand Eight split the cost, it was no trivial investment. "Wouldn't a contract suffice?" Maguire added, his tone measured. "A magically binding agreement should do. It's what we use for most trades and promissory deals." "Those are fine for commerce," Sylvana acknowledged, nodding slightly. "But they're only as strong as the parties who sign them. If one side refuses, they're useless, especially with new dungeon masters." At that, the other 7 glanced at each other, one face appearing in all their minds. They had realized who this was really about. "And what kind of rules are you proposing to add?" Maguire asked slowly. "I've refined the draft down to this," Sylvana replied coolly, signaling her aides. Each member received a copy of the proposal. "Rules for dungeon linking. Dungeon links may only be established via teleportation arrays. Teleportation arrays must be placed on the same floor as the dungeon's entrance, within 200 meters of said entrance. The path from the entrance to the teleportation array must remain open and unobstructed at all times. No traps may be placed, and no doors with locks may be installed. When linking dungeons, the lower-ranked dungeon master must pay a linking fee to the higher-ranked dungeon master. The amount shall be decided through mutual agreement between the two parties and a neutral review board. Note: if the dungeons are already linked, the fee must still be decided via this three-party negotiation. If no agreement can be reached, the review board shall determine the fee. A dungeon link cannot be severed unilaterally. Both dungeon masters must agree to the termination. If a link is severed unilaterally, the party responsible must pay a penalty to the other. The amount shall be determined by the review board. The review board shall consist of the top 8 dungeon masters in the current ranking. I see. This certainly has merit as a rule, said Maguire, his eyes narrowing behind his glasses with a satisfied smile. Huh? What's so great about it? Muttered Ogasawara, tilting his head in confusion. With an exasperated sigh, Maguire tapped the paper listing the proposed rules. Items 1 through 3 are self-explanatory. The real substance lies beyond that. Take number 4, for instance. It requires a three-party agreement. In other words, without the review board's approval, dungeon links cannot be established. The same applies to determining breach penalties. And we are the review board. That gives us significant authority. If we impose mana collection under the guise of inspection fees, it could become a substantial revenue stream. I see. Dragaras nodded in agreement, the only one to immediately follow his reasoning. Maguire continued, but the truly critical point is in the supplementary clause attached to Rule 4. It states that for already linked dungeons, we, the review board, can unilaterally determine the connection fee. So? How many dungeons are even linked yet? Hardly any, said Ogasawara, scratching his chin. Hardly any? Maguire gave a faint laugh. Right now, there's exactly one. Oh, that one. Ogasawara's eyes widened in realization. Yes, Maguire said with a smirk. Madaram's dungeon. At his words, smiles bloomed across every face in the room. Madaram's mana acquisition skyrocketed after linking with us. He continued coolly. He still hasn't surpassed any of us, but who knows what he'll try next. We should bleed him dry now, while we can. You mean, suck up his mana with connection fees, Dragaras said with a grin. Currently, his dungeon is earning an average of over 200,000 mana per day. If each of us 8 collects 40,000 a day, we'll be siphoning off more than he can handle. No matter how much he has saved up, he'll be bankrupt within half a year, Maguire stated, folding his hands. Planning to drain him slow, huh? Said another with a low chuckle. What if he tries to break the contract? We'll slap him with a penalty so steep he'll never afford it. $1 million might be manageable for him. But how about 100 million? The table erupted in cruel laughter. 100 million mana? Only the Grand Eight had such reserves. And since that would be per member, Madaram would need to pay 800 million to sever all ties. An impossibility. Madaram's dungeon was doomed. But no one even considered mercy. A brash upstart had dared to challenge the Eight. This fate felt perfectly fitting. A week later, the Society's General Assembly was held, and the new dungeon rule was passed with near unanimous approval. Watching the official documentation being ratified and enacted, Sylvana felt a deep satisfaction settle over her. Some dungeon masters may have realized the true implications hidden in the supplementary clause, but no one dared to object aloud. Madaram was among them. He surely noticed the trap, but he must have understood resistance was futile. By that very day, the connection fee had been set, 320,000 mana, divided evenly across the 8 Grand Masters. Everyone expected him to come begging immediately, but Madaram said nothing. He simply paid the mana, without complaint. That silence unnerved Sylvana, if only for a moment. Is he planning something again? But no, he can't be. His mana reserves would shrink day by day. Any misstep would only hasten his ruin. His collapse is inevitable. He's merely bluffing, putting on a brave front. Sylvana swept her doubts aside and resolved to conserve her own mana, just in case something unexpected happened. Deepest floor, monitoring room. When I returned from the General Assembly, Kerama greeted me with a worried look. What are we going to do? Even with all the mana you've stockpiled, we'll be bankrupt in less than 6 months at this rate. We'll just have to cut spending, I replied, exhaling slowly. The food served in the dining hall and most of the popular prize items had already been stockpiled in bulk. We could stretch them for several months at least. But if you lower the payout rates, won't that scare off the customers? Kerama had a point. Cutting payouts might temporarily improve the point economy, but in the long run, it would only erode player trust. Losing credibility would be a fatal mistake. No, we'll lower prices instead, I said. Right now, the most popular items are cosmetics. Let's increase their supply. What counted as high-end luxury to adventurers was actually a cost-efficient prize for us. If we could shift their interest there, we could cut down on mana expenses without them noticing. And though it's been off limits until now, let's allow coin exchanges, but deduct a fixed fee to prevent excessive cash outs. Can you calculate an appropriate fee? I said. It's a simple calculation, leave it to me. But will that really be enough? Kerama wasn't wrong. Cutting expenditures alone wouldn't save us. We need more customers, I said firmly. We have to attract attention, get more people coming through those doors. What do you propose? Boxing, I said, eyes narrowing. Let's host a boxing tournament. In Las Vegas, boxing was the crown jewel of entertainment. 30. A quiet, strategic move. Click me to read my NSFW novel projects. Love what I do? Help me keep doing it by making a donation for $1 or more through my Ko-fi. A quiet, strategic move. In a temporary hut built above the dungeon, Kite sat with Melinda, enjoying a brief tea break. Looking out the window, he saw a bustling scene of foot traffic outside, adventurers, yes, but also plenty of merchants and townspeople. More and more unfamiliar faces these days, Kite remarked as he sipped his tea. Just a month ago, nearly every face had been familiar. Now, strangers vastly outnumbered the known. That's only natural, Melinda replied with a smile. After all, we're connected to the Grand Eight now. With the dungeon now linked to locations all over the world, it was only expected that a flood of people would follow. The dungeon itself expanded overnight, too. Personally, I'm thrilled we got more cosmetics out of it, she added, her tone light. Just as she said, the influx of people had spurred a massive renovation of the dungeon. Everything was now broader, taller, and more vibrant. Prize offerings had been revamped as well, with cosmetics now cheaper and in far greater supply. The guildmaster's been grumbling about losing his monopoly, though, Kite noted wryly. Since the number of adventurers outside of Roderick had spiked, supply hoarding was no longer sustainable. Despite his uncle's complaints, Kite couldn't help thinking this was a good change. With the arrival of not only adventurers but merchants from various places, demand for this dungeon's unique goods had skyrocketed. Those same merchants, now seeing the guild's dominance as problematic, had begun voicing their opposition. The guildmaster had connections, sure, but his influence only extended around Roderick. There was no way he could silence traders from all over the world, especially not those coming from the Grand Eight. Those merchants had a nose for gold and were already beginning to band together. Some had even expressed interest in investing in the planned city project, making it clear they had no intention of letting the guild claim all the rights. With merchants coming from every corner of the world, not just Roderick, it's no surprise, Kite said calmly. They're savvy, Melinda agreed with a shrug. They know how to spend their money. And thanks to them, we've never been busier. Though the guildmaster wore a sour face, the increase in investments had breathed new life into the city construction project. Even though the plan had once been shelved entirely, progress now outpaced the original schedule. That said, the scope had ballooned to more than double what was initially imagined. Naturally, that meant twice the work, but the projected profits were 5 to 6 times greater. As a result, the entire district was buzzing with excitement. It's great that we've got more people, but I'm worried about the rising crime rate, Melinda remarked, her brows knitting. Now that people can cash in coins, the casino's drawing a rougher crowd. Yeah, Kite muttered. That's a real problem. We'll have to deal with it somehow. Until recently, the casino hadn't allowed coin conversion. But now, with a fixed transaction fee, it had become possible. More and more people were trying to make a living off casino earnings. Among them were the destitute, criminals, and failed adventurers, the kinds who drag down the safety of any city. We've got to make sure it doesn't turn into a criminal hangout, Melinda warned. But with so many people flooding in, enforcement was inevitably falling behind. They lacked both laws and personnel. Building a city meant fixing all of that, sooner rather than later. Kite, I've compiled the participant list. As if sensing his headache, Carl arrived with documents in hand. Ah, thanks, Kite said, accepting the paperwork. So, did Myson agree to join? Yes, Carl confirmed with a nod. I met with him today and got his confirmation. He seems very motivated. Myson was an adventurer based in Roderick, nearly 2 meters tall and absurdly durable. He was a frontliner with a specialty in martial arts, undefeated in bare-knuckle brawls. Awesome, Melinda beamed. Now we might actually have a shot at winning this. With Myson participating, the event was guaranteed to be a hit. Kite glanced at the flyer posted on the wall. In bold, flashy letters, it read, Battle Champion Tournament, participants wanted. The announcement had come out of nowhere. The rules were simple, one-on-one combat, bare fists only. The winner would receive a cash prize and the prestigious title of the very first battle champ. Adventurers with confidence in their skills were already getting fired up. For Kite and the others, it was imperative that someone local take the crown. But powerful adventurers from the Grand 8 dungeons had also declared their participation. It was impossible to predict who would come out on top. The newcomers were likely eager to make a name for themselves, and the merchants, sensing a promotional opportunity, were already sponsoring skilled fighters. Well, this is sure to be a spectacle, Kite muttered, straightening his back. But the real work starts now. Since this was the first of its kind, there was no blueprint to follow. Everything would be chaos, and of course, their dungeon master, who had gone to the trouble of building an arena and preparing prize money, had conveniently left the actual event management to the adventurers. As hosts, the adventurers had secured one of the 3 seats on the organizing committee. The other 2 had been handed off, with no hesitation, to the guild master and the merchant union. The dungeon master claimed it was to ensure the guild and merchants, who understood adventurers best, could help make the event a success, but Kite had his suspicions. More likely, the guy just didn't want to deal with it himself. Ah, about work, seems the guild master and the head of the merchant union got into it again, Carl reported as he approached with a weary sigh. Again? Kite groaned, exhaling in exasperation. Tell them to tone it down, will you? That's impossible, Carl said immediately. You're the one who should say it, Kite. He's your uncle. That stung. Kite had no comeback. On the surface, the guildmaster and the head of the merchant union acted like allies, smiling, shaking hands, working together. But beneath that surface, they were locked in a subtle but fierce tug of war, constantly jostling for control. And it was all because of the dungeon master. In exchange for dumping all the event planning responsibilities on the committee, the dungeon master had generously handed over the rights to oversee gambling operations as well. With such a high-profile event on the horizon, the profits were expected to be astronomical. And with so much at stake, the guildmaster and the merchant alliance couldn't help but bite each other while pretending to hug. Ah, right, Melinda cut in, her tone brisk. The healer, I've secured one. You can rest easy now. Kite looked up, relief flashing across his face. As always, Melinda had handled her assigned task without a hitch. That's a big help, he said warmly. The tournament might still be a ways off, but securing a healer had been a non-negotiable demand from the dungeon master himself. It was a top priority task. And yet, Melinda added with a wry smile, the first thing that dungeon master said when we started this whole thing was, respect human life. Honestly, what a world. I wish the guildmaster and the union leader could hear that one, Kite muttered dryly. His comment drew quiet chuckles from both Melinda and Carl. The dungeon master had no interest in the massive profits this event would bring. He had only made one request, comprehensive protections for the participants. He had been adamant about healing all injuries and preventing any fatal accidents. It sounded absurd at first, but lately, Kite felt like he was beginning to understand what this dungeon master was thinking. It wasn't that the dungeon master valued human life above all else. Rather, he was terrified of being seen as dangerous. No matter how innovative or useful a dungeon might be, a dungeon was still a dungeon. At any moment, it could be labeled a threat, and then public sentiment could shift toward shutting it down entirely. To prevent that, The dungeon master took no risks, not even the slightest ones. He prioritized the safety of adventurers above all else. No injuries, no ominous atmosphere. And above all, no deaths. If Kite were ever gravely injured in an accident, the dungeon master would probably hand over a top-grade potion without a second thought. Wait. The realization sent a chill down Kite's spine. The more he thought about it, the more terrifying it seemed. No one saves lives without expecting something in return. It would be easy to believe this was simply the act of a good person, but this was a dungeon master they were talking about. A being fundamentally different from any human. Kite didn't believe this particular dungeon master was evil. He'd never met them face to face, but they had conversed several times. The dungeon master was always polite, sincere, and kept every promise. And yet, trusting them felt like a mistake. So far, there had been no danger, but that only made it more unsettling. What was their true motive? Why were they so desperate to avoid suspicion? What were they doing behind the scenes? And then, a deeper, more primal question surfaced in Kite's mind. Why do dungeons exist in the first place? Why do such things even exist in this world? It was a question so fundamental that no one ever thought to ask it. But now, for the first time, Kite realized the answer might not be simple. His body trembled as fear took root in his heart. Kite? What's wrong? Melinda's voice broke through his thoughts as she noticed his strange expression. No, it's nothing, he answered quickly. But the fear inside him didn't fade. They knew too little about dungeons. He had never once wondered what dungeon masters were truly after. What they desired. And now he realized they didn't know even the most basic truths about the beings they worked with. Deepest level, monitoring room. At that moment, the newly built Colosseum inside the casino was bursting with heat and energy. Cheering and shouting mixed into a roar that echoed all the way down to the very depths of the underground. When two powerfully built adventurers appeared in the arena, the noise rose to a deafening crescendo. The excitement only kept growing, an uncontrollable fire that showed no signs of fading. The main event, the Battle Champion Tournament, had finally begun. But I wasn't watching. Instead, I sat in a darkened room, breath held, surrounded by shadows. Karama was there beside me, just as silent. We didn't move. Didn't speak. Normally, we'd play games or chat during quiet times, but not today. Not lately. The mana counter in the monitor room, which displayed their remaining reserves, kept ticking down, day by day. There was nothing to do. Or rather, this was a time when doing nothing was the only option. Even amusement had become something I avoided. And yet, doing nothing invited a different kind of pressure. A rising wave of anxiety began to lap at my mind. Is this really okay? The steadily dropping numbers stirred panic in my chest, but I forced myself to stay calm. The decision had already been made. All that was left now was to believe in it, and wait. I clenched my fists tightly, holding onto that belief with all my strength. 31. Prelude to Collapse. Click me to read my NSFW novel projects. Love what I do? Help me keep doing it by making a donation for $1 or more through my Ko-fi. Prelude to Collapse. It had been 3 months since the new dungeon rules were enacted. 3 months, only 3 months. Not even 100 days. It had been believed the limit would come within half a year, yet the collapse came even sooner. In the chamber where the Grand Eight convened, one man remained on his knees, head lowered in deep bow. Please, I'm begging you. Help me, he pleaded. It was Dogaskara, one of the Grand Eight, a dragonkin, groveling with his forehead pressed to the floor in front of 14 cold, watching eyes. Pride and dignity abandoned, he begged for his life. Just a little. Just a little support. Let me borrow some monsters. Lend me some mana, anything, Dogaskara cried desperately. It wasn't that he lacked mana. In fact, connecting his dungeon had brought a surge of adventurers. But that very increase had become the problem. The more people arrived, the faster the dungeon was conquered. Dogaskara had miscalculated the rate of progression. 90% of his dungeon had already been cleared. He could hear the footsteps of the adventurers. They were already at his doorstep. Please, just give me a few more days. No, even a single day will do. If I can finish the new labyrinth, I can buy time. That's all I need, he begged, clutching at Maguire's robes. But Maguire shook his head solemnly. "It's too late. The adventurers have already entered your final floor, Reggie. You can't install a new labyrinth at that stage." Dungeons couldn't just be reshaped on a whim. Lateral expansions were relatively simple, but creating new floors by digging deeper into the core required strict conditions, especially when adventurers were nearby. Sudden alterations that might trap or kill adventurers were considered unfair. Increasing the number of levels right before a boss fight was deemed manipulative and dangerous. To add new floors, one had to keep the core prepared in advance or clear the surrounding area of all adventurers to avoid interference. If you misjudged the pacing, you couldn't even stall with a new level. Togaskara had already passed that threshold. He couldn't even make a last-ditch effort. "Then at least loan me some monsters. The assault team isn't that large. I just need to drive them back," he shouted, turning to anyone who would listen. But again, the heads around the table shook. Creating monsters wasn't as simple as conjuring them into existence. Freshly spawned monsters might have power, but no experience. They lacked the instinct and tactics required to fight seasoned adventurers. To create truly powerful monsters, one had to breed many and of them fight among themselves, refining their strength through survival. Togaskara no longer had the time or mana to do that. Even his proud dragon cavalry had been defeated. Now, he had no shields left to stand behind. Throwing hastily created monsters into battle would be pointless, like tossing water onto a raging fire. "Sylvana, please, lend me your Silver Knight order," he begged again, turning to his last hope. But Sylvana pulled her arm away with a flick, eyes cold. Togaskara's fall was not a distant concern. The adventurers who conquered his dungeon could show up at her gates tomorrow. This wasn't the time to offer help. Everyone needed to deepen their own dungeons and prepare defenses, or they'd be next. One by one, without a word, the members began to leave the room. "Wait. Don't abandon me," Togaskara cried, trying to grab someone's sleeve. But they only quickened their pace and avoided his eyes. Sylvana was the last to turn. For a moment, she looked back. Togaskara reached out toward her in a final plea, but she closed the door in his face without a word. One of the 8 great dungeons had fallen. The news hit the adventurers of Roderick like a thunderclap. Kite, too, felt like he'd taken a punch straight to the face. He'd heard rumors the dungeon was close to being conquered, but he never expected to witness the moment it actually fell. Everyone could feel it. History was shifting. A dungeon that had existed for over 100 years, swallowing adventurers generation after generation, had finally been cleared. "Kite. Did you hear?" Melinda came running, breathless and wide-eyed. She'd just learned the news too. "Yeah," Kite nodded. "They say it's been cleared." "It's really true?" Melinda asked, her voice full of disbelief. He couldn't blame her. That dungeon had existed long before either of them were born. "It's true. I just went through the teleportation gate and saw it for myself. The monsters were gone. There's no doubt about it. One of the 8 great dungeons has been conquered." The signs had been there. This dungeon, in particular, provided food and rest for adventurers, which let them attempt more runs. More adventurers had also been gathering in Roderick lately, focusing their efforts on the same targets. But the decisive factor may have been the equipment recently added to the casino dungeon. Dragon killer swords that could pierce scales. Flame-resistant shields made from dragon hide. Anti-venom masks and healing bracelets. Each item was prohibitively expensive, but for high-level adventurers attempting the 8 great dungeons, they were invaluable. Those adventurers bought out everything in sight: gear, medicines, even high-calorie ration packs. Demand surged, prices skyrocketed, and even scalpers entered the fray. And as a result, a dungeon once thought impregnable fell in just 3 months. But this wasn't the end. The party that had cleared the dungeon only grew stronger, and other elite parties, unwilling to fall behind, had already begun their own campaigns to conquer the next one. The momentum spread like wildfire, pushing other adventurers into action. Even Kite, who had half retired from active adventuring, found his hand drifting toward the sword at his waist, a blade he hadn't used in months. Some part of him whispered that standing still now would mean being left behind forever. "Kite, are you thinking of becoming an adventurer again?" Melinda asked with a worried tone, her eyes searching his face. "No, of course not," he replied hastily, pulling his hand away from the sword at his hip as if it had burnt him. His relationship with Melinda was going well. He liked his current, stable work, and for the first time in a long while, he could see a future taking shape. There was no way he could admit to wanting to return to the dangerous life of an adventurer. Besides, what could he even accomplish now, going back? He had never made it beyond the mid-ranks. Challenging one of the 8 great dungeons would be nothing short of reckless. Being driven by passion without a plan would lead nowhere. No. It's not that, he muttered under his breath, almost like he was trying to convince himself. 32. The Collapse of the Grand 8. Click me to read my NSFW novel projects. Love what I do? Help me keep doing it by making a donation for $1 or more through my Ko-fi. The Collapse of the Grand 8. The Grand 8 Assembly Hall, a space cut off even from space itself. The room where the dungeon masters of the Grand 8 gathered was sacred, inviolate. For reasons of counter-espionage, safety, and absolute fairness, only members of the Grand 8 and those bearing a formal summons were allowed entry. No one else, not even the highest-ranking staff, was permitted to step inside. It was a sanctuary of absolute authority. But now, out of the 8 seats, only one was occupied, that of Sylvana. It's gotten rather lonely in here, hasn't it? Even though it's only been a little while, Madaram said with a faint smile as he addressed Sylvana, who sat hunched over with her fingers interlaced on the desk before her. You cursed plague. If only you hadn't been here. She snarled, her voice rising as she reached for the blade at her hip and stood up in fury. Following the fall of Dogaskara's dungeon, 3 more had collapsed in quick succession. They had all underestimated the speed at which the adventurers progressed, and their defenses couldn't keep up. The remaining 3 dungeons had paid Madaram a hefty 100 million mana each to sever their connections. But to afford that cost, they had relinquished every last one of their rights within the society. Even their own monster legions were sold off, and with that, their seats in the Grand 8 had vanished as well. Maguire's dungeon, in particular, had been so short on mana that he'd even sold his intelligent lieutenant monsters. Severing the link might have bought them some time, but it raised serious doubts about whether his dungeon operations could even continue from this point on. It was no exaggeration to say that Madaram had single-handedly brought about the collapse of the Grand 8. And so, the Grand 8 has been reduced to just the 2 of us, Madaram mused, sweeping a look around the now empty chamber. Perhaps it's time we reconsider the system altogether. Though he himself had newly joined, the rest of the seats remained vacant. The Grand 8 wasn't simply a matter of holding a top 8 dungeon ranking. In addition to that, one had to be a significant investor in the society and maintain a certain level of assets. That rule had been implemented to prevent someone from losing their seat due to a temporary drop in ranking. But now, that very restriction was working against them. It prevented them from inducting new members into the Grand 8 to counterbalance Madaram's growing power. This is all your fault. All of this happened because of you. Sylvana shouted, her voice cracking with rage. I bear no responsibility for the collapse of the other dungeons, Madaram replied coolly, folding his arms. Liar. Don't think I don't know, you've been handing out powerful weapons to the adventurers, haven't you? Weapons specifically designed to help them conquer our dungeons. It was true. Many of the adventurers seen in recent months had carried unfamiliar weapons, gear strangely well suited for breaking through the defenses of rival Grand 8 dungeons. There's no rule that says placing weapons inside dungeons is forbidden, Madaram said with a calm shrug. Don't screw with me. Who the hell puts weapons or armor inside a dungeon? Typically, dungeons place treasure chests to lure in adventurers, gold, jewels, maybe rare materials. Weapons and armor were rarely included. Giving powerful gear to challengers could easily lead to the dungeon being conquered. But Madaram's dungeon wasn't at risk. It was designed to be unconquerable. He had freely handed out weapons to adventurers, using them as pawns to bring down the other Grand 8 dungeons. This is betrayal against the entire dungeon system. I don't see it that way. And unless I missed something, there's no rule against it, he said, brushing invisible dust off his sleeve. And if we're going to talk about betrayal, what about you? Haven't you all done the same, plotting to crush my dungeon from the shadows? How many of our fellow dungeon masters have you sunk before this? This is just your turn. A dungeon falls because its master was incompetent, nothing more. Just look at your own. It's still standing, isn't it, you bastard? Sylvana roared, drawing her blade in a blur of motion. Crimson blood scattered across the chamber as her blade sliced the air. Stop! Madaram shouted, blood running down his cheek as he backed away, having barely dodged in time. Her blade had only grazed him. Enough. He barked again, raising a hand, not in defense, but as a gesture of restraint. You're dead. I'll kill you, I swear I'll kill you. Sylvana raged. Her glare filled with murder. If only he hadn't existed, if only this man had never appeared, things would never have turned out like this. Her fury twisted her face as she raised her weapon again. But Madaram's hand lowered. If that will bring you peace, then go ahead, he said quietly, dragging a chair behind him and sitting down without resistance. He was wide open. She could easily kill him. If she split his head open right here, she would feel immense satisfaction. And yet, that would be all. Ha! Ha ha ha! Ha 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 ha! Sylvana burst into laughter and threw the sword aside. The metallic clatter echoed harshly across the room. It was such a pointless gesture. Just a few months ago, she had been at the very summit of the Dungeon Masters. There had been nothing she couldn't do. And now, she couldn't even bring herself to kill this one man. She was utterly powerless. Sure, killing him would make her feel better. But it wouldn't change anything. Dungeon Masters were immortal. Even if she killed him, he wouldn't die. In the past, she might have imprisoned him, tortured him until his dungeon was conquered, and ended it that way. No one would have stopped her. The Grand Eight Chamber was sealed off from the rest of the world, and within the society, no one had dared to defy them. But now he's the one who rules here. Using the 300 million mana paid in penalties, Madaram had bought up the rights and assets vomited out by the fallen Grand Eight. He now controlled 60% of the society's finances and services. His daily mana income had already surpassed 1 million, ranking him a distant first. Not a single master could stand beside him anymore. Even the combined wealth of the remaining higher rankers couldn't compare. In this current state, no dungeon master would dare oppose Madaram. Let me guess, remote control, right? Sylvana spat the words with venom. There was no way Madaram had come in person. Even if this was his real body, he was now one of the Grand Eight. If he had handed a teleportation talisman to one of his monsters, that alone would allow him to infiltrate this place. And if it came down to a battle of monster numbers, he would undoubtedly win. So? Madaram asked again, seated calmly in his chair, blood trickling down his cheek. Do you still want to continue? It was infuriating. Sylvana wanted nothing more than to tear him to pieces. But even that was beyond her now. There's no strength left to keep fighting, she muttered bitterly. Even if they somehow managed to elevate a new Grand Eight member, the balance or power had already shifted in Madaram's favor. And they didn't have the luxury of time anymore. The parties that had failed to conquer the other great dungeons were now swarming toward hers. She had maintained depth in her dungeon and still commanded a powerful monster legion, so it wasn't in immediate danger. But she couldn't afford to take her eyes off the situation for even a moment. Well, that's a relief, Madaram said with a sigh of apparent relief. This whole fight was exhausting. The sheer insincerity of his voice made her blood boil. Don't act like you're tired. Everything's gone just as you planned. It was all orchestrated by him, from that letter at the start, down to their actions and even their thoughts. He had drafted the new dungeon rules, set the penalties exorbitantly high, and those very penalties had become the noose that strangled them. Every move, from start to finish, had played out exactly as he predicted. I won't deny it, Madaram admitted with a light nod. I wrote this script. But it's also true that I was on the edge. When the first dungeon fell, my points were barely holding up. If you'd held out just a few more days, the one who would have gone bankrupt would have been me. His confession struck like a hammer blow. Regret flooded Sylvana's chest, thick and bitter. What did you say? When Dogaskara had begged for help, none of them had lifted a finger. But if they had lent him monsters or mana, Madaram would have been the one to fall. They had squandered a once-in-a-lifetime chance. This was a huge gamble for me, Madaram continued, his voice calm but earnest. I had no idea if I'd win. So it wasn't all under control. He'd risked everything, knowing he might fail. It had been a razor's edge, and he had thrown himself onto it without hesitation. Then why? Sylvana asked, her voice low and raw. Why make such a reckless bet? Even if he had anticipated their dungeons falling, there was no way he could have known exactly when. The risk of destruction had been immense, just a few days' miscalculation, and he would have lost everything. The Grand Eight is overwhelming in power. Not only do they control the society, they can even bend the rules in their favor. They're the strongest force in this system. If someone like me wanted to take them down, I had no choice but to wager it all. He smiled faintly. But Sylvana saw it, the glint of madness behind his eyes. They had summoned him on the very day he entered the society. Given him no time to prepare, no chance to formulate a thorough strategy. And yet, right there in the Grand Chamber, he had asked to link his dungeon. He couldn't have been sure of victory. But he had known that was his only shot. You're insane, Sylvana whispered, stepping back. You're completely mad. He tried to wear the face of a calm tactician, of a rational winner. But in truth, he had been drunk on the thrill, the rush of risking everything. He hadn't been calculating. He had been savoring the danger, the exhilaration of standing at the edge. You're not sane, she murmured, her voice hollow. You're a monster. For a moment, the man before her didn't even seem human. You didn't know? Madaram said with a dry chuckle. My dungeon is a casino dungeon. A place where gamblers gather. Naturally, I'm one of them. He acknowledged his madness without shame. Back then, when he had first declared his challenge, they had listened without any real fear or resolve. But this man, this gambler, had bet everything on that single, uncertain moment. The weight of his resolve had been on an entirely different level. I concede, Sylvana said quietly, her voice no longer trembling with rage. She had been utterly, completely defeated. 33. The Burden of Victory. Click me to read my NSFW novel projects. Love what I do? Help me keep doing it by making a donation for $1 or more through my Ko-fi. The Burden of Victory. After settling things with Sylvana, I returned from the society to my dungeon. I passed by the possession room without stopping and headed straight for the monitor room, where Karima would be waiting. I'm back, I called out. In front of the monitors sat a large desk piled high with documents, an overwhelming mountain of paperwork that made me groan just looking at it. Karima? There was no sign of my vice commander. Over here, came a muffled voice. A slender hand poked out from the collapsed heap of papers. It looked like the stack had toppled and buried Karima. Maybe it really was time to build Karima a larger body. You okay? I reached in and pulled Karima out from under the pile. Just as I suspected, the workload had gotten way out of hand. It wasn't just the management of my own dungeon anymore. Running the society assets I had recently acquired had become a monstrous task in itself, far beyond what we could handle alone. We needed to do something about this. And fast. Thank you. So, how did the meeting with Sylvana? Wait. What happened to your face? Karima's eyes widened as she spotted the cut on my cheek. Oh, this? Just a little something that happened, I said with a shrug. Nothing serious. It's exactly because of things like this that I keep telling you to use a puppet. Karima fussed at me, its voice high with worry. It insisted I use a remote control for the meeting to avoid any danger, but I'd chosen to go in person. It had gotten dicey for a moment, sure. But it was still a good experience. What were you two doing then? Weren't you sent along to prevent exactly this sort of thing? Karima suddenly shouted at the empty space in the room. In the next moment, two humanoid monsters shimmered into view, muscular, clad in armor polished like a mirror. They had the power of invisibility and were highly intelligent. By the way, I didn't create these two myself. They were monsters I bought off the society market. Don't be too hard on them, I said, waving a hand. I ordered them not to move. They were my escorts for the meeting. When Sylvana had drawn her blade, they'd reacted instantly, ready to kill her on the spot. I had to stop them in a hurry. If I'd been even a second too late, she'd be dead by now. Then why didn't you kill her and detain her when you had the chance, Master? That would have, I told you already, that would have been a mistake. We can't go repeating the old Grand Eight's blunders. Making threats is one thing, but following through should always be a last resort. The moment you resort to force, it leaves a permanent stain. It wasn't the right time for that. But we're still paying the connection cost, aren't we? It's just 40,000. We'll make that back easily from the adventurers trying to conquer her dungeon. If that place falls, the adventurers will stop coming. That'd be a serious loss. The only reason adventurers gather here is because there's a dungeon to conquer. If there's nothing left to challenge, they'll move on. And since the collapse of the Grand 8, the whole Linked Dungeons boom had started to fizzle out. Many dungeons that had previously joined the network were now severing their ties. There wasn't a single dungeon expressing interest in new connections anymore. It all came down to a fundamental issue: our dungeons depended entirely on adventurers to challenge and explore them. That was something we needed to change. Besides, I added, we still need her. We can't afford to kill her now. But she won't give up, you know. Of course not, I said with a dry chuckle. You saw her spirit. No way someone like that stays down. She had a spine of tempered steel. I might have broken it today, but give her time and it'd grow back stronger. That's why we need her alive, I said. If we lose sight of her, we won't be able to predict how the other dungeon masters will act. The collapse of the Grand 8 had rattled the other masters. No telling what they might do next. First things first, we need to stabilize things on our end. You get why we can't afford to make enemies of the other masters right now, don't you? I turned to look at the paper-cluttered monitor room. Just a while ago, we'd been living on the edge, scraping by. But now, with all those penalty fees pouring in and the fire sale acquisition of the former Grand 8's assets, we were flush with resources, and totally swamped. We couldn't even organize what we had. If the Meteor Dungeon Masters decided to form a coalition and turn against me now, there was a real risk they could topple everything. I keep Sylvana alive, so the masters who oppose me will naturally flock to her. That makes their movements easier to predict. In the meantime, we'll reinforce our own position. No way was I going to let myself fall flat on my face right after clawing my way to the top. So, my reliable strategist. Got any ideas on how we get this mess under control? We could fight later. First things first. Yes, Karama replied promptly, brushing the last bit of dust off their paper-smeared hands. I believe we should create a specialized intellect-type monster dedicated to asset management. In addition, we should produce monsters suited to running the casino and assign the operation to them. Yeah, we've definitely hit the limit of what we can manage on our own. Honestly, we were already treading water. Right now, things were still holding together, but it wouldn't last. We'd break under the weight of all this if we didn't act. We needed high-level staff, monsters who could take over core operations. I've drafted several prototype designs for intelligence-type monsters, Karama said, handing me a folder. Please review them at your convenience. Looks like Karama had already prepared some rough concepts. That's my vice commander. Got it. I'll start creating them right away. Thank you. In that case, I'll present a midterm report on the Society's condition. Karama pulled out a freshly written report and placed it before me. I nodded for them to continue. Using the 300 million mana we collected in penalty fees from the former Grand 8 Masters, we acquired approximately 60% of the assets that had been listed on the Society market. This brought our liquid funds below 100 million, but our total assets have now exceeded 500 million mana. That's incredible. Not long ago, we were scraping by with only a few 100,000 points, worrying about how we'd make it through the next day. Now we were practically rich. Profits from the Society now amount to roughly 50,000 mana per day. However, operational efficiency is still lacking. If we restructure and streamline things, I estimate we could raise that number by at least 50%. Although, I can't provide an exact figure just yet. So yeah, creating those specialized managers was definitely a top priority. There's one more thing I need to report, Karama continued. It's about the conquered Grand 8 dungeons. What about them? I asked, frowning. I'd figured they were irrelevant by now. Actually, it seems they're still active. What? As far as I knew, when a dungeon master died, their monsters vanished, traps ceased to function, and the dungeon itself slowly decayed until it was buried beneath the earth. That was what I'd always been told. The four fallen dungeons should have been no different. I only noticed recently Due to how busy things have been, Karamu admitted with a bow of their head. It appears that mana is still being supplied via the transfer arrays. The fact that the arrays are still active should have clued me in. I apologize. I waved it off. We'd all been swamped. Now that you mention it, yeah. I did notice adventurers using the teleportation arrays to return from those dungeons. Guess I didn't think much of it at the time, but thinking about it now, it was strange. If the traps were down and the dungeon was dead, there's no reason the arrays should still be functioning. It seems mana is flowing from our side through the teleportation arrays, Karamu explained. Ah. So the arrays are being powered by our mana supply. Exactly. And here's the real issue, because of that, the dungeons on the other side are technically still alive. Wait, what? In other words, Karamu said, leaning closer, they're like empty lots now. The dungeon masters are dead, so ownership has defaulted. But if we invest mana, like we did with the society, we can claim them as our own. You're serious? These were 4 of the former Grand 8's dungeons, huge and deep. If we sever the connection, they'll eventually decay. So, what would you like to do? There's no way I'm letting those go to waste. How much would it take to claim them? Since the traps are already inactive, we only need to stabilize the dungeons themselves. About 1 million mana should be sufficient to acquire them all. Alright then. Let's do it. Even just keeping the teleportation arrays intact made it worth the cost. I didn't know how I'd use those massive dungeons yet, but they'd come in handy one way or another. We'll figure out what to do with them later, I said, taking Karamu's design documents in hand. For now, I've got monsters to make. I turned toward the core room, but paused after a few steps. Oh, did you take care of that thing I asked for? Yes, Karamu nodded. I rigged the slot machines to land on 777s again today. Who was the lucky winner? An adventurer from Roderick. One we'd had our eyes on for some time. He arrived at just the right hour, so I triggered the jackpot. Perfect. However, Karamu frowned. We also paid out to jackpot yesterday. Must we continue this charade? Karamu clearly didn't like how much we were giving away. Fair. High payouts meant a net loss on our end. Of course we have to, I replied with a thin smile. The sharp ones were starting to catch on. They were beginning to suspect we were hand-picking winners. With the influx of new adventurers, we'd manually tweaked the slots to make them hit big. Not just to hook them, but to give them the funds they needed to take on the 8 great dungeons. Sylvana had only figured out half the picture. The real difference between us and the old Grand 8 was our ability to interfere. I had connections to adventurers. I could make requests, send them messages. Hell, I could straight up ask them to go conquer the 8 great dungeons. Not that I ever did it outright, but in a roundabout way, I'd ensured promising veterans and elite parties won big in the casino, then outfitted them with gear perfect for high-level dungeon crawling. Just as I predicted, they'd reinvested their winnings into better equipment, and took down the Grand 8 dungeons before we went bankrupt. Of course, it had been obvious enough that some had started to suspect the pattern. That's why we had to let someone from Roderick win, to keep things looking fair. It's a painful expense, I admitted, but a necessary one. Even though we ranked number 1 now, we still have to tiptoe around like this? Karamu muttered, clearly displeased with the view from the top. That's the burden of victory. Back when you were weak, we didn't have to worry about any of this. All we had to do was scheme and deceive, outsmart and outmaneuver. The weak have to resort to tricks and cheats to stand a chance against the strong. But now that I'm strong, I can't rely on tricks anymore. Now it's about preparation, organization, and winning the right way. It's tedious, yes, but with strength comes access to the real rules. And the rewards are worth it. We just have to shoulder the responsibility of winning. Even if it means doing things I don't want to. I can't run from it. Running is a privilege reserved for losers. And I'm not a loser anymore. 34. Kite's official position. Click me to read my NSFW novel projects. Love what I do? Help me keep doing it by making a donation for $1 or more through my Ko-fi. Kite's official position. As Kite strolled through the casino, he exhaled a quiet sigh. Lately, the fatigue had been piling up. There was simply too much work, and no chance to unwind. And yet here he was, in the very heart of recreation. The casino, and still unable to relax. Why was that? While he was sighing to himself, a familiar voice called out, laced with sarcasm. "Hey there, acting deputy branch manager," Gantz said with a wry grin. Kite grimaced at his former comrade's jab. He couldn't blame him, though. The Adventurers Guild branch had finally been completed, right on top of the dungeon. And with that came a baffling new title for him, acting deputy branch manager. What the hell is that title supposed to mean? Kite muttered. "Beats me," Gantz replied, shrugging. "I don't get it either." The road to that title had been anything but straightforward. The issue had started with a simple question: who would serve as the head of the newly completed guild branch? Originally, the plan was for either Guildmaster Garin or Vice Guildmaster Polat to take the post. But the Merchant Union and the Eastern Crocker Kingdom, which supported semi-autonomous governance, had stepped in and blocked the move. The Guildmaster had already accumulated vast influence, power and wealth on par with the local lord, not just within Roderick but across the region. His authority had grown so large that not even the kingdom could ignore him anymore. Giving him control of the new branch was deemed too dangerous. The Merchant Union and the nobles, normally at odds, had actually joined forces to oppose him. I'll never forget the look on the Guildmaster's face when he realized he wasn't getting the position. Gantz chuckled. "Don't laugh. You'll get yourself killed if my uncle hears that," Kite warned, frowning. The Guildmaster had reluctantly backed down, unable to press further. But he didn't give up the seat without a fight, and the resulting standoff between the merchants and the kingdom delayed the appointment of a new branch leader. After an exhausting mess of backroom deals and political intrigue, too tangled for any one person to fully understand, a compromise was reached. The compromise? A nominal noble was assigned as the branch manager, with a figurehead merchant as their deputy. Neither would be involved in actual operations, and all responsibilities would be dumped on their assistant. That assistant was Kite. "Honestly, it's ridiculous," he muttered. "I don't even have real authority, and yet I'm the one shouldering all the actual work." In the city built atop the dungeon, there wasn't a single person above him in rank, on paper, anyway. All the real higher-ups were holed up in Roderick's conference rooms, pulling strings from the shadows, manipulating their chosen puppets. "Come on, don't be so bitter. You're getting paid well, aren't you?" Gantz asked, clapping a hand on Kite's shoulder. "And Melinda seems happy with your job too." Kite let out a reluctant sigh. "Yeah, that part's true. It's a hassle, but the salary's definitely better than before. Guess you could say I got promoted." "So then, Captain Gantz," Kite said, shifting into official mode, "as acting deputy branch manager, I'd like an update on the state of the security forces." Up until now, the city had been using a makeshift guard unit composed of hired adventurers. But with expanded authority, they'd finally established a proper defense force. Gantz had been appointed its first captain, mostly due to their history. Dref served as vice captain. "We're currently working hard on training efforts," Gantz reported, scratching the back of his head. "That so?" Kite raised an eyebrow. "I recommended you because we were friends, but don't think your position is safe. If I see you slacking off, I'll demote you on the spot." I get it, Gantz grumbled. "We're training the recruits properly. Still, is all this really necessary?" He seemed doubtful about the need for a robust defense force. "It becomes a problem when something happens and your team's not ready for it," Kite said, his voice firm. "So yes, it is necessary. I'm counting on you." Officially, the guard force existed to maintain order within the city and dungeon. But from Kite's perspective, their true purpose was something else entirely: internal defense. They were to protect against the dungeon, should it ever turn hostile. It was that ominous sense he'd once felt about the dungeon that made him think this way. Until now, everyone, including Kite, had used the dungeon with blind trust. But that had to change. They needed to be more cautious. Because if something did happen, it would already be too late. "The Guildmaster's on board with this too, so just do your part," Kite added firmly. The representatives of the Merchant Union and nobility remained skeptical about the threat, but the Guildmaster had seen the bigger picture. "I like this place. It's a good town. I'm fond of it," Kite murmured. "But in the end, it's still a dungeon." He didn't mind that the casino was being used to its fullest. He himself took advantage of it too. But that didn't mean it was safe to relax. That's why he made sure the guards trained daily. And for the more capable ones, he had them operate undercover in the dungeon, disguised as guests. Ideally, he would have also established a fortified perimeter, trenches, barricades, maybe even walls, but as an acting deputy, he didn't have the authority for that. Yeah. Looking at this place now, I kind of get where you're coming from, Gantz muttered, glancing around the casino. The people milling about were mostly adventurers, or so it should have been. But they didn't look like adventurers at all. Fine suits, flowing dresses. It looked more like a noble's gala than a dungeon town. And it had all started with the skeleton staff. Once bare bones, they now wore white shirts, black vests, bow ties, elegant uniforms that oozed class. The atmosphere shifted. Adventurers in ragged leather armor or tattered robes now stood out like sore thumbs. Perhaps sensing this discomfort, the prize counters began offering noble-like silk suits and dazzling dresses. Female adventurers stared at the gowns in awe, spending everything they had just to buy one. And with the women all dolled up, the men couldn't exactly stay in rusty armor either. They ditched the gear and scrambled for tailored outfits of their own. They still kept their swords and knives, of course, but it was a slow slide into decadence. And I've been keeping an eye on criminal groups too, Kite said, frowning. The growing population brought more idiots with it. I never want a repeat of last week. Yeah, but we caught them right away, didn't we? It was 3 days ago. A misguided adventuring party had tried to rob both the prize and money exchange counters. They broke through the iron grates and destroyed several skeletons, but walked away with nothing. Had they done their homework, they would have known. The exchange booths never stored large quantities. Skeletons fetched goods from elsewhere, likely using teleportation circles to draw from a hidden vault. These fools hadn't thought ahead. They didn't get a single prize or coin, and were caught by the guards before they could even flee. They'd insisted, "This is a dungeon. We can do whatever we want." But that same logic worked in reverse. If this was a dungeon, Kite's dungeon, then he could do whatever he wanted to them. He had left them to the guildmaster after that. What happened next wasn't his concern. But he doubted they'd see a bright future again. "Deputy, sir." "Pardon me." One of the guards rushed over in a hurry. Looked like another problem had come up. Kite sighed and turned to face him. 35, The Four Heroes. Click me to read my NSFW novel projects. Love what I do? Help me keep doing it by making a donation for $1 or more through my Ko-fi. The Four Heroes. Is something wrong? Kite asked, sighing as he posed the question. "Well, it's just, I really don't know what to do," the guard muttered, his face twisting in discomfort. "Trouble, and the annoying kind." "Let me guess. Another noble?" Kite sighed again. Adventurers, commoners, nobles, trouble came in all forms, but none more frequently than from nobles. They acted like this place was their palace, always whining when not treated with special care. There were exclusive rooms for nobility, but some were apparently unaware. "No, sir, not a noble. Someone unexpected. They're insisting on speaking to whoever's in charge." "Won't take no for an answer." Seeing no way out, Kite reluctantly followed the guard. As he passed, Gantz offered him a smug good luck only to get a sharp glare in return that dragged him along too. "This way," the guard said, leading them into the casino. And there, standing in the middle of the room, was a monster of a man. A towering body like a slab of granite. Crimson hair that blazed like fire. Dull, shimmering armor of dragon scales covered his form, and strapped to his back was a colossal great sword, one that looked capable of cleaving steel. The gear alone wasn't rare for the dungeon. But the presence this man radiated was suffocating. A sheer, predatory aura that made it obvious, if he so chose, he could tear through this place without resistance. Kite's knees buckled at the sight. "And no way. Aren't you?" He had never seen this man's face before, but the flaming hair, the monstrous build, and that aura, there was only one man it could be. "Are you Sigurd the Dragon Slayer?" he asked, stepping forward with trembling legs. "Yeah, that's me," the man replied nonchalantly. So it really was him. Sigurd, one of the four heroes who had conquered the 8 great dungeons. The first man ever to do so. "No freaking way. It's really him." Gantz breathed from behind the legendary warrior. The idol of every swordsman alive. Everyone's gaze was fixed on the sword strapped to his back. If this was truly Sigurd, then that great sword had to be Gurgulin, the dragon cleaver, earned by conquering one of the 8 great dungeons. While it couldn't quite match the mythical Orichalcum blade said to be forged by gods, it was still hailed as one of the greatest swords in the world. A chill ran down Kite's spine. He was standing in front of a man who had etched his name into history. May I ask? What brings you here? Has something happened? He asked, voice cracking. Isn't it obvious? Sigurd replied flatly. This is a dungeon, isn't it? Why hasn't it been conquered? What are you all doing, playing around in here? His words hit Kite like a splash of ice water. A living legend had just called them out for wasting time. Well, sir, you see, this place. It's incredibly useful and, valuable, and, Kite trailed off, wishing he could disappear on the spot. I can see it's different. Convenient, yes. Full of unique entertainment. And I get that you've all got your reasons for not challenging it. That's your business. But why are you blocking me from doing it? You intend to conquer this dungeon? Kite asked hesitantly. Of course. The words fell like a guillotine. No, this couldn't be allowed to happen. He had to stop this, somehow. But I heard you'd retired, sir. Sigurd's party had supposedly disbanded after conquering the 8. With their treasure and fame, they had no need to risk their lives anymore. Kingdoms and wealthy merchants had all tried to recruit them. I did retire. My companions, that is. Not me. I'm still active. And this is my next target. Why? Kite blurted. This dungeon is barely 2 years old. It's not even worth your time. Beyond that door, it's just an endless, narrow corridor. That's all. He remembered. When the dungeon symbol had dropped in price, they conducted an exploratory mission past the door. The guildmaster himself had come along. But what awaited them had been nothing more than a corridor, long, straight, winding only slightly at the very end. There were a few vertical drops and narrow bridges to prevent horseback traversal, but no monsters, no treasure. Nothing of interest. The walls even had a convenient map showing that the rest of the dungeon was more of the same. The guildmaster had been furious, and the investigation was cut short. This dungeon might be unique, sure. But was it hero-worthy? Not even close. I know all that, Sigurd replied calmly. But I've also heard this is the best dungeon there is. That the strongest monster lies at its deepest point. Who in the world told you that? Kite's mind raced. No one aside from them had ever seen past that door. Who could have? In response, Sigurd pointed a thumb at the great sword on his back. When I won this blade, the dungeon master I defeated said so with his dying breath. That there was a dungeon greater than his, this casino dungeon. I've heard half the 8 have already fallen, and the rest are shadows of what they were. This place is the only challenge left. Even other dungeon masters had held this place in high regard. Could this dungeon truly be more than what it appeared? But I came here to conquer it, only to learn you're hoarding the item needed to pass through that door, Sigurd said, stepping closer. If you're not going to use it, hand it over. I'll be the one to conquer this place. The pressure was suffocating. Like standing before a wild beast ready to pounce. Even if Kite wanted to say no, he didn't think he physically could. Wait just a moment. A sharp voice rang through the air before Kite could respond. I won't stand for that. I will be the one to conquer this dungeon. A fiery declaration echoed through the casino floor. And that was only the beginning. No, I will be the one to conquer this dungeon. I will conquer this dungeon. No, I will conquer this dungeon. A voice as clear and cool as a mountain stream rang out, immediately followed by another that echoed like a deep, thunderous growl. Turning with Sigurd toward the source of the voices, Kite saw 3 figures, 2 women and 1 man, standing together. One wore a blazing red dress like living flame. Another was clad in pure white vestments. The last stood wrapped in bandages from head to toe, his face obscured behind a sinister-looking mask. At the sight of them, Kite instantly realized who they were. The woman clad in what looked like a dress of fire could only be Altair Vermilion, daughter of a great noble family and a fearsome archmage known as the Witch of Ash. The radiant woman in holy robes and a golden cross staff was the legendary Saintess Christania, whose presence seemed to purify the very air. and the masked man wrapped in bandages was none other than the assassin Jaegiri, who had been raised by a shadowy guild only to one day destroy it himself. Each of them, like Sigurd, was a hero who had conquered one of the 8 great dungeons. "I've never seen them in person before," Gantz murmured in awe behind him. Kite could hardly blame him. Even among adventurers, those who had glimpsed the 4 heroes were rare. While many had fled from the 8 great dungeons to seek refuge in this one, the true elite had never set foot here, until now. Sigurd, already a legend even before becoming a hero, had a wealthy merchant patron who built a home near his dungeon and supplied him with gear, food, and manpower. Altair, with her noble lineage and wealth, had accomplished the same through sheer personal resources. Christania, supported by the church, had all the equipment she needed from the start. As for Jaegiri, no one even knew where he came from. But then, no one ever knew where he went either. "I've heard that this dungeon conceals the pinnacle of magical knowledge. That's why I'm here," Altair declared proudly. Her declaration sharpened the eyes of the others. "Please wait. I was told that this place is the root of all evil." Christania protested, concern etched in her divine expression. "I heard there's a treasure here no one's ever seen before." The 4 stared at one another, the weight of their clashing motives pressing down on the room. They were not the type to lie, and yet none of their stories matched. "What's going on? Everyone's saying something different," Kite muttered under his breath. "Could it be a hoax?" Gantz asked quietly. "I don't believe even a dungeon master would stoop to such deception," Christania insisted. "Even so, there's definitely something here." Despite their differences, all 4 had come to the same conclusion: something lay within this dungeon that warranted their attention. "Hurry up and hand over the key," Altair demanded. "Though of course, I'll be the one conquering it." She stepped forward, closing in. Kite instinctively took a step back. I'm sorry, but..." His hesitation only deepened the frown on Altair's elegant face. "What do you mean, no? Do you even know who I am?" "I asked the same," Christania added with serene force. "Hand it over." Now with Sigurd, Altair, Christania, and Jaegiri all closing in, there was no room left to stall. Kite wanted to cry. These people were far above his pay grade, far above anyone's. Even if someone else were in his shoes, the result would be the same. Sigurd was the greatest swordsman of the age, revered by knights and adventurers alike. One kingdom's king had even offered him half the realm to win his loyalty. Altair of the Vermilion bloodline was descended from one of the 4 great noble houses that ruled the Magic City. And within that mighty lineage, she was universally acknowledged as the strongest of them all. Christania shone with divine light, the only living saint recognized by the continent-spanning church. Her miracles had healed every disease, even death itself. It was known to all that a king once resurrected by her power had returned from the grave. And then there was Jaegiri. No one could stop him. Not gates, not armies, not even time. If he had you in his sights, it was over. He would appear like night fog and vanish just as silently. The life he came for already taken. Each of them wasn't just the strongest of the current era. They stood above any known in history. Now these 4, whose influence rivaled that of nations, had joined forces. If they were serious about conquering this dungeon, nothing could stop them. Not even the dungeon itself. If they cleared it, that would be the end. This entire economic system, now interwoven with the dungeon's existence, would collapse. Kite had long warned himself not to grow complacent with the dungeon. But even so, he hadn't realized just how heavily the region had come to rely on it. "Give it here," Sigurd demanded again, stepping closer. Kite couldn't answer. He didn't have the authority to say yes. But who did? "Looks like you're in quite a bind." A voice, low and smooth, cut in from the side. It was a voice that could have been salvation, or ruin. 36. The Challenge of the 4 Heroes. Click me to read my NSFW novel projects. Love what I do? Help me keep doing it by making a donation for $1 or more through my Ko-fi. Translator's note: for those who bought advanced chapters, there's some text I missed to translate in the previous chapter. I've fixed it, so please read ch. 35 again. July 14, 2025. The Challenge of the 4 Heroes. Looks like you're in quite a bind. In the midst of what felt like torture, no, worse than that, someone interrupted the scene with a calm interjection. The voice came from a skeleton, its bleached white bones catching the light as it stepped forward. At the sight of the monster, the four heroes instantly tensed. Each of them moved into battle stances without hesitation. Wait. That one's different. He's known as the manager's skeleton, a special one. Kite stepped in front of the skeleton in his black tailcoat, shielding him with his body. The manager? You're telling me this skeleton is the dungeon master? Altair tilted her head suspiciously. No, this skeleton is just... Kite began to explain, but the skeleton raised a bony hand and spoke for itself. I am the dungeon master, in a sense. But not the true body. I merely serve as a puppet. Whenever the dungeon master needed to communicate, this particular skeleton was the one sent out. In the past, Kite hadn't been able to tell them apart, but nowadays the special outfit made it clear. A puppet or not, you've got some nerve showing yourself before me, Altair hissed. The air around her rippled like heat waves, licking against Kite's cheeks. At the same time, Sigurd radiated a lion-like battle aura, Christania glowed with divine light, and Jaeger exuded a chilling killing intent. Four immense powers surged at once, distorting the very air around them. Yet even before such overwhelming pressure, the manager skeleton remained calm, perhaps because the true dungeon master wasn't physically present. In fact, he casually reached into his coat and pulled out a tiny monocle, fitting it into his hollow eye socket with a snap. How marvelous! Truly the four heroes live up to their reputation. To contain such immense mana within mere mortal vessels. His voice brimmed with admiration as he gazed at them through the monocle. Is that a magical tool? Christania asked gently. Indeed. It measures mana. A rather useful artifact. Mana was a measure of life force, a direct indicator of strength. Let's see. Sir Sigurd here has 1,100,000 mana. Mr. Jaegeri follows closely with 1 million. Lady Christania holds 980,000, and Lady Altair has an astonishing 1,150,000. Kite couldn't hide his surprise. Even the kingdom, the church, and the guild had similar tools. The last time he'd checked his own mana, it had been around 13,000, slightly above average. In other words, the gap between him and these heroes was nearly 100-fold. Incredible. To think such exalted individuals would grace my dungeon. It is truly an honor. In recognition of your prestige, I would like to offer a special invitation to the next chamber of my dungeon. Wait, what? Kite paled. He had been trying to stop them, and now the dungeon master was handing them an invitation. You're saying you'll actually let us advance deeper? Altair asked, her tone sharpening with interest. Normally, 2 symbols must be collected and placed into the door. However, in this case, we shall make an exception. And the catch? Altair prompted, sensing there must be a condition. Though he had no facial muscles, the skeleton's bone structure seemed to curl into a grin. There are 2 conditions. First, the door can only be opened once per day. All 4 of you must enter together. So, separate exploration wasn't allowed. I don't mind, Altair replied flippantly. But I don't plan to cooperate either. I was going to solo it from the start. First come, first served, right? Her provocations were met with curt nods from the others. Next, there's a limit on the number of people. We can't have spectators or tourists tagging along. Only the 4 heroes and a few others may pass. Kite internally scoffed. They had built an amusement park of a dungeon and now were trying to act all restrictive, but it was clear they didn't want the dungeon brute forced by sheer numbers. I was going solo anyway. Fine. And the third condition? Altair crossed her arms, pressing the matter. But the skeleton tilted his head. There is no third. Those are the only 2 requirements. Seriously? What's the point of this? What do you get out of it? Oh. That reminds me, one more thing. Ignoring Altair's irritation, the skeleton clapped his bony hands together. If you fail, you will be teleported into that small chamber over there. I forgot to mention it earlier. He gestured to a tiny door set into the wall beside the main gate. Kite recognized it immediately. It was a one-way door. Occasionally, skeletons would emerge from it, leading many to assume there was a teleportation array on the other side. Now it seemed that room doubled as a failure chamber. Interesting. And if we get teleported there, then what? Altair asked, narrowing her eyes. Nothing in particular. Simply return another day and try again. The skeleton replied in a flat, expressionless tone. Expecting some kind of penalty, Altair clearly felt robbed of the drama. Her voice rose in frustration. Unbelievable. Clearly fed up, Altair marched to the gate as if eager to take her anger out on the dungeon itself. I'm going now. I'll clear this joke of a dungeon in no time. The others followed in her wake, silently assembling before the great door. Very well, the manager skeleton intoned. With a flick of his wrist, the great doors, seldom opened, creaked wide. And just like that, the four heroes disappeared into the darkness beyond. That day, Kite was too distracted to work. Anxious and restless, he kept glancing at the clock. An hour passed. Then the side chamber's small door creaked open, and the four emerged once more. They looked unharmed, not even scratched. But the sheer weight of their sour expressions was unmistakable. What the hell is this dungeon? Altair snapped, practically grinding her teeth. But none of them, not a single one, would speak of what had happened beyond that door. 37. The Society, Outskirts. Click me to read my NSFW novel projects. Love what I do? Help me keep doing it by making a donation for $1 or more through my Ko-fi. The Society, Outskirts. In a rundown bar at the edge of the Society, Maguire slammed his empty glass onto the table after downing its contents in one angry gulp. Damn it, damn it, damn it. Why the hell is no one showing up? There were only a handful of dungeon masters gathered in the bar, far fewer than expected. Despite summoning dozens, not even 5 had arrived. Calm down, Maguire, Enmi urged from the left, trying to soothe him. Shut up, Maguire snapped, his glare searing. You did tell them to come, right? We did, Enmi replied with a frustrated sigh. But most of them have gone over to Sylvana's camp. Right now, the Society was in a state of utter disarray. The sudden emergence of Madaram and his schemes had shattered the Grand Eight's control over the organization. Now, the remaining dungeon masters were in constant clandestine talks, trying to decide who to side with. Some had always resented the Grand Eight's rule. Others hated the idea of following a newcomer like Madaram. While many flocked to Sylvana, others, seeing her declining influence, were starting to jump ship and consider Madaram. Allegiances were shifting daily, and no one could say with certainty who was aligned with whom. Amid the chaos, Maguire had tried to rise as a third force. But no one had answered his call. This isn't the time to act, Soju said from the right, attempting to mediate. We should join Sylvana's camp for now. Don't be ridiculous, Maguire roared, slamming his fist on the table. You expect me to bow to her? You two were part of the Grand Eight, too. Where's your pride? His rebuke twisted both Enmi and Soju's expressions with shame. They had indeed once been part of the Grand Eight. But unlike Maguire, they hadn't gotten there on their own merit. Maguire, once the second seat and wielding immense power, had loaned them massive amounts of mana to artificially raise their rank, only to secure a numerical advantage. But the sad truth of the powerless was that even within the Grand Eight, they were treated as nobodies, mere hangers onto Maguire's shadow. The dream of him one day taking over the Society and raising them with him had long since died. My dungeon doesn't get adventurers anymore, Enmi muttered, his voice barely above a whisper. The way to drive adventurers away was simple: remove the treasure chests. Adventurers came seeking riches. Without treasure, the risk wasn't worth it, and they'd stop coming. But once a dungeon got a reputation for being unrewarding, even reinstating treasure wouldn't bring them back. Same here, Soju said with a bitter snort. Sometimes a few show up, but they only clear out monsters on the upper floors. There were still adventurers sent by the guild to handle monster outbreaks, but they never ventured deep, only doing the bare minimum before returning. That meant no significant mana generation. The result was a vicious cycle. Less mana meant fewer adventurers, which meant even less mana. Once that downward spiral began, there was little hope of recovery. Many dungeon masters had already sunk this way. To make matters worse, Grand 8 dungeons were massive, requiring huge amounts of mana just for maintenance. Now, mana was only trickling in. They had been surviving by borrowing, or rather, extorting, mana from their own faction's masters. But of course, no one tolerated that forever. One by one, those dungeon masters had defected. The once glorious faction of over 100 members had now dwindled to a handful. Farrells sided with Sylvana, said Soju grimly. And that bastard Misrat has apparently joined Madaram's faction, Enmi added, his tone bitter. The list of defectors wasn't shrinking, it was growing. At this rate, Maguire could barely gather a few loyalists. In fact, even those present now might not show up if summoned again. As more and more dungeon masters turned their backs, Maguire slammed the table with both fists. Damn those ungrateful dogs! He barked, grinding his teeth. After all I've done for them. But no matter how loudly he cursed them, it changed nothing. So what now? Soju asked, rubbing his temples. At this rate, we'll run dry. Before that happens, we should join up with Sylvana, Enmi offered, exchanging a glance with Soju. At least she won't throw us away. No, Maguire snapped. I'd rather die than serve under that woman. She might still be clinging to the title of Grand Eight, but it wouldn't be strange if she fell at any moment. And when she does, we'll be the first she sacrifices. So what do you suggest we do? Soju demanded. Maguire's glasses flashed as he leaned forward. Did you bring the stagnation spikes? Ah, yeah, I did, said Enmi, fumbling in his coat. He pulled out a bundled cloth and unfurled it on the table. Inside were a dozen slender, needle-like blades. These blades were cursed weapons, stagnation spikes. When stabbed into a target, they projected a powerful paralyzing curse, locking the surrounding body in place. But their use came with caveats. They were single-use, lasted only 10 minutes, and could be removed to cancel the effect. Their range was narrow, so they either had to pierce multiple points or strike the head. For their high cost and severe limitations, they were banned throughout the society. Simply owning one was taboo. Stagnation spikes were also known by their more infamous name, Master Killers. Dungeon masters were immortal. But if they were immobilized by one of these spikes, they couldn't resist. Kidnap them, hold them in confinement, and they'd be unable to return to their dungeon. Without the master, the core couldn't function. The dungeon would fall, and with it, the master. This was the go-to method for executing dungeon masters, repeated many times in the shadows. You're thinking of going after a rookie? Enmi asked, his voice lowered. The victims of master killings were usually inexperienced newcomers, naive, unguarded, unaware. They were kidnapped, tortured, and forced into one-sided contracts that siphoned mana. A tactic feared and reviled as rookie hunting. Still, said Soju, uncertain, isn't that risky? We don't even know when a new one might show up. Exactly. Rookie hunting is all about timing, Enmi agreed. Back when they were part of the Grand Eight, they'd have known when new masters were inducted. But now, stripped of their seats, they were left in the dark. That wasn't the only problem. Neither Enmi nor Soju was eager to go through with it, not out of compassion, but pride. Rookie hunting was for the fallen, the desperate. And while they were falling, they weren't ready to admit it. Don't be idiots, Maguire growled. Who said anything about going after a rookie? You think they're worth anything? I'm after a mid-tier master. Enmi and Soju exchanged a look. But how? Soju asked. It won't work on someone using possession. Anyone piloting an undead or puppet body is immune. Many dungeon masters had already fallen victim to the spikes, but there were ways to avoid it. The safest was to send an undead or puppet body in one's place. Then we go after someone who shows up in person, Maguire replied coldly. He said it like it was easy, but if it were, others would have done it already. It was true that many masters appeared to come in the flesh. But most of them had puppets made in their likeness, making it nearly impossible to tell which was real. So how exactly? Enmi pressed, narrowing his eyes. We wait for somewhere they have to come in person, Maguire said with a grim smile. As he laid out the rest of his plan, the others slowly nodded. It was cruel. It was underhanded. But it would work. Watch me, Madaram. Sylvana, Maguire muttered, his voice low like a curse. I will rise again. In the shadowed corners of the society, his words clung to the air like a dark promise. 38. The Meeting Mayhem. 1. Click me to read my NSFW novel projects. Love what I do? Help me keep doing it by making a donation for $1 or more through my Ko-fi. The Meeting Mayhem. 1. It had been nearly a year and a half since I became a dungeon master. While clearing off a few tasks in the office, I heard a knock at the door. Come in, I called out. In walked Kerama, perched atop the bony hand of a white skeleton. "Master Madaram, it's almost time for the meeting," Kerama informed me politely. I glanced at the clock. "Oh? Already? Thanks for letting me know." It was time for the regular conference. Kerama could have just sent the skeleton, but that's not their style. My adjutant was nothing if not meticulous. "Give me a moment, I'll change quickly," I said as I shrugged off my jacket and switched into my robe-like outfit. Normally, I wore a shirt, slacks, and a jacket, replicas of the clothes from my old world. But here, they felt out of place. They also didn't suit the image of a dungeon master. So Maria and the other zombie girls had crafted a new outfit for me. Deep purples and blacks woven into a design that definitely made me look like a villainous sorcerer. That was fine for staying inside the dungeon. But if I ever intended to appear in the society, I had to start dressing the part. As I stood up from the chair and adjusted my clothes, Kerama's eyes swept around the room. "Master Madaram, I know it's not my place to say, but perhaps it's time you tidied up a bit." Their tone was exasperated, and honestly, I couldn't argue. The office was buried under a mountain of books. I know. I went a little overboard," I admitted with a sigh. Lately, I'd found some free time and started devouring books. I'd hired adventurers and the merchants to bring me as many as they could find, but the sheer volume was overwhelming. There was barely room to move anymore. I really did need a proper library. And maybe a librarian to keep it in order. "All right. Thanks for waiting, let's head out," I said as I gave my reflection a quick check in the mirror and stepped outside. The deepest floor of the dungeon had grown considerably. Multiple new rooms had been constructed, including a grand conference chamber with a long central table. When I entered, the core officers were already present. To the right of the table sat a demon with 12 beastly heads, each whispering amongst themselves. Opposite him, a skeleton in a monk's robes sat cross-legged atop a chair, 9 skulls dangling from his neck. Beside him, a grey-faced maid in a black and white uniform sat absolutely still. Across from her floated a meatball-like creature with 4 faces, and next to it, a jester-like man bounced around while manipulating puppets. These were my dungeon's newly created executive officers. "Sorry to keep you waiting," I said as I entered alongside Kerama. Those with legs stood up and bowed in greeting. I gave each of them a nod and took the head seat. The skeleton bearing Kerama remained standing by my side. "At ease, everyone," I said as they returned to their seats, and I glanced around at their faces. "Let's begin the regular conference. First up, a report on the society." "Ito," I called out. Kerama nodded and turned to the demon with 12 heads. "Your report, please." "Allow me to begin," said one head. "Regarding mana lending profits," added another. "As for monster trading, territory acquisition, there's unrest among the dungeon masters." All 12 heads began speaking at once, creating an incomprehensible mess of overlapping voices. "Ito, one at a time," Kerama interrupted sharply, pointing a thin finger at him. "No one can understand anything when you all speak together." Ito was an original monster, designed by Kerama and brought to life by me. Each of its 12 heads had independent intelligence and consciousness, making coordination difficult. "Last time," the snake head gave the report. "This time it's the horse's turn," Kerama added with a sigh. "Very well," said the horse head, clearing its throat. "I shall now deliver this week's report on society revenue." As it spoke, graphs, bar, pie, and line, appeared in the air beside it. According to the report, the society's property acquisitions were advancing well, and we now controlled 73% of all holdings. Additionally, our operations included financial services offering mana loans, a monster trade exchange, and several types of service businesses. Combined, our average daily income was approximately 1 million mana. "Excellent work, Ito," I praised. "We are honored by your words," the 12 heads said in unison, bowing deeply. This guy was a custom build I poured a full 1,000,000 points into. Designed for memory retention and calculation, each of its heads brought different ideas and perspectives to the table, making him a one-man think tank. No one could rival Ito when it came to managing the society's operations. That said, despite his intimidating appearance, he was a pure administrator with zero combat ability. As I offered my praise, the skeletal monk seated opposite Ito lit up, literally. A pale glow radiated from the hollows of his eyes. Then, Master Madaram, may I present my own report next? The monk asked, rising smoothly to his feet. Genjo, right, I said with a nod. Genjo was a skeleton I had created specifically to manage and operate the casino. Be silent, Genjo, roared one of Ito's heads. It's still my turn. Another snapped. Sit down, you relic, added a third. In response, the 9 skulls dangling from Genjo's neck all turned and began speaking at once. You're the one who should be silent. Your report is finished already. It's my turn now, and you know it. Back to the shadows with you, society pet. Like Ito, Genjo was another high-cost, high-spec monster. Each of his 9 skulls had been granted independent intelligence, allowing him to think through 10 different strategies at once. On top of that, he had the ability to command skeleton-type minions remotely, perfect for rapid responses to emergencies in the casino. You bony bastard, Ito snarled, how about I toss you in a pot and boil you for stock? Genjo shot back immediately, I'd rather have you stuffed and mounted for display. Ito and Genjo were monsters I had created around the same time. Ever since, they'd seen each other as rivals, and their relationship had been rocky from the start. I understood the theory that competition would push them to improve, but watching them hurl crude insults at each other was just embarrassing. Both had cost me a fortune in points to create, and like many of my utility-type monsters, neither had a shred of combat power. That made their childish bickering even more ridiculous to witness. I was created first, Ito boasted, puffing himself up. And I have 2 more heads than you, only by a matter of minutes. Genjo snapped. And let's not forget, I was granted a unique ability to command familiars. You, on the other hand, weren't given a single skill. Oh please, all you can do is manipulate weak little skeletons, says the one who wobbles around like a bobblehead because his skulls are too heavy. All 22 of their combined heads were locked in a high-speed, low IQ war of words, exchanging insults like a pair of bickering grade schoolers. It was truly a pathetic sight. As I sat there in growing disbelief, Kerama finally had enough and stepped in. That's enough. Both of you. At Kerama command, both Ito and Genjo immediately clamped their mouths shut and bowed their heads toward the little furball. Our apologies, muttered Ito. We regret showing such an unsightly display, Genjo added. Genjo, wait your turn until someone finishes reporting, Kerama continued, their voice stern. Ito, thank you. Your report was very clear. Despite both being high-spec monsters created from massive point investments, they still had to bow their heads to Kerama, who had been made with just a handful of points. It made for an odd, almost comical picture. I nodded at my reliable adjutant. Master Madaram is satisfied with your work. Continue as you have been, Kerama concluded, bringing the discussion neatly to a close. Yes, having a proper second-in-command really did make life easier. Now then, Genjo, give your report, Kerama prompted. At their words, the robed skeleton rose and began to speak. The current number of casino visitors is approximately 5,000, he began calmly. Half of those are adventurers, added one skull. 30% are merchants, another chimed in. And the remaining 20% are residents of Roderick, a third finished. The skulls hanging from Genjo's neck began to speak in turn, delivering various pieces of the report one after the other. Casino occupancy is over 80%. Our hotel remains at full capacity, and we're planning an expansion. Prize redemption is showing signs of imbalance, and merchant resales are increasing. We are currently adjusting supply levels and pricing. Female visitor numbers are on the rise. This is likely due to the popularity of cosmetics and fashion-related prizes. We expect this trend to continue. It seemed like things at the casino were running smoothly. What about the new district being built above us? I asked, shifting the topic. Yesterday, the 7th building was completed, said one skull. 13 more are under construction, added another. As of now, the population stands at approximately 120 residents. Projections indicate continued growth. The new level district was progressing nicely as well. Not only did it complement the casino, but it brought in additional points on its own. Currently, the combined revenue sat around 1 million points. You've both done great work, I said, offering praise to avoid fueling more rivalry. Naturally, the moment I said that, Ito and Genjo locked eyes again. glaring with renewed intensity. They were obsessed with surpassing each other, each one hell-bent on being seen as the superior subordinate. Honestly? Let them fight it out. 39. The Meeting Mayhem. 2. Click me to read my NSFW novel projects. Love what I do? Help me keep doing it by making a donation for $1 or more through my Ko-fi. The Meeting Mayhem. 2. The meeting with the executive staff continued. I turned to the short-haired zombie woman dressed in a maid outfit. Maria, you're up next, I called out. She was the eldest of the zombie sisters, in charge of prize development and restocking. Everything's fine, Maria said curtly as she stood, then immediately sat back down. How are the other sisters? If you're short-staffed, I can always create more. Her report was far too brief, so I pressed a bit further. We have enough. No issues, she replied flatly. Originally a trio, the zombie sisters had recently expanded in number. The newly introduced prize line of clothing accessories had sold unexpectedly well, and they'd needed more hands to keep up. Unusually, Maria had insisted that any new members had to be zombies, and they had to look exactly like the original three, same face, same body type, same maid outfit, and so, the Maria sisters now numbered 23. They all looked identical, save for their hairstyles. Somehow, that one variance was non-negotiable. Honestly, I still had no idea how they differentiated themselves. Since our female clientele is growing, I want you to start developing new items, makeup, clothing, accessories, bags, shoes, hats, you name it. Already underway, she answered. Should have something ready soon. Apparently, the zombie girls were staying ahead of things, even without my prompting. Alright. Giant, you're next. Report on event planning and operations. Add Karima's queue. The floating meatball-like creature with 4 faces, Giant, began speaking. Events are progressing smoothly, Master Madaram, one of Giant's faces announced. The Battle Champion tournament is a big hit. We've passed 23 participants, said another. 12 trading companies have signed on as sponsors, added a third. Giant, like Ito and Genjo, was a multi-intellect monster. He oversaw entertainment operations at the casino. Business had remained strong, but the risk of stagnation was real. That's why we kept things fresh, new events, new themes, always something happening. The previous Battle Champion event had been such a success that we decided to turn it into a full-blown league. Our new theater has been fully booked every day since opening, said Giant's 4th face. Next week, we're bringing in a circus troupe for the plaza, added another. We're planning to build a concert hall as well. I'll prepare the paperwork for your review. He wasn't just running boxing matches. He was coordinating theater, circus shows, even music. Most of those ventures only needed a venue to function, which made them highly profitable. Customer satisfaction was high, and repeat visitors were steadily increasing. We were even getting requests from outside performers to host shows here. I was quite satisfied with Giant's work. Alright then, Zepitz, you're up, Karima said. The man in the jester's outfit stood, waving his hand as the puppet on his arm sprang to life atop the table. Master Madaram. Pikio here will handle the report. Yes, I will. The puppet declared, bouncing energetically. Hey now, don't get carried away, Zepitz muttered, his mouth flapping mechanically as he pretended to scold the puppet. How's the skeleton training coming along? I asked, though my eyes were focused on Pikio more than the jester. Training is progressing smoothly, Zepitz answered, lips jerking up and down. We're planning to create 3 more units this week. His eyes were vacant, no emotion, no focus. In truth, Zepitz was just a shell. The puppet, Pikio, was the real core. Using its strings, it controlled Zepitz like a reverse marionette. Their job was personnel training, more specifically, teaching the skeletons. Skeletons, as a rule, were artificially unintelligent. They didn't think for themselves. But with proper instruction, they could appear to. Previously, Karima and I had spent endless time drilling them ourselves, but that wasn't sustainable. So I created a specialist. Thanks to Zepitz and Pikio, we'd been able to mass-produce skeletons. Even existing ones could now be upgraded. I hoped they'd keep up the momentum. Zepitz, we're short on staff in the society. Send more skeletons our way, Ito cut in, asking for more personnel. Don't be absurd, Genjo snapped. You just had your skeletons replenished. It's our turn now. You've got a bunch of mindless puppets to control. Isn't that what all those skulls of yours are for? Oh please. You've got a bunch of artificially intelligent monsters doing all the work for you. I don't trust them. We're expanding the dungeon and hotel too, and we're understaffed. Back and forth they went, hurling complaints. The meeting started to spiral. Zeppets, send them to us, Ito pressed. No, it's our turn, Genjo insisted. Zeppets began to flail helplessly. I don't know what to do. If that's the case, Giant chimed in, I could use one more on my team as well. Ahaha. Utter chaos, utter chaos. Pikio laughed gleefully. Zeppets might have looked troubled, but his true self was clearly enjoying the pandemonium. Enough. Kerama barked. Everyone's short-handed. Stick to the prearranged allocation and deal with it. The room finally settled down. These were my dungeon's department heads. Ito and Genjo were the centerpieces, but each one had their own specialty. A fearsome lineup, if I do say so myself. But there was just one catch. They were all administrative types. Not a single one of them could fight. If it came down to a duel, I could probably take any of them one-on-one. That said, with these guys handling operations, the dungeon was thriving. I barely had to do anything anymore. Lastly, let me share my own report. I'd stepped back from running the casino directly, but that didn't mean I was without responsibility. Diplomacy with other dungeon masters in the society was still on me, and when it came to launching new ventures, I needed to take the lead. We've taken over 4 of the former Grand 8 dungeons through Mano investment. I'm thinking of converting them into resort zones. We'd acquired them, sure, but they were ridiculously large and unwieldy. So I was planning to knock out some floors and create massive open spaces, a summer floor with saltwater beaches, and a winter floor with skiing and skating. Just that. Given the cost, I plan to start small, I said, tapping my fingers on the armrest. The resort venture had the potential to be a game changer, but if it flopped, it could sink us. And frankly, I still wasn't sure if the people of this world would even enjoy things like swimming or skiing. We'd need to begin with simple activities, like pools and skating rinks, and see how well they were received. As I laid out the future plan, the executives all gave small, thoughtful nods. Since no one raised any objections, it looked like there was no harm in giving it a trial run. Kerama, how about from your side? I asked, turning my attention to my ever-dependable deputy. Kerama had their own portfolio to manage. Aside from overseeing the division heads and reporting back to me, I'd entrusted them with a few ventures of their own. We're preparing to open a second casino branch in the society, Kerama began. But the surrounding conditions aren't ideal. Also, the monster rental business hasn't been going well either. Both ideas had been mine. It stung a little to hear they weren't taking off. We're doing our best, Kerama added, but it seems there's some lingering distrust among the dungeon masters. They've been hesitant to get involved. Kerama lowered their head slightly, as if apologizing for my proposals not bearing fruit. It can't be helped, I replied with a shrug. It takes time to get things on track. To be honest, I wasn't exactly popular among the other dungeon masters. A lot of them had resented the Grand 8's dominance. But once they agreed to my proposal, that supposedly invincible stronghold collapsed in a flash. No surprise they were wary of my next move. That distrust will fade eventually. We'll just need to play the long game. No one in their right mind would trust a newcomer who appeared just yesterday. Keep going with the rental project too, I said. I still think it's something we'll need in the long run. Buying and selling monsters was already widespread. But no one ever sold their strongest creatures. Naturally, they were essential for defending your dungeon. No one would give those up. Sure, there were a few masters working as breeders. But even then, it was usually their excess stock being sold off. Buyers didn't expect much, they just needed fodder for training their main forces. But that system was useless when a dungeon was actually on the verge of being conquered. That's why I came up with the idea of renting out full monster units that had already been trained and reinforced. I introduced it because I believed it would become necessary one day, but it hadn't caught on. People were uncomfortable with relying on monsters that weren't directly under their control. That's fine, but the costs are piling up, Kerama pointed out, pulling up the expense reports. Karama wasn't wrong. The operation was burning through nearly half our daily income. But if we wanted to create monsters capable of repelling any adventurer, we couldn't cut corners. We had to pour in as many points as it took. Keep going anyway, I told them firmly. Don't hold back on the mana. Just make them strong. What started out as a way to help struggling dungeon masters had taken on a new meaning now. This wasn't the time to get stingy. Understood. I'll continue their development, Karama said, nodding with conviction. Karama understood. That's what made them so reliable. By the way, Master Madaram, Ito interjected, his many heads tilting slightly. What happened to those 4 individuals? Ah, right. Ito isn't in the loop. I still had one other daily task, opening the back gate of the dungeon once a day and allowing the 4 heroes inside. About that, I muttered, scratching my head. We've got a bit of a situation on our hands. Those 4 had shown up in my dungeon courtesy of the Grand Eight, one last parting gift before they were wiped out. Since they knew they wouldn't survive, they decided to take me down with them. They sold off all their monsters and used the points to hand over powerful items to the heroes. Then, they sixed them on me, hoping I'd get dragged into the grave with them. Well, my profits had soared, so I wasn't exactly complaining, but still, those bastards had sent me something far more dangerous than I anticipated. They've been throwing irregularities at us non-stop. It's completely derailed my original plans. To that extent? Ito asked, visibly surprised. Genjo and Karama both nodded in silent agreement. Just thinking about those 4 gave me a headache. 40, the 4 heroes and the unlikely 5th. Click me to read my NSFW novel projects. Love what I do? Help me keep doing it by making a donation for $1 or more through my Ko-fi. The 4 heroes and the unlikely 5th. It had been a month since the 4 heroes arrived. During that time, Kite had been gripped by a constant sense of frustration, so much so that he could barely focus on his work. Thankfully, the dungeon remained uncleared, and it seemed the hero's progress had reached a standstill. Altevmillion, who had once proudly declared she'd conquer it in a day, was growing more irritable by the day. Though they didn't show it openly, the other 3 heroes clearly shared her growing agitation, and Kite was no different. Every day, he watched their backs disappear through the dungeon's gate, his mind burning with curiosity. What exactly lay beyond that door? What kind of challenge could stall even the 4 heroes? There was no way that long, straight corridor extended on forever. That had to be just a psychological barrier, a trick to discourage over-curious adventurers from venturing too far. There had to be more beyond it, complex mechanisms meant to repel intruders. But Kite wasn't the one to see it. Why not him? Why wasn't he the first? It gnawed at him. He was the one who had found this dungeon. The one who brought it to everyone's attention. So why was everyone else getting to go deeper? Those thoughts screamed inside his mind, bouncing around like a storm. Of course, he knew it was irrational. Just because he found it didn't mean it belonged to him. Anyone had the right to challenge it. If someone was to blame, it was him, for having the ability but not the resolve to try. And now, it was too late. He had a position. Even if it was vague, acting deputy branch manager, he had work entrusted to him. Walking away from that now would be a betrayal of trust. More than anything, what would he even say to Melinda, who had followed him this far? Kite. Her voice pulled him out of his thoughts. He turned to see Melinda standing there. Something wrong? Trouble at work? Your uncle throwing more impossible demands at us? She asked. Kite tried to deflect by pretending to be caught up in administrative worries, and Melinda shoved a bag into his arms. Here. He looked down. It was a compact knapsack, one he used back when he explored dungeons. 1 day's worth of food and water, 5 healing and antidote potions. Standard day trip loadout, she said, matter-of-factly. Wait, what's this for? He asked, frowning. The gear had been gathering dust for ages. Why now? You want to go, don't you? Melinda glanced toward the dungeon gate. But my work, don't worry about that. I'll handle it. The rest of us will manage just fine. But even if I went, there's no way they let me come along. He meant the 4 heroes. There was no way they'd allow someone like him to accompany them. Maybe they will, maybe they won't. You won't know unless you ask. This might be your only chance to see what's inside. So just try. See what happens, Melinda urged, her tone casual but firm. Even with her encouragement, Kite couldn't quite bring himself to move. Just go already, Melinda said. She stepped beside him and literally gave him a push forward. I don't want to keep watching the back of a man who gave up. All right. The moment he said that, it was like a weight had lifted off his shoulders. He felt lighter, freer, like the burdens he'd carried so long had finally slipped away. Melinda, I'll make this up to you. I swear. He turned around and made his promise. Sure, sure. I won't hold my breath, she replied with a teasing wave, already shooing him along. At the gate, the four heroes stood assembled as usual. Perhaps because they were about to face battle, a tense atmosphere crackled around them. Onlookers watched them in awe, but none dared speak. Kite took a deep breath and stepped forward. He called out, forcing his voice steady as he approached them. What? Altair shot back with a tone full of irritation. I have a request, Kite said plainly. May I accompany you on this expedition? There was no other way to learn what lay beyond. The symbols inside the vault were unusable. Not even the guild master would make an exception for him. And while Kite had some rapport with the skeletal manager, it wasn't the sort of relationship that would grant him any special treatment. Huh? Why the hell would I want to drag someone like you along? Wait. Who even are you? Predictably, she shut him down on the spot. Kite had expected that. There was no reason someone like him should be allowed to follow the four heroes. But even so, this was the only path left. I'm Kite. An adventurer from Roderick. If you let me join you, I promise I'll prove useful. Altair stared at him, her eyes shimmering faintly blue. She wasn't just looking, she was measuring the mana inside him. This is a waste of time. She must have gauged his power and deemed him worthless. She didn't even try to entertain the idea, and rightly so. These were the world's top adventurers. Plenty or people would give anything to fight by their side. For someone like him, a mid-tier adventurer at best, to even ask was presumptuous. Even so, he pressed, I know more about this dungeon than anyone else. I'm sure I can contribute. That part wasn't a lie. He'd been the first to discover the dungeon and had continued exploring it without pause ever since. At first, he'd only been hooked on the gambling. But over time, the constant changes inside fascinated him, and he began documenting every tiny anomaly and event. There wasn't a single person who understood this dungeon better than he did. Of that, Kite was absolutely certain. Perhaps moved by his determination, Altair glanced back at the others. The remaining three heroes returned her look, then averted their eyes in silent refusal. Fine, she sighed. But if you drag us down, we're leaving you behind. Understood? I won't be a burden. Kite was fully prepared. Melinda had packed his rucksack, and he always kept his gear close. His sword and armor were already equipped, and thanks to his regular training, he hadn't gone soft. After a short wait, the skeletal manager appeared, dressed in a sharp tailcoat. My, Sir Kite. Will you be joining the party today? Yes, Kite replied, nodding. I can't help but wonder what's deeper inside. Would it be alright if I came along? Even if the manager refused, he couldn't complain. But the familiar skeleton granted permission without hesitation. Not at all. We did say a few attendants would be permitted. It seemed his presence had been approved. The skeletal manager lightly touched the door, and with that small gesture, the entrance to the deeper level slowly creaked open. Please, enjoy yourselves. With practiced elegance, the manager bowed his skull in a show of respect. 41. Riddles in the Playroom, Unmasking the Liar. Click me to read my NSFW novel projects. Love what I do? Help me keep doing it by making a donation for $1 or more through my Ko-fi. Riddles in the Playroom, Unmasking the Liar. As the door shut behind them, a staircase leading downward revealed itself. It was Kite's second time descending these steps. He calmed his racing heart and followed the stairs, where the same endless hallway he had seen before stretched out in front of him. It extended so far it seemed to vanish to a single point, like a perfect example of one-point perspective. Traversing it on foot would be tedious, but that didn't worry him. You should be grateful, Lady Altair sniffed, pulling out a neatly folded handkerchief. Normally, I wouldn't bother giving a ride to someone who just tagged along like you. But I don't want people thinking I'm stingy, so I'll let you on. She tossed the handkerchief toward the floor. As soon as it landed, it began to unfold, twice, 3 times, 4, 5, until it spread into a carpet-sized cloth and finally stopped. Compression magic? Kite murmured, watching in awe. He'd never seen it in use before. Ordinarily, folding something like paper or cloth more than 8 times was impossible due to its increasing thickness. But compression magic reduced an object's thickness by half, allowing folds beyond the natural limit. Still, it could only be used on thin materials like fabric or paper. Because of that limitation, it wasn't commonly used and had few practitioners. "Rise, carpet," commanded Lady Altair. With a soft flutter, the cloth lifted into the air. A flying carpet, one of the legendary glass magic tools. It couldn't soar very high, but it could glide through the air at about the speed of a horse. With this, they could cross the hallway with ease. Kite had doubted the 4 heroes would walk all that distance on foot. It made sense they'd possess tools like these. "You're not even surprised," she pouted, her lips twitching in visible annoyance. Clearly, his reaction, or lack of one, hadn't met her expectations. Compression magic was a highly advanced spell, and flying carpets were rare artifacts. She had probably wanted to impress him. After a moment's thought, Kite offered his reply. "Lady Altair, your reputation precedes you. I'd heard of such feats beforehand. But seeing them with my own eyes, and even getting to ride this carpet, it's truly an honor beyond words." That seemed to strike the right chord. Her expression softened, visibly pleased by the flattery. He hadn't lied, either. The 4 heroes were legends among adventurers. Stories of their exploits, their techniques, and their equipment spread far and wide. Many tried to imitate them in the hopes of catching some of their glory. "Well then, I'm giving you a rare treat, so get on already," she ordered with a flourish. Kite made a show of being awestruck and climbed aboard. To his surprise, the ride truly was incredible. The carpet floated as if gliding over water, ignoring minor bumps or obstacles and carrying them across the monotonous hallway in no time at all. When they reached the far end, another door stood waiting. His chest tightened with anticipation. He had lost sleep wondering what lay beyond this point. The 4 heroes turned toward him, giving him a look that clearly indicated he was to take the lead. It made sense, they'd already cleared this part, but it also felt like a test, to see if he could prove himself useful. Kite gave a sharp nod and stepped forward. Even with them behind him, he didn't lower his guard. Drawing his blade, he reached for the door and pushed it open. A blinding light spilled through the crack, forcing him to shield his eyes. His vision quickly adjusted. But the scene that awaited him wasn't at all what he expected. A room carpeted in soft pink, complete with desks and chairs, toy blocks, wheeled pool toys, and balls. Crayon drawings lined the walls. On the floor, plush animal-shaped dolls stood in human-like form, and at the far end, another door waited. Beside it, a mountain of cushions was stacked high. A children's room. That was the only way he could describe it. Yet nothing could feel more out of place in a dungeon like this. Just as he lowered his sword, one of the plush toys stirred. The stuffed animals, with faces like cats, dogs, and other creatures, began moving. They painted pictures, played with blocks, and engaged in pretend cooking games. "Living dolls?" Kite muttered, narrowing his eyes. He'd encountered doll-type monsters before, usually crafted from wood or heavy ceramic. But these were soft, fabric-made, and unarmed. They didn't appear hostile at all. There were 8 of them in total: an elephant, a squirrel, a chicken, a cat, a rabbit, a hippo, a dog, and a bear. "Oh! Big brothers and sisters are back," chirped the cat-faced doll as it spotted the group. The others perked up and rushed toward them in excitement. Kite tensed instinctively, but their movements weren't threatening. In fact, the 4 heroes seemed well acquainted with them, and the dolls obviously adored them. "Have you all been doing well?" Lady Christania asked kindly as she embraced the cat and rabbit dolls hugging her. "Here, grab on," Sigurd said, lifting the hippo, dog, and bear dolls into the air with a single hand. The other dolls crowded around Jaegeri without fear. The elephant-faced one scrambled up his robes, while the chicken-faced doll clutched his mask and triumphantly perched atop his head. Apparently, there was no immediate danger here. Kite relaxed and slid his sword back into its sheath. As he observed the room, the squirrel plush quietly approached him. But it seemed shy, fidgeting with its tiny hands while glancing up at him with big, anxious eyes. The gesture was almost too adorable to resist. Kite bent down, hoping to get closer, but he noticed the little plush stiffen suddenly. Its gaze wasn't on him anymore, it was locked on Lady Altair. All the other heroes were surrounded by the living dolls. Only she remained untouched. And though she made no move to join them, her posture radiated a subtle loneliness, as if she'd been left out. The squirrel plush and Lady Altair stared at each other. Slowly, she extended a pale hand from beneath her fiery dress. But the moment her fingers reached out, the squirrel burst into tears. Though it was only a stuffed doll, it shed real tears, crying like a frightened child. One by one, the rest of the plush toys began to cry as well. In seconds, the room was filled with soft, pitiful wails. There. It's all right. No need to cry, Lady Christania cooed, trying to soothe them. When we first came here, she added gently, turning to Kite, Altair burned the lot of them. Ever since then, they cry whenever she gets too close. So that was it. It was hard to blame them. Hey, Christania. I mean, come on. It wasn't my fault. Altair's panicked voice rang out. Sure, they might look cute, but these things were still monsters. No one would blame someone for defeating them. But to burn such adorable creatures. Kite turned toward Lady Altair again, only to see the ashen witch avert her gaze. Don't look at me like that, she muttered under her breath. It seemed she did feel some regret. Right, so, what exactly are we supposed to do now? Kite almost forgot why they came here in the first place. Big brother wants to go to the back too? The squirrel plush who had cried earlier wiped her tears and spoke up. Then you have to find the liar. If you can figure out who the liar is, you can go through. As she explained, the elephant plush trotted over and added more details. The door opens when you get the right answer. But you only get 3 tries. If you fail all 3 times, you can't try again. The elephant pointed toward the door at the back of the room. Ah, I see. So, it's a riddle. Every now and then, dungeons like that did exist. It seemed one of the dolls here was lying, and finding that liar would unlock the door. Only 3 chances. Fail all of them, and you'd be sent back to the surface. The first time through, we didn't even realize that and got sent back up, Christania explained, glancing at Altair. It wasn't my fault. No one told me I wasn't supposed to kill them. She grumbled, turning to Kite. I already know the answer, she declared smugly. But I'm not telling. Since you're supposedly so familiar with this dungeon, I'm sure you can figure it out on your own. Naturally, you'll get it on the first try, right? A sly smile curled on her lips. Altair, be reasonable, Christania cut in gently, expecting him to get it in one go. But Kite had insisted on coming this far with them. If he wanted to prove his worth, he needed to deliver. All right then. Will you give me the clues? He asked the squirrel plush. I can only say what I'm allowed to. So, here's all I can tell you. My name is Rick. I have a close friend. Zoe doesn't have a crush on anyone. That's it. That's all? Kite raised an eyebrow. Yup. That's everything. Good luck finding the liar. With that, Rick the squirrel scurried off. So that was the clue. It seemed he'd have to gather statements from the others and piece them together. He started with the rabbit plush. My name is Björn. There are 2 couples here. I also have a close friend. Next, he approached the cat plush. My name is Mick. If you listen to all 8 of us, you'll know who the liar is. I don't have a crush on anyone. Then came the dog. I'm Cora. Bio has someone he's dating. Hippo likes Björn. I don't have a crush on anyone. After Cora, he spoke to the bear plush. My name is Teed. Someone likes Mick. Pian isn't dating anyone. Kite knelt in front of the elephant. I'm Zoe. Teed is dating someone. I have one best friend. Next was the chicken. I'm Bio. I have a girlfriend. Rick likes Cora. Finally, he spoke to the hippo. I'm Hippo. Cora and Zoe are always together. I have someone I like. With that, he had collected all the statements. He jotted everything down and tried to make sense of it. At a glance, Nothing seemed blatantly false. All the clues sounded reasonable. But the more he compared them, the more something felt off. Some statements couldn't all be true at once. One plush might say something weird, but still tell the truth about other things, which would mean they weren't lying overall. It was subtle, but the inconsistency was there. He didn't find the answer right away, so he started checking the room again. Maybe there was another clue. Figures it wouldn't be that easy, he muttered, scouring the room for anything useful. It wasn't a large space. Kite quickly finished inspecting it. The door to the back, 9 pictures on the wall. Is that a clue? There was a pile of cushions, 5 wheeled toys, and 4 balls. At the table, 5 plushies sat drawing with Lady Christania. In the center of the room, Sigurd played with the hippo, lifting it high in the air, while Jaegeri performed coin tricks for the dog and elephant. In the corner, Altair sat in a chair, pouting in visible boredom. Kite noticed 2 chairs by his feet. He pulled one over and sat down, arranging the clues he'd written and sorting through them in his head. They all seem mostly true, but just slightly off in ways that don't line up. Somewhere in there, someone is cheating. But where? What part of the information is being tampered with? A flash of insight struck Kite like lightning. He scanned the room again. There weren't many places to hide. No, there was only one. He walked to the pile of cushions and pushed them aside. There, buried underneath, was a crocodile-faced plush. Found you. Are you dating Mick? The crocodile nodded. My name is Arya. I'm dating Mick. That confirmed it. Kite picked up Arya and turned toward the cat. Mick, that was naughty of you. You're the liar, aren't you? Mick looked away, guilt flashing across her plush face. You caught me. As she confessed, the other dolls collapsed in place, lifeless. Even Arya, who had been in his arms, turned into just a stuffed toy again. The door at the back creaked open. So, the lie wasn't just in the statements, it was in the very premise that there were only 8 plushies. But the clues had been there all along. 9 drawings on the wall. 9 chairs. 9 toys. It had all added up to 9, not 8. The entire room itself was a puzzle. I've solved it. Kite held up the now limp as proof. But the 4 heroes stared at him in stunned silence. Wait. Seriously? No way. He blinked at their expressions. Why are you all so surprised? They know the answer is Mick, right? There was a 9th one? Christania gasped. That's what surprised them? Wait, how did you solve the puzzle without finding this one? He looked at them in disbelief. Without discovering Eric, the solution would have been impossible. Well, we had 3 tries, so. Sigurd muttered awkwardly. We brute forced it. Got the right answer on the 5th attempt. Jaegeri's deadpan voice explained the rest. Technically, you could guess correctly within 3 tries if you knew who was lying. But still. Kite turned toward the 4 legendary warriors. The heroes, who had never known defeat, looked away, awkward and sheepish. 42, Bones and Deceptions. Click me to read my NSFW novel projects. Love what I do? Help me keep doing it by making a donation for $1 or more through my Ko-fi. Bones and Deceptions. Even after Kite and the 4 heroes had cleared the first puzzle together, a few simpler riddles followed. Adorable animals and caricature dolls presented the challenges. The puzzles were well thought out, but all of them were easy enough to solve quickly. And there was virtually no danger involved. In a way, it was just as Kite had expected. This dungeon never made its danger visible. There was no way a horde of monsters waited just beyond a door like this. Having cute dolls deliver the riddles was likely a deliberate tactic to suppress any sense of threat. Another puzzle cleared, another door passed, and the 4 heroes were left stunned. I can't believe he caught up in just a single day, Sigurd muttered, flabbergasted. Then what does that say about all the time we spent? Christania added with a sigh. Apparently, they hadn't been solving any of the puzzles themselves. They'd brute-forced their way through the trials by trying every combination until they stumbled on the right answer. They were powerful, no doubt, but each of them specialized in specific fields. Riddles and mind games clearly weren't one of them. Still, that was their way of doing things, and Kite had no intention of pointing it out. He could read the room. Well done, I suppose, Altair huffed, jabbing a finger toward him. But don't let it go to your head. He really wanted to say he wasn't full of himself at all, if only he had the nerve. In the next room, Someone like you will be completely useless anyway. Why are you acting like you're the one running this dungeon? Kite retorted mentally, biting back a sigh. He laughed awkwardly to smooth things over and stepped through the door. This time, it wasn't another tiny room. Instead, he emerged into a much larger space. It resembled a ruined village, collapsed fences, crumbling homes, withered trees scattered across the area. On the far end stood a large door, no doubt the path forward. Kite's eyes quickly caught movement in the shadows, behind the trees, between the ruins. Figures were hiding. Skeletal ones. And there were quite a few of them. "Welcome, and thank you for coming," came a voice from the right. Kite turned to see a skeleton standing upright, holding an hourglass in one hand. Beside it on the ground glowed a faintly blue magic circle. To its left stood a large table cluttered with strange objects. The objects looked like they were made of metal, some L-shaped and palm-sized, others long and rod-like, one even the size of a log. Kite didn't recognize what they were for, but from the rugged design, he could guess, weapons. While the four heroes no longer require an explanation, we shall review the rules from the start for Master Kite's benefit, the skeleton announced politely. Clearly, the creature was being operated remotely by the dungeon master. It knew who he was and had prepared a proper explanation. "As you may have already noticed, numerous skeletons are hidden throughout this floor," it continued, raising a bony hand. As it did, one of the hidden skeletons emerged from the ruins. "You are to eliminate these skeletons using the special weapons we have prepared. These guns." The guide skeleton picked up one of the strange devices and pointed it at the exposed skeleton. With a pull of a trigger, similar to a crossbow's, a sharp pop rang out. The mechanical parts shifted, and a white flash burst from the barrel. From the way it looked, Kite could tell the white light was a form of holy magic. Most likely, the guns were magic tools. The light was faint and didn't seem particularly powerful. But when it struck the skeleton's head, the monster shattered in an instant. "There is one skeleton among them that acts as the boss of this room. If you defeat it before the sand in this hourglass runs out, the door to the next room will open." A simple, straightforward rule. "I've got a few questions," Kite interjected, stepping forward. "Go ahead." "We're not allowed to use regular weapons or magic, correct?" "That is correct. You must defeat them using only the weapons provided here. Anything else will be rendered ineffective." "What a pain," Altair muttered from behind him. "If I used one of my grand spells, I could scorch this whole floor in a heartbeat." Kite didn't doubt her. The Ashen Witch had no qualms about turning them all to ash. "There are several types of guns available. Their performance varies by type, so feel free to try them out," the skeleton added, gesturing to the table. Kite picked up a small one and tried it as instructed. A white flash shot straight out. Its accuracy seemed decent, even at long range. Just like the guide skeleton said, the guns came in many forms. The long, narrow ones were good for shooting at distant targets. The thick, long ones had more firepower and could fire rapidly, but their recoil was strong due to the aggressive mechanical movements. There were smaller models that fired rapidly but had weaker output, and single-shot weapons with immense power. "Weaker guns require multiple hits to take down a skeleton," the guide explained. "To eliminate one in a single shot, either use a more powerful gun or aim for the head." So their weak point was the head. Each weapon had its strengths and weaknesses. The four heroes already seemed to know what suited them best. They picked their preferred guns without hesitation. Altair, unable to carry heavy weapons, chose two high-powered single-shot guns. Sigurd, confident in his strength, grabbed the largest one available. It packed serious firepower and could shoot rapidly, but was heavy and kicked back hard. It suited the burly warrior perfectly. Jaeger selected a small, rapid-fire model with light recoil, ideal for someone constantly in motion. Christania picked a long, staff-like gun. It didn't support rapid fire, but had impressive range. She clearly planned to take out enemies from afar without moving. "If at any point you wish to forfeit," the skeleton added, pointing to the glowing blue circle beside it, "please step inside this magic circle." It was another form of holy magic, Kite realized. Weak, but enough to form a barrier against skeletons. "This zone is outside the battlefield. Skeletons cannot enter it. Everything else outside this circle is part of the game field." He doubted anyone would give up, but it was clearly a built-in safety measure. Then, Shall we begin? Everyone ready? Very well, start. The guide skeleton flipped the hourglass as soon as everyone nodded in agreement. The moment the start was declared, Sigurd charged forward. Jaeger leapt onto a rooftop in one bound. Christania dropped to the ground and took aim at distant enemies, and Altair whirled through the battlefield, her skirt fluttering as she opened fire with abandon. As expected of the combat-specialized Golden Party, they were a force of nature. Sigurd bulldozed through the front lines, mowing down skeletons as he went. Jaeger darted across the field at blinding speed, eliminating enemies before the eye could track him. Even the rearguards, Altair and Christania, weren't falling behind. The latter in particular was terrifying. With a bright, almost sing-song voice, she called out, "Found you, Tilda." As she sniped far-off skeletons with surgical precision, a cheerful smile lighting up her face. It was a smile no saintess should ever wear. "Wow," Kite murmured, genuinely impressed. "They've really put in the hours." "There's no doubt," the guide skeleton beside him agreed with a tone of admiration. "This is already their 10th time through. At this rate, I imagine they'll set another record." Despite the four heroes' relentless pace, the floor was vast, and the time limit short. No matter how hard they pushed, they could probably only clear about half the enemies. "Do they always clear this many?" Kite asked, glancing toward the skeleton. Indeed. They were a bit unsure at first, but they quickly adapted. They really were prodigies. That much was clear. But something about the whole setup was nagging at Kite. "Hey, let me ask you something. The boss of this room, the real target, is definitely on this floor, right?" "Absolutely," the skeleton replied confidently. "And always in a location where they can be found. We do not resort to cheap tricks like hiding them underground or sealing them inside walls." It was proud of its fairness. Kite believed it. This dungeon wasn't the type to use underhanded deception, not when it prided itself on well-balanced challenges. And yet, something didn't add up. With the four heroes cutting through enemies at this pace, even with luck factored in, they should have cleared this room within 4 or 5 attempts. "Hey! What do you think you're doing slacking off? Get moving. We're trying to beat the record here." Altair snapped, launching a complaint without remembering the original purpose of the room. Kite ignored her for the moment and focused his thoughts. If this room had been designed like the others, brute force wouldn't work anymore. There had to be a trick, something intentional preventing the boss from being found by accident or simple process of elimination. He wasn't sure if the four heroes had picked up on that. Right now, they were just doing what they always did, slaughtering every skeleton in sight. Kite thought back through everything and decided he could solve this. But if the four heroes hadn't stumbled on the solution by now, there had to be a reason why. The boss skeleton must be hiding. But where? Sigurd blasted through any shadowy areas or debris where one might be concealed. Jaeger was systematically clearing buildings and hidden spots with methodical efficiency. Christania had the distant ones covered with unerring aim and a disturbingly bright smile, while Altair made sure no one approached. It seemed unlikely that any targets had slipped through. So Kite shifted his line of thinking. Don't focus on where the skeleton is. Think about where the dungeon master would put it to be clever. What would surprise me? This was why he had come, to understand the mind of the one who built this place. Could it be invisible? A tiny skeleton? It was an interesting theory, but unlikely. If that were the case, the dungeon would have said so up front. It didn't play games that left people complaining after the fact. Maybe the ceiling? People rarely looked up. He tilted his head back and scanned the ceiling. Nothing. Of course not. While it might fool average adventurers, the people here were all seasoned. Especially Jaeger, who constantly leapt through the air and kept an eye on all directions. Then it clicked. Kite's eyes widened. Vision. The four heroes only attacked what entered their field of view. If they hadn't found the boss yet, then maybe it was somewhere they hadn't looked. Somewhere outside their line of sight. Their blind spot. Is me. All four of them faced forward, never backward. They'd already confirmed the area behind them was clear, so naturally, they never looked again. But they were wrong. There was a skeleton right nearby, not even trying to hide. "I've got it," Kite whispered. He picked up a small gun and, without hesitation, aimed it straight at the forehead of the guide skeleton. He pulled the trigger. A flash of white light burst from the barrel, and the skeleton crumbled in an instant. Correct, the fallen skull said with a creaking chuckle, its jaw rattling as if it were grinning. At the same moment, every skeleton in the room disintegrated, collapsing into bones. The large door at the far end of the room creaked open. So it really was you, Kite said quietly. Everyone had assumed the guide was simply a non-combatant, there to explain the rules. But it was still a skeleton. There had never been a rule saying he couldn't shoot it. And technically, the entire room outside the magic circle was part of the battlefield. The hints had all been there. The dungeon's master had simply left them in plain sight. Altair's voice rang out, sharp with disbelief. Wait, what? It's over? You killed it? The other heroes turned toward him, each wearing a mix of irritation and confusion. Kite offered a placating smile. Don't worry. I'm pretty sure they'll add this game upstairs too. Right? He asked, glancing down at the guide's remains. The scattered bones clacked together and reassembled with uncanny ease. For something so easy to destroy, it sure reformed quickly. Indeed, the skeleton confirmed, standing upright once more. We are currently planning to implement a similar facility in the upstairs casino. For real? Altair cried, rushing toward it along with the other heroes. The plush toys and other puzzles they'd encountered before were likely part of the same testing phase. Kite suspected they had just been helping trial the dungeon's upcoming attractions. We hope to open it to the public very soon. Do come by and enjoy yourselves, the skeleton added. The four heroes lit up at the news. Kite had a strong feeling none of them would be diving into the dungeon again anytime soon. Rumor had it they were settling down here. Sigurd was planning to build a dojo. Altair had purchased a large estate, calling it her new villa. Christania was gathering donations to establish a new church. Kite wasn't sure about Jaegeri, but he suspected the man would stay too. If the four heroes were staying, then Kite had to ask himself, what was his role here? What was the one thing only he could do? Excuse me, he said, stepping away from the others and addressing the guide's skeleton. Would it be alright if I continued taking on these challenges? 43. Beasts Below the Abyss. Click me to read my NSFW novel projects. Love what I do? Help me keep doing it by making a donation for $1 or more through my Ko-fi. Beasts Below the Abyss. After finishing the daily routine with the four heroes, I was cruising through my dungeon on the floating platform. Normally, I wouldn't need something this extravagant, but this hallway stretched endlessly straight ahead. I could barely see the end of it. Yeah. My dungeon has gotten pretty damn big. Ever since I took down the Grand Eight and secured the highest recorded mana in history, my dungeon had undergone a complete transformation. Now, it had grown to such depths that I could proudly call it an abyss. Its layout could be divided into four major sections. The first was the casino and hotel floors. The casino had expanded to a whopping 7 layers, and the hotel now covered 5 floors. On top of that, I'd added venues for special events, making the whole area massive. Still, no matter how vast it was, this whole section counted as just one floor under dungeon regulations. What really mattered was the path that led to the dungeon core. Any floors not directly connected to the main route didn't count. Next came the area beyond the first gate, the same zone the four heroes had taken on. It was packed with time-wasting hallways and gimmicky puzzle rooms. Beyond the airsoft battlefield, there were also amusements like go-karts, bowling alleys, and batting cages, lined up like a damn theme park. These were all meant to distract adventurers, of course. But I had to admit, I enjoyed playing around in those facilities too. In total, they spanned 30 floors, plenty or padding to slow down any challenges. Then came the empty floors. Long, straight corridors, a staircase, then more corridors. Rinse and repeat. But these weren't meant to waste time. They existed so I could add new traps or structures anytime enemy forces got too close. Basically, a buffer zone. There were about 100 floors worth of empty space there. Ideally, I'd never have to use them, but if the time came, I'd be glad they were there. And finally, there was the last floor surrounding the dungeon core. Right before the core, there was a huge chamber with a pompous-looking throne set in the center. If adventurers ever managed to make it that far, that's where the final battle would happen. I'd rather avoid that, honestly. The room didn't serve much purpose outside of a last stand. Even the throne, I'd only ever sat on it a few times. What mattered more was the operational section located just behind the core. At the heart of it all was the monitor room overseeing the casino, along with the prize department staffed by zombie girls. These two facilities had been completely renovated and scaled up, now bigger and more advanced than ever. The monitor room looked like a full-blown command center. A massive screen dominated the front wall, while desks were arranged in tiers like a lecture hall. Intelligent skeletons bustled around, each focused on their tasks. And at the very center, working like a 10-armed general, was Genjo, complete with a skull dangling from his neck. Next door, the prize department had morphed into a cutting-edge fashion lab. 23 zombie maids kept up with the latest trends, designing new clothes and cosmetics, churning out fresh merchandise on the daily. Beside them, 5 replication machines roared as they manufactured and restocked prizes non-stop. Further down were the planning division that handled events, the training division that raised skeleton personnel, and more. I'd also added conference rooms in various sizes, private offices for the top brass, and even a teleportation gate to the society. There was a possession room for housing puppets and a private suite for myself. With all its upgraded functions, this place had become the true heart of the dungeon, even if it was still smaller than the other 3 zones. Until recently, that is. As the floating platform carried me deeper, I passed rows of square recesses carved into the floor on both sides, gaping pits, really. Just looking into them sent a chill down my spine. Down in those depths, vicious-looking monsters were stored like nuclear missiles in silos. They were either created or purchased, each one confined to prevent them from killing each other. I hadn't seriously deployed any monsters as combat units before, but since I'd started buying and renting them out, I needed facilities like this now. Flying past the rows, I reached a particularly massive pit, a battle arena for monster duels. Near the edge stood a control desk with a lever, and in front of it stood a white skeleton, stiff and upright. Perched on its hand was Kerama. "Master Madaram, have you finished dealing with the 4 heroes?" Kerama noticed me and gave a respectful bow. "Always the proper one, that one." "Yeah. How's it going on your end?" "It's just about to start." They glanced down into the pit with practiced discipline. The arena below had several doors lining its walls. Following Kerama's instructions, a nearby skeleton moved to operate the levers on the control console. With a heavy grind, 2 of the doors swung open simultaneously. A deep rumble shook the arena floor as 2 monsters emerged. From one door came a massive dragon, its golden scales shimmering like treasure. Thunder danced across its enormous horns, casting crackling sparks into the air. From the other door appeared a towering giant, a living iceberg. White frost clung to its form, and every movement sent a biting chill through the surroundings, freezing anything too close. Both were legendary floor masters from the Grand 8 dungeons, monsters once considered invincible. The Thunder Dragon and Frost Giant locked eyes, growling low and fierce. Electricity clashed with icy breath, their threats turning tangible. The moment tension reached its peak and the clash seemed inevitable, a third door creaked open. Both monsters immediately turned their heads toward it. As if sensing something formidable beyond, they halted their snarling and stared intently into the darkness beyond the threshold. Whatever was inside wasn't visible yet. Suddenly, both the dragon and the giant let out synchronized roars toward the shadowy doorway. They bellowed repeatedly, as though to ward off an unseen terror. The so-called strongest monsters in the realm. And they were both visibly on edge. From the shadows behind the door emerged a massive creature. A beast with the body of a lion and the horns of a bull. Its black fur bristled like iron wires, and beneath the skin, tightly packed muscles strained to burst free. Twisted horns pierced the air above its head, and its fanged maw gleamed like a row of swords. Riding atop the beast was a knight clad in pitch-black armor. Even his great sword, resting against his back beneath folded eagle wings, was the same obsidian hue. Despite the giant's howls, the beast didn't flinch. It strode to the center of the arena with steady confidence. Once there, the knight unfolded his wings and leapt from the beast's back, landing with grace. The knight was smaller than the dragon or the giant, and so was the horned lion. But size didn't matter here. Still, the towering foes hesitated, shrinking back. Even they couldn't bring themselves to charge recklessly. And yet, there was no escape. Their pride as apex predators wouldn't allow retreat. The two monsters lunged first, just as expected. The Thunder Dragon roared and discharged a massive bolt from its mouth. The Frost Giant released a wave of freezing energy from every inch of its body. Death came swirling toward the knight and the beast, lightning and ice strong enough to annihilate armies. But neither flinched. The lion opened its mouth, blue-white light gathering in its throat. It fired a beam of destructive force that met the frost wave head-on. The two energies clashed in midair, pushing against each other. Despite the giant's overwhelming force, the lion's beam pushed back. Inch by inch, the ice lost ground, until finally, the giant ducked its head and turned away, forced to retreat. Meanwhile, the knight lifted his great sword, pale blue energy crackling along the blade. He brought it down against the oncoming bolt of judgment. The sword split the thunder in two. The blinding lightning exploded and vanished without a trace. The dragon and giant stared, dumbfounded. Their strongest attacks, nullified. And their enemies weren't waiting. The lion darted forward with speed that defied its size. The knight soared low to the ground on his wings, streaking straight toward the dragon. Realizing the charge, the giants prepared for close combat. The frost giant raised its massive club and brought it down at the lion's skull, hoping to crush it like a nut. The blow landed perfectly, yet the lion didn't fall. It had taken the strike with its thick neck, absorbing the impact. With a deafening roar, the lion threw its body upward, knocking the club aside. The stunned giant recovered quickly, swinging again. The lion met the blow with its horns this time. The second clash was evenly matched, both parties knocked backward. But the lion recovered first, swinging its horns once more. The third impact shattered the deadlock. For a moment, both titans froze. Then a crack split the giant's club, the weapon snapping in half. The lion charged, ramming its horns into the giant's skull and driving it back across the arena. The momentum didn't stop until the horn pierced the far wall, pinning the giant like a bug. Even then, the frost giant wasn't dead. Instead of retaliating, it wrapped its arms around the lion and held it tight. White frost surged from its body, enveloping the lion in a deathly chill. But the lion didn't stop either. It forced its horns deeper, tearing at the giant's innards. The ice spread fast, encasing the lion's body, then layering again and again. Eventually, both were sealed together in a single frozen sculpture, silent and still. Back in the air, the knight glided just above ground, until a sudden blow from the side sent him tumbling. He crashed across the arena floor like a skipped stone and managed to rise, only to spot the Thunder Dragon's massive tail retreating from the scene. A horizontal whip strike, lightning fast and brutal. Undeterred, the knight adjusted his helmet with one hand and rushed forward again. The wicked dragon watched the movement with a calculating smirk. If the opponent remained on the ground, it could sweep them away with its tail as many times as needed. If they leapt to dodge, a blast of lightning breath would intercept them mid-air. There'd be no evading that. And in the air, they couldn't strike like they had before. It was the perfect setup, one that had felled countless adventurers before. With absolute confidence, the dragon swung its tail, but that confidence was shattered, along with its tail, in a spray of blood. The thick appendage was severed and flung into the air. Far below, like a pebble on the ground, a small knight stood tall with a bloodied sword raised high. He had cleaved the tail, thicker than a tree trunk, with a single, lightning-fast stroke. The dragon's twin eyes blazed with fury as the pain registered. Wounded by such a small creature, it lashed out, driven purely by instinct, claws bared and swiping to kill. But that was a mistake. An attack born of rage was sloppy. The knight nimbly slipped between the fangs and claws and slipped into the dragon's blind spot. With a powerful swing of his great sword, he carved deep into its left hind leg. Dragon scales, famed for their steel-like hardness, were split open, spraying blood as they scattered. Realizing its blunder, the dragon abruptly collapsed its posture on purpose, its next move a reckless one. It intended to crush the knight beneath the weight of its own massive body. The knight kicked off the ground and flared his eagle-like wings, desperately trying to escape the tidal wave of flesh. He managed to avoid being crushed, but a beat later, claws rained down from above and ensnared him. Feeling the solid grip of its right claw, the lightning dragon twisted its mouth into a grin. But that smirk soon contorted into a grimace of pain. From the back of its massive hand, between those monstrous claws, something sharp erupted. A protrusion burst through its armored scales. Beneath its palm, the knight had thrust his great sword straight up, resisting even while pinned. The dragon attempted to rise while forcing its weight downward, trying to smother him by sheer pressure. But all that did was widen the wound. Frustrated, the Thunder Dragon changed tactics. Its body sparked to life as it channeled a surge of lightning into its palm. A high-voltage current, strong enough to vaporize metal, flowed down the sword, straight into the knight's body. The knight withstood it, grit and defiant, but the dragon didn't relent. It poured power into the attack, electrifying its hand for as long as its strength would hold. 44. The Dungeon's True Threat. Click me to read my NSFW novel projects. Love what I do? Help me keep doing it by making a donation for $1 or more through my Ko-fi. The Dungeon's True Threat. In the massive arena, a glacier-like chunk of ice loomed while the stench of scorched flesh clung thick in the air. Frozen solid within the ice, the lion stood still, while the knight, charred black and smoking, remained with his sword raised high. All that remained was to shatter the ice and tear the roasted black knight apart with a swipe of the claw. Just as the frost giant loosened its grip and the Thunder Dragon began to lift its claw in preparation, the beast and the knight, both thought defeated, snapped open their eyes. Their blazing red irises flared like twin flames. Their voices echoed across the arena in unison. The thick ice cracked apart, and a massive sword slashed into the dragon's arm. Realizing its prey was still alive, the giant grabbed the lion's horn with its left hand and pummeled its head with a right hook. But the lion didn't stop. Even with its head repeatedly bashed and its left eye crushed, it roared furiously and raised its neck. The giant released a wave of white frost from its gripping hand, attempting to freeze the horn, but the bull's horn began to glow faintly blue, repelling the frost. Power surged from the lion's thick neck like a vice. The horn nudged upward, and the giant's belly was slashed open. Abandoning its fists, the giant now clutched the horn with both hands, straining to stop it. The lion roared, unleashing all its strength into one upward thrust. With a mighty howl, the lion hurled its head back. A crimson blade tore through the arena in a vertical slash. The giant's stomach burst open, and scarlet entrails spilled out. The carnivore didn't miss its chance. It lunged forward and sank its teeth into the exposed innards. At last, the giant let out a scream of agony, releasing the horn. The lion savagely yanked and ripped the entrails, tearing them to shreds. The pain buckled the giant's knees. Its upper body pitched forward. The lion raised the bull horn high and drove it straight into the giant's heart. With a final cry, the giant collapsed, arms flung wide, lifeless. Meanwhile, the golden dragon, its right arm severed, instantly launched its left claw. But the steel-cleaving talons were met by the knight's great sword, and fragmented upon impact. Losing both arms, the dragon instead retreated slightly to gain distance. Sparks crackled in its maw as it unleashed a breath of thunder. The lightning was weak. After firing several times, the dragon's energy was depleted. The blast was less than half the strength of the first. But that was enough. The knight's body tensed, frozen just for an instant. The dragon's fangs lunged forward. To escape the jaws of a dragon, there's an old proverb in the East that uses it to mean utterly impossible. And rightly so. None had ever escaped from the maw of the world's strongest dragon. It tried to end it in one bite. But something was wrong. Its mighty jaws, capable of crushing boulders, refused to close. Wedged between its fangs was a black's blade. Even within the dragon's mouth, the knight was resisting. For pride, for survival, the dragon bit down with all its might. Inside that mouth, however, the knight was at a disadvantage. The blade was slowly being pushed back. Then, the knight's sword began to glow, a pale blue radiance enveloping the weapon. Glowing steel clashed against the fangs of the beast said to be the strongest in the world. A moment later, a high-pitched metallic clang rang through the arena. The dragon felt the sensation of breaking the blade and was certain of its victory, until it looked down in disbelief. What rolled onto the ground with a clatter was not the knight's sword. It was the dragon's own fang, curved, silver-white, and shattered. The knight who had overcome the dragon's bite swung his sword in a wide arc, cleaving through the dragon's upper jaw. The dragon screamed as it spat the knight from its mouth. Wings unfurled. The Black Knight twisted midair, then landed atop the dragon's head. With a mighty thrust, he drove his sword straight into the dragon's brow. That was the last thing the Thunder Dragon ever saw. "Looks like Alpha and Omega are performing well," I murmured, watching the two who had just felled the beasts of lightning and frost. The Black Knight was Alpha. The lion with the bull's horns, Omega. Both were custom-made monsters. Yes, they managed to overpower monsters that cost 5 million apiece, Karama reported proudly. "I spent a fortune on those beasts. But even so, they stood no chance against Alpha and Omega." The victorious two approached the corpses of the dragon and the giant. Suddenly, black shadows poured out from the knight and the lion. The shadows stretched toward the fallen monsters, seizing their corpses, then began to engulf them whole. It was the power of fusion, a special skill I had granted them. With it, they could absorb the strength of the foes they defeated. The shadows consumed the bodies completely, and the forms of the knight and lion began to change. Golden patterns shimmered across the black sword and armor the knight wore. From the lion's neck to its tail, a pure white mane emerged. When the knight swung his sword, violet sparks flickered from its blade. A single overhead slash sent a surge of lightning ripping across the arena. Frost leaked from the lion's body, freezing the surroundings. A white veil beginning to blanket the entire Colosseum. They had absorbed the dungeon bosses of the Grand Eight, and grown even stronger. "You won't find monsters better than these in any dungeon," Karama boasted, their voice thick with pride. But I shook my head, unconvinced. "No, not yet. It's one thing to overpower brute force with brute force. But if that's all they can do, it's meaningless. They still need more experience. We'll create even stronger enemies and pit them against them." At my words, Karama turned to me, their whole body tense. "But Master, our mana reserves are already overdrawn." At this rate, Karama didn't need to finish. I knew what they meant. The casino, the society, our income streams were being devoured by this project. It was like bleeding money. And yet, it was necessary. "Karama, do you truly believe these two could defeat the four heroes?" Karama hesitated. "That is, they couldn't say it." Alpha and Omega already held over 10 million mana each. That's 10 times the amount any of the four heroes possess individually. Even 4 against 1, there shouldn't be a chance of losing. But humanity's most fearsome trait is their ability to cooperate. If the 4 strongest humans joined forces, their power would multiply exponentially. Tenfold strength wasn't enough. Not by a long shot. "This much is enough for their blades to reach us," I muttered grimly. Even if they only got in a single strike, a single moment, that was all they needed. For those 4, just one blow was enough. And with that one blow, they would aim straight for the neck. That was what made them heroes. "Are they really that dangerous?" Karama asked hesitantly. "They are," I answered without hesitation. "We need to deal with them." "But aren't they still stalled upstairs?" It was true. The 4 heroes weren't good at puzzles, and their progress through the dungeon had been slow. They'd even fallen into the time-wasting traps deliberately placed for them. "I said it during the meeting, didn't I?" I reminded Karama, folding my arms. "It's all an act." "Sure, they might not be good at riddles. But if that were truly a problem, they could just bring someone who was. They had the resources. They could call on old allies, buy specialists with their wealth, recruit believers, or order their subordinates. Nothing was out of reach for them. The only reason they hadn't done that yet was because they were the ones buying time. "They're always around here," I continued, narrowing my eyes. "But they're not staying in the hotel. Not even in the upper city. They've rented a place down in Roderick. And now it looks like they're building a home here. A small hut's already up, and the 4 of them gather there now and then." "What are they doing inside?" "Who knows?" I exhaled. I tried to find out, but couldn't. The dungeon core could usually survey the surrounding area, enough to give us a simplified visual of Roderick and track human movement. But that temporary hut the heroes had built, the inside was a complete blind spot. "They've probably put up some kind of barrier," I said with a scowl. "We might learn something if we sent a familiar in, but it's too risky." It all looked so convincing, their confusion, their missteps with the puzzles, but it had all been staged. Same as upstairs. We designed those puzzles and gimmicks to look like there was no danger. But that's just what we allowed them to see. And they're doing the same to us, only showing us what they want us to see. They hadn't let their guard down for even a second. That level of caution. I hadn't expected it to go this far. Someday, they'd come for real. I didn't know when, but it was inevitable. And before that happened, we needed to be ready. That serious? Karamu asked softly, finally bowing their head. Understood. 45, Dinner. 1. Click me to read my NSFW novel projects. Love what I do? Help me keep doing it by making a donation for $1 or more through my Ko-fi. Dinner. 1. That day, Sylvana let out yet another sigh. She'd lost count of how many it had been already. She usually wore armor. It calmed her mind and allowed her to project strength to her subordinates. But today, her dusky brown skin was not wrapped in her usual rugged plating. Instead, she wore a silver dress that shimmered with every subtle movement. Her hair had been meticulously styled. Diamond earrings adorned her ears, and a necklace of fine silverwork graced her neck. Her nails were polished, her feet slipped into silver heels. She was dressed perfectly, without a single flaw. "My lady," came a voice from beyond the door, her adjutant, Klimt, right on time. "I'm coming," Sylvana replied, standing up reluctantly and opening the door to find him waiting. "Oh." The ever-loyal adjutant started to speak the moment he saw her, but immediately shut his mouth. He was probably about to say "you look beautiful" or something of the sort. But he knew she would take no pleasure in hearing it, and wisely chose silence. "We should cancel this," Klimt urged, his voice tight with concern. "You don't need to subject yourself to this, my lady." "It's too late," Sylvana said, brushing past him. "We can ignore Madaram's invitation altogether," Klimt insisted. "There's no need to play his game." Yes, Madaram's invitation. It had arrived out of nowhere a week ago. A formal request for dinner, complete with a dress sent straight to her doorstep. The idea of wearing something chosen by that man was unbearable. And yet, she had endured it. "I've already promised to go. And I have my reasons," she said stiffly. "Still, why must you suffer this humiliation?" Klimt asked, frustrated. "I know," she said. "I know what he's planning." In her mind, of course Madaram meant to mock her. To show off the fall of a grand eight to the other dungeon masters. A petty display meant to demean her and fracture her authority. But even so, this dinner held value. "No more," she cut him off quietly, silencing further protests. Without looking back, she stepped onto the teleportation circle and jumped to the society. As she arrived, a skeletal butler dressed in formal wear awaited her. "We've been expecting you." "Right this way," the skeleton said with a graceful nod. He led her to a carriage, deep blue with gold embellishments, lavish and unmistakably Madaram style. As soon as she boarded, the carriage rolled toward the restaurant. It was a new establishment, one Madaram had recently funded and now operated himself. The building was ornate down to the smallest detail, more extravagant than any she'd seen before. She stepped out onto the polished stone with her silver heels, entering the restaurant. The interior was a serene blend of deep blues and blacks, elegant and subdued. Sylvana took a breath, feeling a flicker of relief, not because of the color scheme, but because the restaurant was completely empty. No other guests. A private dinner. She had feared, as Klimt had warned, that the place would be full of Madaram's allies, other masters there to witness her being paraded like a conquered trophy. But it seemed that wasn't his plan. "This way, please." Another skeletal server, this one with a towel draped over his arm, gestured gracefully toward the back. There, at a window seat with a commanding view, sat Madaram, dressed in a pristine tuxedo. "Welcome," he said brightly, standing with outstretched arms the moment he noticed her. Sylvana ignored the gesture entirely and walked past him toward her seat. One of the skeletal waiters pulled the chair out for her, and she offered a polite nod of thanks before sending a cold glance at Madaram, who was still standing. My, not in the best mood, I see," he remarked lightly. "Of course not," she snapped. "I'm having dinner with you." "Why would I be?" "Yet you came," Madaram replied with a smile as he sat down, signaling to the skeleton to bring wine. "You will keep your promise, won't you?" There was a reason she had forced herself to endure this. "If you're lying, I'll take your head," she warned, placing her hand near her hip. It wasn't just for show. She was holding a blade, Tumiki, the transparent weapon visible only to its wielder. "Of course. I wouldn't dare deceive you," Madaram replied, reaching into his tuxedo and producing a document, which he placed on the table. "Here's the deed, as promised." It was the deed to a dungeon core, one of the subordinate masters she once oversaw. When the Grand Eight had collapsed, all such deeds had been released. Most of them had ended up in Madaram's hands. With him holding them, any master could be wiped out on a whim, and many now lived in fear. If she could recover them, she could not only ensure the safety of her subordinates, but also begin to rebuild her faction on a stable foundation. She had been working toward that goal, quietly seeking negotiation. Then came Madaram's sudden offer, a dinner, and in exchange, the deed would be returned freely. As if that were believable. But she couldn't ignore it, not when so many dungeon masters were depending on her. To brush them aside now would doom any hope of reuniting their faction. Madaram knew exactly how to corner her. "You said I only had to come to get the deed," she said, rising from her seat. "Then I'll take it and leave." She had barely been seated for a minute. But even so, technically, the agreement had been fulfilled. "Certainly," Madaram said, smiling. "But if you'll stay for dessert, I'll throw in another." He tossed a second deed onto the table. Sylvana's heart clenched at the sight of it. To sit and eat with the man who had destroyed her. It was revolting. Her skin crawled at the thought. But if she endured for just 1 hour, only one, then 2 loyal masters would be hers again. Even if it made her grind her teeth, it was worth it. Fine. With deliberate grace, she sat back down. 46. Dinner. 2. Click me to read my NSFW novel projects. Love what I do? Help me keep doing it by making a donation for $1 or more through my Ko-fi. Dinner. 2. As soon as Sylvana sat back down, Madaram signaled the waiter with a wave of his hand. A skeletal server approached, carrying a bottle of wine. Amber-colored noble rot wine was poured into their glasses, filling the table with its rich, intoxicating aroma. "To a new relationship," Madaram said, raising his glass. Sylvana ignored the toast and took a sip without responding. "A new relationship? As if. What are we, anything but enemies?" His affected manner grated on her nerves. But at least his taste in wine was commendable, she thought. The sweet, full-bodied liquor was a fine choice. The appetizers soon followed, salad with a sharp cheese that paired surprisingly well with the wine. They ate in silence, neither speaking a word, when the soft sound of piano began to drift in, seemingly from nowhere. Turning toward the source, Sylvana saw a skeleton in a nightgown seated at a grand piano, her bony fingers gliding gently over the silver keys. The melody was serene and hauntingly beautiful, a far better companion than the man seated across from her. The subsequent courses also leaned towards sweetness and richness, all complementing the wine. The main dish, in particular, featured meat topped with fresh tropical fruit, a shocking combination at first glance, but one that harmonized perfectly with the drink. It was a discovery she hadn't expected. For dessert, a jelly garnished with her favorite fruits was brought out. "I don't mean to praise him, but his taste in food is excellent." Finishing her meal, Sylvana took a sip of the tea that had been served. It was a familiar flavor, one she always drank. "Yes. This tea is the best after all." She raised the cup again for another sip, only for a shiver to seize her body, sudden and violent. "No, this is wrong." A wave of emotion surged through her. It was fear. Madaram's taste wasn't just good. Everything had been tailored to her preferences. Not just the wine and food. The restaurant, the piano music, every detail had been curated around her likes. The silver dress? That was understandable. She always wore silver armor. Her dungeon was even called Silver Dungeon. Anyone paying attention could guess that much. But how many people knew that her second favorite color after silver was a deep navy blue? The wine, the food, her favorite blend of tea, even the musical style playing in the background, how had he uncovered all of it? He had researched her down to terrifying detail. And if he could do this to her, it meant he was doing it to others, too. The other masters. Their tastes. Their habits. Maybe even their weaknesses and scandals. If that were the case, How could she trust any master who claimed loyalty? "What are you scheming? What is your goal here?" she demanded. He was already several steps ahead in the intelligence game. Now he was exposing his hand. "Why? It couldn't just be a dinner. I simply wanted to have a meal with you. That's all," Madaram said casually. "Don't mock me. I'm not some doll for you to dress up," she shouted, rising to her feet and gripping her transparent blade. Yes. I forgot to mention it earlier, but the dress suits you beautifully," he said with a smirk. "Bastard." "That's it. I'll kill him. Right here and now." Even if this version of him was just another puppet, who cared? The scar she left on his face last time was still visible. As she seethed, Madaram sighed and picked up a document from the table. "This is what I promised," he said simply, handing over the deed now that dinner was over. His nonchalance drained the fury from her. She reached out and accepted it without thinking. "My purpose was to give you that deed. The dinner was just a pretext. You wouldn't have accepted it without a reason, would you? You expect me to believe that handing over this deed was your true goal? Don't be absurd," she snapped. Sure, it benefited her, but there was nothing in it for him. Madaram wasn't the type to act without personal gain. At present, the society is broadly split into two major factions, but in finer terms, it's made up of 7 distinct strata. The 2 main factions, of course, are yours and mine. I hold about 70% of the masters. You, the remaining 30. He sipped his tea, calmly laying out the political landscape. "My faction, broken down, looks like this. 10% are openly anti-Grandate and joined me immediately. Another 20% follow me out of obligation, due to the deeds and various entanglements. The rest, about 70%, are fence-sitters who sided with me simply because it was safer," he continued, his tone now serious. "Among them, only the initial 30% have any real strength. The rest are irrelevant." Frankly, the analysis was solid. Sylvana sighed and sat back down. His breakdown of the factions was spot on. In a time like this, neutrality was dangerous. A master should choose a side, even if it meant risking their dungeon and life. Waffling only exposed weakness. "Sadly, only about 10% of my faction are reliable and strong. And even they didn't join out of loyalty, they just despised the old Grandate. I may have gone too far," he added, a sharp jab at her past leadership. Sylvana didn't flinch. "What I did back then was necessary. I don't regret it. It's over, and there's no point in welling. But your faction isn't exactly solid either," Madaram continued. "Only 10% are your long-standing supporters. Another 10% are remnants of the old Grandate. The remaining 80% simply oppose me. That doesn't mean they support you." She wanted to argue that her faction was united. But objectively, he was right. Not all of them had pledged loyalty to her. The Grandate remnants followed her because they hated Madaram more, and the rest didn't particularly like either of them. They just couldn't stomach the idea of serving a newcomer. If the winds shifted, they'd abandon her in a heartbeat. They were strong, yes, but not unified. "What I want is stability," Madaram said, his eyes narrowing slightly. "I could, of course, use my influence to crush every defiant dungeon master. But that wouldn't be the optimal path. And if we eliminate too many dungeons, we don't know how the adventurers will respond." He was right. Wipe out too many dungeons, and things could spiral. Adventurers would turn desperate. Unpredictable. Clearly, his strategy wasn't brute force. It was consolidation and persuasion. By choosing not to crush his enemies outright, he softened the others, luring them into his camp. Masters who followed him reluctantly were threats from within. But if he culled them, he'd be seen as a tyrant, and defections would follow. This dinner was a show of generosity. And by offering Sylvana the burden of his extra pieces, he avoided becoming overextended himself. And if she could recover the masters bound by those deeds, the benefits were significant. "What if I refuse your offer?" she asked coldly. Madaram's proposals always came with a price. Even if they seemed profitable, they rarely ended well for her. "If the best path is denied, I'll simply pursue the next best one," he said calmly. Refusing wasn't really an option. If the dungeons disappeared, she'd be the one most affected. Her dungeon. The last great one standing would be flooded with adventurers. And besides, I'd like these dinners to become a regular thing. With a flick of his wrist, Madaram tossed a third deed onto the table. Faction maintenance is important, after all. Though truthfully, I just enjoy seeing you all dressed up. His added comment made her want to snap, but with a third deed in play, she couldn't. She reached for it, but his hand beat her to it, resting lightly on top of the paper. Of course, this one won't come for free. What do you want? She asked, narrowing her eyes. It's not mana, is it? Planning to form a new Grand 8? She asked. That would be nice. But first, I need to clean things up. Clean up? The 7 strata I mentioned earlier. Or more precisely, the failed attempt at forming a third faction. At his words, Sylvana furrowed her brow. 47. Roderick's Boom and Kite's Quiet Challenge. Click me to read my NSFW novel projects. Love what I do? Help me keep doing it by making a donation for $1 or more through my Ko-fi. Roderick's Boom and Kite's Quiet Challenge. After the return of the 4 heroes, a new game was added to the casino. This activity, defeating skeletons, was well received not only by adventurers but also by ordinary villagers. The line of people waiting to participate grew long, and for the first time in a while, the place was buzzing with excitement. In addition, plush-type monsters began roaming the casino, attracting women and children alike. Kids started demanding their own dolls, and before long, the toys were added to the prize list. Some merchants even started producing and selling imitations to meet the demand. Meanwhile, in Roderick, the firearms used in the game caught the attention of merchants and blacksmiths, who began wondering if they could mass-produce them. But since these guns relied on firing magic-imbued bullets, it proved a technically difficult hurdle. Still, the structure itself was simple enough that someone proposed stuffing gunpowder into the barrel to shoot, and word had it that several were now experimenting with that idea. And as for Kite, while everyone else immersed themselves in the new attractions, he was quietly continuing the dungeon challenge alone. Back when he had accompanied the 4 heroes on their raid, Kite had asked the skeleton guide for permission to continue the dungeon challenge afterward. The skeleton guide agreed to his request, promising to open the door once a day under the same conditions as when the 4 heroes had entered. Naturally, news of Kite's solo dungeon diving spread quickly. By the next day, the guildmaster in Roderick had summoned him for a talk. With no way to dodge the meeting, Kite took Melinda along and returned to Roderick for the first time in what felt like forever, despite the fact that this town had once been his home base. What do you think you're doing? The guildmaster demanded the moment they met. Kite had anticipated this and gave him the excuse he'd prepared. Well, I am still an adventurer, after all. I thought I might try challenging the dungeon. Don't give me that crap. The guildmaster snapped. You were against the idea of challenging that dungeon from the start. You know as well as I do, if you actually clear that thing, you're dead meat. This wasn't a threat. That dungeon was tied directly to the livelihoods of countless people. If it were cleared and its value destroyed, he'd make enemies of the entire town. A lynching wouldn't be out of the question. I understand. Of course, I don't actually intend to conquer the place. I mean, come on, there's no way I could clear it alone. I'm not that skilled. Yeah, even with some generous grading, I'd say you're below average. Uncle, that's harsh, Kite muttered. Even if it's true, this dungeon doesn't spawn dangerous monsters. But that doesn't mean there aren't any, the guildmaster said, his tone turning grim. There has to be something, lurking in the deepest depths. Well, yeah, Kite nodded. The dungeon master might have been an odd one, but they weren't stupid. They had to know someone would come for them eventually. Whatever lay at the bottom, where the dungeon core presumably resided, was likely guarded by some of the strongest defenses imaginable. If I ever got close to actually clearing the place, they'd send those monsters after me, and I'd be ripped to pieces. Kite had no intention of getting that far. He knew he couldn't. Then why go at all? Because it's what the dungeon master wants, Kite answered plainly. Huh? The guildmaster narrowed his eyes. That doesn't make any sense. Why would the dungeon master want the dungeon cleared? It's because of the 4 heroes, Kite explained. This place is famous. There's that mysterious, unopened door in the back. What's behind it? Could it be treasure, more wealth than any single kingdom holds? It's not hard to imagine someone thinking that. The Guildmaster nodded slowly. That theory wasn't far-fetched. A robbery attempt had occurred not long ago, after all. Someone might be foolish enough to attack the guard post and try to steal the symbols. The dungeon master wants to spread interest about what's behind the door. Secrets are powerful bait. If people think this place isn't worth raiding, they'll stop coming. I get what the dungeon master's aiming for. But why does it have to be you? A reasonable question. One reason is for our own sake, Kite replied. I know how important this dungeon is. I even like the place. But that doesn't mean we can get complacent. The moment we drop our guard, it might strike. He mimicked snapping jaws with his hands. True enough, the Guildmaster admitted. Though he was an adventurer, he was also a citizen of Roderick. In a merchant-driven town like this, today's ally could become tomorrow's backstabber. Undercutting a rival and then jacking up the prices was a standard tactic. The key was to use people but never trust them fully. The four heroes are keeping an eye on this dungeon, too. They might be acting clueless about the puzzles, but if they really wanted to, they could have hired someone to solve them. The fact that they hadn't meant they chose not to. If they had someone familiar with the dungeon, it could give them an edge in the future. Kite laid out his reasoning. The Guildmaster snorted and gave him a narrow look. You've stacked up some pretty polished arguments. But what's the real reason? Huh? So he'd seen through the cover story after all. I want to know what's behind that door. More than anything, I want to be the first to find out. Is that such a bad thing? The Guildmaster grimaced like he'd just bitten into something sour. Adventurers, I swear. Bunch of damn lunatics. Well, I don't envy you, being the one in charge of them, Kite said with a smirk. That earned him an even more sour look. But what about your job? The Guildmaster pressed. What are you going to do about that? A sharp question, and one that Kite didn't have a ready answer for. It was something he'd been worrying about too. 48. Love, Loyalty, and Looming War. Click me to read my NSFW novel projects. Love what I do? Help me keep doing it by making a donation for $1 or more through my Ko-fi. Love, Loyalty, and Looming War. But what about your job? The Guildmaster asked, leaning forward with narrowed eyes that hit a sore spot. After all, taking on the dungeon meant abandoning his duties as acting deputy branch manager. Please don't worry, Melinda said as she stepped forward, placing a hand gently on her chest. I'll take over while Kite is away. She moved confidently to the front, having accompanied him for this very purpose. Even if he's challenging the dungeon, it's not like he'll be inside all day, she explained. At most, he'll spend a few hours, maybe half a day. There were times he wasn't around before, and unless it's something like an important meeting or negotiation, I can handle it. She held out her hand as if offering her services formally, assuring them she could manage just fine. And the truth was, Melinda had always been a strong support. So long as Kite outlined the core ideas, she was often better than him. When it came to handling accounting and coordination, please leave it to me. I won't let you down, she added, her right hand fiddling slightly with her left as she awaited approval. Very well, the Guildmaster said at last, exhaling deeply. You have my permission. Really? I'll do my best. Melinda beamed, placing her left hand to her chest and bowing her head lightly. It was hard not to notice the theatrics, but Kite was in no position to complain. Melinda had done so much for him already, and this was just one more moment he'd have to go along with her. He looked into the Guildmaster's eyes, then shifted his gaze to Melinda's left hand, more specifically, the ring on her ring finger, signaling subtly. The Guildmaster noticed and followed his eyes, landing squarely on the ring. What's that ring supposed to mean? He asked, suspicion creeping into his voice. As if she'd been waiting for this cue, Melinda's face lit up. Oh? You noticed? We haven't told anyone yet, so it's still a secret, she said playfully, casting Kite a meaningful glance as she inched closer to him. Honestly, this kind of thing wasn't his style. But if it made Melinda happy, then he could at least play along. He raised his left hand, displaying the matching ring on his own finger. In Roderick, the meaning of a ring depended on which finger it adorned. The index finger represented an oath, the middle finger symbolized loyalty, and the pinky signified a contract. Rings often bore engraved text, a vow, the name of the person to whom loyalty was sworn, or the terms of a contract. But the ring finger was different. It signified love, engagement or marriage. Matching rings on that finger were a clear declaration of one or the other. "Since when?" the guildmaster asked, his voice gruff with disbelief. "Just last night," Melinda replied, her face glowing with joy. Kite had felt he needed to repay her somehow for all the support she had given him. Proposing while their future was still uncertain had weighed heavily on him. But precisely because the future was uncertain, he believed he had to do it now. If he waited for things to stabilize, it might never happen. Melinda had accepted without hesitation. It was the happiest moment of his life. "Well, fine," the guildmaster said gruffly. "But that means you've got even more reason to earn money now." Even if he could technically keep the job, less time spent working meant less income. That was unavoidable. "I'll allow you to enter the dungeon," the guildmaster continued. "But on one condition, you take on a formal commission." "That's the deal." "What kind of commission?" "I want detailed reports on the dungeon. Everything that happens underground, you document it and report it back. I'll see that you're compensated fairly." That was a welcome offer. He couldn't very well let Melinda shoulder everything, not after getting engaged. "Just make sure you don't dig too deep and get yourself killed." "I'll keep that in mind," Kite said solemnly. "One more thing. Gather information on the dungeon master. Anything, even scraps. But don't antagonize them. If there's a chance to build a connection, do it. That's an order." His tone brooked no refusal. "I don't mind," Kite said, tilting his head. "But don't we already have a connection?" Through the skeleton manager, the guildmaster, the merchant union, and the local nobles had already held occasional meetings with the dungeon master. Small favors were usually granted when requested. "I want a separate channel," the guildmaster said flatly. "One the nobles and merchants don't know about." Things are getting tense. "Now that's a rather ominous comment," Kite said cautiously. It wasn't like the guildmaster to leak this sort of information. That meant he wanted Kite to hear it. "There's a chance war might break out." Kite didn't act surprised. "So the Cassaria Empire is finally on the move." "It's not just the Empire. The kingdoms involved too." That response made Kite furrow his brow. Roderick was built at a key junction in the region, a hub for trade routes. It had prospered for generations. But such strategic location also made it a prime military target. The city had faced many wars in the past, and the massive stone walls surrounding Roderick were a testament to those violent days. Today, Roderick was officially part of the Eastern Crocker Kingdom. In exchange for paying taxes, the city was granted autonomy. This hands-off approach had allowed the local guilds and the merchants to flourish and grow powerful. That autonomy explained why the guildmaster and merchant voices carried so much weight. To the north of Roderick lay the Cassaria Empire, a nation that had ruled this land 80 years ago. Time and again, they had attempted to reclaim their former territory by sending in troops, only to be repelled by the kingdom's army. "It's not just the empire?" Kite asked. The Eastern Crocker Kingdom, which had once allowed Roderick to operate freely, now seemed eager to tighten its grip. "The goods we produce weren't a problem," the guildmaster said. "The real issue is the teleportation array. That thing made this place far too important." "It connects us to 5 other regions," Kite said with a nod. "They could move entire armies through it in an instant." Logistically and militarily, Roderick has become a critical asset. Frankly, it was surprising it had been left alone for this long. It had likely been a quiet prelude to war. The Cassaria Empire wanted to reclaim the city and expand its influence. Meanwhile, the Eastern Crocker Kingdom, in exchange for eliminating that imperial threat, was preparing to strip Roderick of its autonomy. That, Kite thought grimly, was the shape of things to come. But will the dungeon master here really accept control or oversight by a nation? Kite raised the question, fully aware of the potential conflict. So far, there were no restrictions on the use of the teleportation gate. Adventurers and merchants alike could access it freely at any time. However, if military forces were to begin using it, the situation would change dramatically. Would the dungeon master truly want this place to become a military stronghold? That's exactly the concern, the guildmaster replied gravely. I've tried broaching the subject subtly, but I can't imagine the dungeon master would be in favor of it. This dungeon master. Or rather, we don't even know what the dungeon itself wants, Kite admitted, his brow furrowed. We're still in the dark. There's a real chance everyone could lose out depending on how this plays out. That's what I want to avoid at all costs. This dungeon brimmed with unknown potential, constantly generating new and valuable discoveries. It was a goose that laid golden eggs. Even if one day it was seized by the kingdom or the empire and they lost access to those eggs, Kite didn't want to see the goose strangled to death. But Roderick alone can't stand against the kingdom or the empire, Kite added with a sigh. As economically strong as it was, the city alone had no chance of winning against a full-fledged nation. Being swallowed by one of them was inevitable. Which side are you planning to take? Kite asked, eyeing his uncle. I haven't decided, the guildmaster replied with a shrug. Whichever side is more reasonable. Doesn't matter which. Typical Roderick mentality, Kite thought. Opportunistic as ever. Though the city had spent the past 80 years under the umbrella of the Eastern Crocker Kingdom, there was little loyalty or sense of belonging to it. The kingdom had claimed it had liberated Roderick from Cassaria's rule, but it had merely replaced one ruler with another through force. And Cassaria had done the same before, taking the land from the kingdom that came before it. To Roderick's citizens, seasoned by generations of war and upheaval, loyalty to any ruler was seen as naive. They bowed to whoever was convenient at the moment, chasing whichever option offered the most benefit. That was their virtue. Of course, we do owe the kingdom a bit, Kite admitted silently. The Eastern Crocker Kingdom had been, comparatively speaking, a lenient ruler. It collected taxes but allowed autonomy and coexisted peacefully. Had things remained like that forever, the conservative merchant class would have gladly continued to accept its rule. But now, both nations were preparing to take direct control. That was something Roderick simply couldn't accept. When I speak with the skeleton manager, it's always in meetings with nobles and merchants. We can't trust either of them, the guildmaster said grimly. That too was Roderick's nature, side with whoever suited them best. Which meant the merchants were the most dangerous. Nobles, who made their allegiances clear, were far easier to deal with. I want to avoid the worst-case scenario, the guildmaster added. That's why we need a personal line of communication, a way to sense what's coming. Kite nodded. His uncle was a veteran, always anticipating the worst. But I doubt we have a strong enough connection to serve as a reliable channel, Kite pointed out. We're only just getting the dungeon doors opened for us. At best, we exchange a few greetings. It wasn't the kind of relationship that could accommodate confidential talks. That's fine, the guildmaster said with a calm wave. I've put other feelers out there. Most won't bear fruit, but if even one does, that's enough. So I'm just one of many attempts, Kite mused inwardly. He wondered what other moves his uncle had made but doubted he'd ever get to know the details. Still, that was almost reassuring. If he wasn't the only one shouldering the burden, he could approach the task with a bit more ease. Well then, Uncle, Kite asked, standing up from his chair, what do you think happens next? No clue, the guildmaster replied with a tired chuckle. But I can say this, something's definitely going to happen again, and soon. That much, I agree with, Kite said, meeting his uncle's gaze. And sure enough, as if to prove the old man's insight, trouble came crashing down. From a place no one had expected. 49. Dungeon Society, A World Beneath the Sky. Click me to read my NSFW novel projects. Love what I do? Help me keep doing it by making a donation for $1 or more through my Ko-fi. Dungeon Society, A World Beneath the Sky. Dungeon Society, it was a colossal gathering place for dungeon masters, extending 10 kilometers across in every direction. Above, an enchanted ceiling painted a boundless blue sky, where a crafted sun rose and fell, weaving cycles of day and night. Those visiting for the first time often mistook they stood upon the surface world. Over 1,000 dungeon masters resided within, along with 20,000 highly intelligent monsters who managed the facilities. The society was officially divided into 4 sectors. At the very heart of it all lay the central district, where the teleportation array brought masters into the society. Everything began from this spot. It was nothing more than a raised platform, but nearly every master passed through here first. The first thing visible upon arrival was the grand, imposing structure of the Grand 8 Council Hall. Its massive stairway stretched forward like a temple, a stately building where dungeon masters gathered to create new dungeon rules. The structure exuded an air of majesty, befitting its role as the legislative seat of law and order in the society. To the right of the council hall stood a building crowned with a spire sharp as a sword, piercing the heavens. This was the administrative complex, where masters could register, pay taxes, obtain business licenses, record land deeds, and even apply for patents. Deployed here was the Golden Wall, a regiment of elite, golden armored monsters created by the Grand Eight to maintain public order. Unrelenting enforcers of the law, they showed no mercy. On the left side of the council hall was a calm, dome-shaped structure. This was the courthouse, where all manner of disputes were brought, ranging from assault and criminal cases to, more frequently, civil suits, especially those involving business. Given the commercial nature of the society, such lawsuits were a daily occurrence. Prosecutors and defense attorneys, both highly intelligent monsters, frequently hurled arguments and spit across the courtroom floor. Directly opposite the council stood the Mana Bank, operated under the guidance of the Grand Eight. Its primary functions included the deposit and lending of mana, but its responsibilities extended to the issuance and exchange of the society's pseudo-currency, mana coins. Without this bank, the society's economy wouldn't function. To the left of the bank, a real estate company managed property transactions, while on the right, a securities firm handled stocks, bonds, and other financial instruments. This area was the heart of the society, its legislative, administrative, and judicial core, as well as the center of finance and commerce. Moving north from the central district, one arrived at the bustling North District, where masters operated a wide array of commercial establishments. Fashion boutiques, jewelry stores, bars, and theaters lined the main streets. Many masters also ran cafes and restaurants. This was a May haven, where not only taste but uniqueness defined the cuisine. Masters from various worlds reproduced their homeland's dishes, from refined full courses to exotic ethnic meals, and even some food-like items whose edibility was questionable. A May guidebook was even published for this area. The North District was a trendsetter, a cultural hub, and a beloved hangout for masters. It was always bustling with intelligent monsters and masters alike. However, it was also the first area developed and the most thoroughly maintained. As a result, real estate prices were steep, and visiting came with a high mana coin cost. Those seeking more affordable options headed east. The East District offered a more chaotic but lively atmosphere. Small, independent shops stood shoulder to shoulder, food stalls dotted the streets, and some vendors simply laid their goods on straw mats. Masters who disliked the pretentious vibe of the North District often found solace here, knocking back cheap liquor in taverns and venting their frustrations. Yet the majority of East District residents weren't masters, but intelligent monsters. Although they relied on their masters for essentials like food, shelter, and clothing, some were paid wages in mana coins. These monsters spent their earnings here, on food, clothing, and leisurely holidays. Some even worked part-time on their days off, earning their own mana. Others, with permission to forego returning to their dungeons by paying a certain sum to their masters, opened their own businesses here. Though a bit unruly, the East District thrived with a charm and vitality all its own. Further west lay the vast wholesale market. But it wasn't meat or fish being traded here, it was monsters, bred by dungeon masters themselves. Monster trade was a major industry in the society, rivaling finance and services. Many masters made their living as breeders, auctioning off monsters they'd raised. It was a place where countless unique creatures could be seen. Nearby stood the arena, another hotspot of energy. Here, dungeon masters pitted monsters against each other in duels, with wagers placed on the outcome. Even intelligent monsters came here hoping to multiply their wages. The air was rough but electric with excitement. And finally, there was the unofficial fifth sector, the South District. It wasn't recognized on any map, yet many intelligent monsters lived there. No one counted them as residents, and their numbers remained unknown. These were the monsters whose masters had been slain, and whose dungeons had been conquered. Normally, if adventurers neared the lowest level, a master would recall all of their monsters. When a master died, their intelligent monsters usually perished alongside them. But under certain circumstances, some managed to survive, and found themselves stranded in the society. They had escaped death, but their fate was far from fortunate. Monsters without a master faced harsh limitations. They couldn't operate businesses in the North or East districts, as administrative approval was required, approval only a master could obtain. Even those who had once run shops had no choice but to flee to the slums of the South once their masters were gone. The authorities had no jurisdiction there, yet a certain demand drew masters to the area. It was a hub for black market dealings. Many masters developed unique products to distinguish themselves. But with a dungeon core, almost anything could be replicated. Since imitation goods were strictly banned in the society, enforcement on counterfeits was severe. But in the South District, no such regulations existed. Illegal knockoffs were openly sold at a fraction of the price. Moreover, since official transactions in the North and East were taxed, many masters who resented being exploited came here for illicit dealings. The South District was also infamous for one more thing: its sex industry. Brothels did exist in the North and East. The North housed high-end establishments, while the East had cheap ones, each serving a different clientele. But they shared one rule: no interspecies intercourse. The society was a melting pot of species, and conflict was already common even among neighbors. When species differed, even sitting together could be volatile, let alone sharing a bed. With physical compatibility wildly varying, one misstep could be fatal. As a result, interspecies sex was taboo, especially in high-class North District establishments, where even stacks of mana coins wouldn't sway some of the women. Still, desire takes many forms. And what is forbidden often becomes all the more alluring. To meet that particular demand, there was a place in the South District known by a whispered name: the Pavilion of Wondrous Moans. It wasn't a legal business, and bore no sign. But every night, strange cries, neither human nor beast, could be heard, hence the nickname. On that particular day, however, something unusual happened near the pavilion. A figure, wearing a hat pulled low and their mouth wrapped in cloth, moved furtively through the alley. That alone wasn't odd. Most clients preferred anonymity at such a place. What raised suspicion was where the figure went. They didn't enter the brothel. Instead, they slipped into the building next door. It was a restaurant, at least in name, but known far and wide for serving the worst food in the district. Almost no one willingly went there. And yet, since morning, 10 separate individuals had entered. Not one had come out. Now, another man approached, a tall one, quick in his steps and casting nervous glances around. He entered the restaurant like a shadow. The first thing he saw was the owner, a humanoid with the face of a fish. More accurately, the owner's severed head had been placed neatly on a chopping board. Unfazed, the man passed the disembodied head and walked deeper into the shop. There, he found a group of about a dozen already gathered. All were armed: daggers, crossbows, ropes, manacles. Their equipment left little doubt. They were preparing for an assault. "Looks like everything's in order," the man said, removing his hat and peeling back the cloth from his face. He was Maguire, once a member of the Grand Eight, a name known to all. 50. The Pavilion Plot. Click me to read my NSFW novel projects. Love what I do? Help me keep doing it by making a donation for $1 or more through my Ko-fi. The Pavilion Plot. When Maguire removed his mask, the gathered figures silently nodded in acknowledgement. Every one of them was a dungeon master under his command. "Listen up, all of you," Maguire said, sweeping his eyes across the group, locking gazes one by one. "We're going to raid the brothel next door and capture the dungeon master inside." His tone was sharp, measured with deadly certainty. The ones who come to brothels never use possession. They always show up in person. In the society, it's impossible to tell who's sending a projection and who's really there. But no one visits a brothel in a possessed body. Though possession bodies could simulate sensation nearly indistinguishably from the real thing, in the end, they were just illusions. When it came to pleasure, everyone chose to bring their true body. As you all know, the brothels in the North District are heavily fortified. Maguire had intentionally excluded those from consideration. The northern establishments hired proper security, and most critically, they had teleportation circles installed inside. Dungeon masters came directly from their dungeons. There was no way to know who might be there. Their defenses were airtight. Maguire would know. He had designed them himself, back when he ran those places. On the other hand, the East District is poorly guarded, but most of the dungeon masters there have no mana. That's not the case here. He stepped forward and slapped the floor plan of the Pavilion of Wondrous Moans spread across the central table. It's a bottom-tier brothel, yes, but it offers services found nowhere else. That's why certain thrill-seeking masters come here. Some of them are top-ranked on the dungeon list. And they're the ones who betrayed me. The ones who threw their lot in with Madaram, like cowards. He slammed his fist on the table, his face contorted with fury. If we strip them of their mana and seize their assets, I can make a comeback. Stay sharp. You've got your equipment ready, right? His order prompted everyone to double-check their gear. Poison-tipped daggers and compact crossbows. Spellbooks imbued with destructive magic, these were for handling the guards and brothel staff. Then came the stagnation spikes, tools to immobilize the masters during the ambush. Once captured, they'd be forced into contracts that would drain their mana through torture or coercion. Maguire personally verified that the strike team was fully prepared. Good. We're ready, then. He surveyed his subordinates again, gauging their resolve. There was no rule explicitly forbidding harm to dungeon masters. But assault and abduction? That would definitely spark trouble. Back when he was part of the Grand Eight, Maguire had been the enforcer. No one dared to accuse him. Now, if word got out, he'd be charged and likely rot in prison until his death. Ideally, Maguire wouldn't be here at all. He'd always been the type to orchestrate from the shadows, never stepping into danger himself. But this time, he couldn't trust his own people. He had no subordinates capable enough to lead this mission. So here he was, boots on the ground. "All right, enemy. What's your status?" He pulled out a crystal orb and spoke. Enmy's face appeared, projected in faint light. The orb was a magical device that enabled long-distance communication. Enmy was stationed across the street from the brothel, observing the area and monitoring who entered. "No changes here," Enmy's distant voice replied. "About 30 minutes ago, a few customers went in. There should be 5 groups inside now, 15 people total." "Good. At least 2 of those should be high-ranking masters." Maguire's intel had traced the visit cycles of the brothel's usual clients. Their bodyguards were a hassle, but limited in number due to the need for discretion. A sudden strike should overwhelm them. "Keep watching. Report any sign of movement." "Understood." Once the link closed, Maguire connected to Soju, who had already infiltrated the brothel. "Can you hear me? What's the situation over there?" Maguire asked in a low voice. Soju had slipped into the brothel disguised as a customer. His job was to relay the interior layout and activity from the inside. "I'm in the tavern now," Soju's voice came through the crystal orb. "Far right corner." Maguire glanced down at the floor plan spread across the table. The establishment combined a tavern and an inn. The first floor was the bar, while the second and third floors housed the rooms used for brothel services. "Soju, what's it like in there? How many people are inside?" "There are 10 guards in the tavern. 2 are sitting on the left near the entrance. 1 more is next to them. 3 at the back right. 2 near the front. And 2 right beside me." As Soju spoke, Maguire placed small stones on the floor plan and marked the positions for clarity. "Tell me how many people are working here. Include every single staff member, even the errand kids." No one could be allowed to escape, not even a child. An accurate head count was crucial. "There's 1 bartender behind the counter and 2 servers. One of the guards is sitting at the counter too. Near the stairs going up, there's an old woman posted. I can't see upstairs, but the old hag told me 8 girls are on shift today. She even tried to recommend one." The earlier intelligence had also estimated the same number of girls. So far, everything matched the reports, just a typical night. "All right. Time to start prepping for the raid. First, we split into 3 teams." Maguire began placing figurines on the floor plan, carefully outlining the attack strategy step by step. For a mission like this, success depended on precision. Lack of preparation was just another form of failure. He went over the plan thoroughly with each subordinate. One by one, the dungeon masters nodded in agreement as they confirmed their roles. "Good. Take your positions." The moment he finished issuing the order and the subordinates began to move, a voice rang out from behind, light but laced with scorn. "Well, Well, still the same meticulous little man, aren't you? Who's there? Maguire snapped as he whirled around. Standing there was a woman clad in gleaming silver armor, her brown skin catching the faint light. There was no mistaking her, one of the former's Grand Eight, the master of the Silver Dungeon. Sylvana. 51, The Sky of Ambition. Click me to read my NSFW novel projects. Love what I do? Help me keep doing it by making a donation for $1 or more through my Ko-fi. The Sky of Ambition. Sylvana. How did you find this place? The moment Maguire spotted the silver-armored ruler of the Silver Dungeon, he instinctively checked the weapon hidden in his sleeve. Inside his body, he subtly readied the traps and weapons embedded for emergencies. As a matter of course, Maguire hadn't come in person but through a possessed vessel. This vessel was rigged with countless contingencies, blades in the arms, poison darts that could shoot from his toes, and more. If he wanted to, he could kill Sylvana at any moment. But until he figured out how she had found this place, and why she'd come, he couldn't make the first move. How did you know? Maguire's voice was low, cautious. He hadn't even shared the full plan with his own subordinates, wary of betrayal. He'd told each of them slightly different versions of the plan, so that even if someone did sell him out, they wouldn't know the whole picture. He wanted to know the traitor's name. But Sylvana didn't answer. Instead, she looked at him with eyes full of pity. Maguire, we've known each other for 100 years. She spoke of their long history together. It was true, they had both started from nothing, rising through the ranks together to join the Grand Eight. We've come a long way together, Sylvana continued softly. I won't do you wrong. Stand by me. If you do, I can still save you. Just tell me what you want. There was warmth in her voice, a compassion rooted in the past. But to Maguire, her mercy only stirred fury. Don't mock me. Who the hell would rely on someone like you? I will rise again. I'll devour you, and Madaram too, and take the Grand Eight's summit for myself. That's what I want. He roared with so much venom it echoed through the chamber, his hands clenched in rage. Sylvana only shook her head faintly. You want to stand at the pinnacle of all dungeon masters? It's impossible. You don't have what it takes. Her tone was firm, even as sorrow clouded her features. You bastard, what did you just say? Maguire sputtered with rage, unable to string words together at first. Don't give me that. Who else but me could stand at the top? You're just good at pretending to be sweet to everyone. I've been second all this time, sure, but only because I let you have that spot. I was using you all along. He screamed, foam forming at the edge of his lips, each word an unfiltered flood of resentment. Yet Sylvana's expression didn't waver. Cool, serene. Yes, she acknowledged. You were an excellent number 2. You supported me well. And I want you to keep doing that. Because that's where you shine brightest. Her calm voice only pushed Maguire closer to exploding. His face turned crimson. Maguire, she went on, you've tried to outmaneuver me more times than I can count. And I've almost fallen for it just as often. But no matter what, our positions never changed. Her red lips, striking against her dusky skin, moved with calm deliberation as she recounted the past. That was just dumb luck. Maguire snapped. You just barely made it out by sheer chance. But even as he shouted, the truth clawed at the back of his mind. He remembered every scheme he had laid. All the traps meant to bring Sylvana down. All the plans that nearly worked but somehow didn't. He had never relented. Never stopped planning her downfall. No, Sylvana said, shaking her head. You're a brilliant tactician. Maybe you could chalk up a few of my escapes to luck. But not all of them. Your plans couldn't have been thwarted by luck alone. There's only one reason our ranks never changed. She raised a finger and pointed it straight at him. You never truly aimed for the top. At the very last moment, you always pulled your punches. The words pierced deeper than any blade. Maguire took an involuntary step back. Sylvana pressed on, her gaze steady. To stand at the top of the Grand Eight means bearing a crushing weight. Every master bows their head to you, but they're all waiting for you to slip. Even the loyal ones. Even the sycophants. They all look like enemies after a while. The silver-armored ruler spoke with the weary authority of someone who knew the burden firsthand. But even so, someone at the top must trust those beneath them. They must have the strength to believe in those they can't be sure are friend or foe. That's what you lack. Deep down, you sensed that pressure. And you knew, you can't do it. Because to you, the world is divided into only enemies and allies. You can't trust anyone who falls in between. Her voice didn't rise, but each word struck true. Maguire's chest ached, not from injury, but from recognition. He hadn't wanted to see it. But now that she said it, he understood. She was right. Come with me, Sylvana said quietly. You'll never make it to the top. But by someone's side, you can shine like no other. This is my final offer. Take my hand. She extended her dusky right hand toward him. On the other side, though Maguire was trembling with anger and agitation, a sliver of calm remained in his mind. Clinging to that final thread of composure, he looked closely at Sylvana's outstretched wrist, at the inside of her dusky right arm. There it was, a small scar. There are now over 1,000 dungeon masters in the world, but only a handful know about the mark on Sylvana's wrist. Even fewer know how she got it. Maguire was one of those few, by virtue of their long and tangled history. The scar had been inflicted a century ago, when Sylvana was still just a mid-tier master, powerful, yes, but not yet one of the Grand Eight. Back then, a hero had appeared out of nowhere. A hero, an anomaly in the world's story, like a comet blazing through the sky. No known origin. No known past. Just raw, dazzling talent. They grew stronger by the day, conquering dungeon after dungeon with terrifying speed. To dungeon masters, they were nothing short of a natural disaster. That particular hero, 100 years ago, challenged the most formidable dungeon of the time. And conquered it. Then, they vanished. Their disappearance triggered the chain reaction. The collapse of the old Grand Eight system. The sudden scramble for succession. A bloody race to the top. Sylvana and Maguire both dove headfirst into that chaos. But even then, Sylvana's dungeon stood a head above the rest. And with that notoriety came danger. The hero's companions remained after the hero was gone. And those remnants turned their eyes towards Sylvana's dungeon. Even without the hero, they were strong enough to carve through almost the entire dungeon. They made it all the way to the core. Sylvana donned her armor and led her own forces into battle against them. Everyone expected her to fall. But she didn't. She crushed them. Survived. And with the massive amount of mana she gained by killing them, she rose to the very top of the Grand Eight. It's a story every dungeon master knows by heart. But only a few know that in that brutal clash, Sylvana suffered a deep wound to her right arm. It's healed now. Only a faint scar remains. Maguire's eyes narrowed. The scar looked larger than before. He'd seen that wound many times. And he knew something others didn't. Sometimes, it changed. Not the way a wound naturally fades or grows. The change wasn't organic. It was artificial. And that could mean only one thing: what stood before him now wasn't a projection. It was Sylvana's real body. The scar gave it away. Because no matter how perfect a possession body might be, a woman like Sylvana would want that scar just a little smaller. She always did. When the scar looked smaller, it was a fake. When it looked real, it was. The scar was big. No mistake. He checked again. And again. This was her. The real Sylvana. In Maguire's mind, the pieces began to fall into place. Capture her. Restrain her. Torture her if needed. Squeeze every last drop of mana from her. Seize her entire fortune. Even among the Grand Eight, she ranked second in total assets, just behind Madram. Her wealth dwarfed that of entire guilds combined. The plan added up, and now, so did his desire. To imprison the woman who had always been a thorn in his side. To break her. He had imagined it countless times, Sylvana's cold, flawless face contorted with pain, begging for mercy. He would not grant it. He would make her regret every word she ever spoke in disdain. He would make her suffer. Sylvana held her hand out once more. Come now, she invited softly. Take my hand, Maguire. But Maguire's answer came in steel. Sylvana, he roared, voice breaking with rage. That's why you'll always be soft. Steel flashed. Blood sprayed. 52, Sylvana's Gambit. Click me to read my NSFW novel projects. Love what I do? Help me keep doing it by making a donation for $1 or more through my Ko-fi. Sylvanas Gambit. Maguire's blade flew without hesitation and buried itself cleanly in Sylvanas' neck, slicing clean through her slender throat. Her head fell in a single stroke, but Maguire didn't stop. He immediately barked out his next orders, quick and sharp. Deploy the stagnation spikes. Now. Pin her down with the needles. Change of plans, we're pulling out. Wrap her body up and carry it. Split into 3 groups, we regroup at Safe House 12. Now that Sylvana was captured, there was no longer any point in raiding the brothel. Her guards would be swarming this place any moment now. They had to vanish, immediately. Issuing commands as he moved, Maguire pulled out his communication crystal. Enemy. Soju. Fall back, we're pulling out now. He tried contacting Enmi and Soju, who were deployed with the secondary unit, but the crystal gave no response. No connection. No reply. What's going on? Enmi? Soju. Maguire snapped at the crystal, voice rising, but the hard, transparent stone showed only a blank surface. Then, a taunting voice drifted up from beneath him. What's the rush, Maguire? Settle down. Take a deep breath. He froze. The voice had come from the ground. Looking down, he saw Sylvana's severed head, her dusky skin, her silver eyes, lying on the floor, smirking. How are you speaking? Dungeon masters are, by nature, immortal. As long as their core remains intact, they cannot die. Even if decapitated, they can regenerate with proper care. But without lungs, speech should have been impossible. The impossibility of it rattled him. Still, Maguire's body moved on reflex. The needles. Use the stagnation spikes. Seal her, now. Once the spike was embedded in her head, no force, no magic, could make her move. He could worry about how she spoke later. That was irrelevant now. He gave the order, but his men hesitated. Their movements were sluggish, uncertain. Idiots, Maguire cursed inwardly. Fine, I'll do it myself. He carried 3 stagnation spikes on his person, always. He yanked one out of his coat, stepped forward, and went to stab it into Sylvana's upturned head. But the body, the headless body of Sylvana, which had been lying limp nearby, suddenly moved. Without warning, it sprang up and delivered a fierce kick with its long, graceful legs. Maguire had no time to react. The impact knocked him backward. He hit the ground hard, but scrambled to his feet. It was just a kick. His possession body was tough. No real damage. But the psychological blow was worse. How the hell is a headless body moving? This is absurd. It shouldn't be able to move. Speech without lungs was already beyond reason, but now this? Why, you ask? Sylvana's severed head chuckled. Isn't it obvious? This is a possession body. The headless body calmly walked over, picked up her head, and tucked it under her left arm like it was the most natural thing in the world. Impossible. It can't be. Sweat formed on Maguire's brow. The dungeon master of Venomous Nest couldn't suppress his shock. He'd seen that scar on her right arm. It was unmistakably large. That was supposed to be her real body. What? Was it the scar on your arm? The headless body lifted its right arm and displayed the wound. So he had been right, and that only shook him further. You were plotting to bring me down, Maguire, Sylvana said coolly, her voice rising from the head held in her own arm. Did you really think I wouldn't plan for that? I figured this might come in handy someday. So I had the scar on my possession body made bigger than the real one. She smiled, her silver eyes glittering. Sharp as ever, Maguire. You noticed it right away. Good thing that little trick didn't go to waste. She laughed, and Maguire could only tremble with fury and humiliation, caught in a trap he never saw coming. You lot. What are you doing? Capture that possession body, now. Enemy. Soju. Respond. Maguire barked orders at his subordinates and shouted into the communication crystal, but there was no reply. Damn it. Those 2 betrayed me, didn't they? The mastermind of this raid realized who had turned on him. Sylvana must have known about this place because Enmi and Soju had sold him out. It was the only explanation. No, you're wrong, Maguire. Enmi and Soju didn't betray you. They never turned against you. Sylvana's head, still tucked under her arm, laughed softly, her red lips curling in amusement. The ones who betrayed you were everyone except those two. The moment she finished speaking, Maguire felt both his arms being seized. His supposed subordinates, dungeon masters he had trusted, grabbed him tightly. More of them pinned his legs and pushed him to the floor. What the hell do you think you're doing? He roared in fury, but it was pointless. As he struggled, the faces of the dungeon masters holding him began to twist and morph, shifting into entirely different faces. They weren't even possession bodies. They were monsters, shapeshifters with the power to mimic others. Every single person in the room, everyone he had thought was on his side, was part of Sylvana's trap. She hadn't been careless for a second. He had been inside the belly of the beast from the very beginning. You bastards. Don't think you've won. I'll be back. Next time, I'll destroy every last one of you. There is no next time, Maguire. This is the end for you. Sylvana cut him off coldly. But the schemer refused to listen. Desperately, he tried to sever the link to his possession body. Maguire's true body lay deep within the heart of his own dungeon. This was a devastating loss, yes, but if he could escape with his real body intact, he could recover. He would rebuild. He would have his revenge, but no matter how he willed it, the connection wouldn't break. Why? I told you, didn't I? There is no next time. This entire building is covered by a magic array that nullifies possession releases. You can't disconnect. The memory struck Maguire like lightning, one of those secure facilities used by the Grand Eight Council. The cost of such an array was exorbitant. Installation was rare and reserved only for the most sensitive areas. That's impossible. Those things cost a fortune. You couldn't have just, but Madaram covered the bill. This is your grave, Maguire. Goodbye. At Sylvana's farewell, despair swallowed him whole. The monsters pinning him down drove stagnation spikes into his limbs, freezing his body. Then, with the very restraints Maguire himself had prepared for the raid, handcuffs, ropes, they bound him so tightly he couldn't move an inch. Wait. Wait, please. He finally screamed, unable to believe that this could be his end. It's over? Me? It ends here, trapped in a damn trap? Imprison until I rot? To those final, desperate words, once spoken with the pride of a former Grand Eight, the dungeon master of the venomous nest, Sylvana offered only a look of pity. Foolish man. Her silver eyes lowered gently as Maguire writhed below her, his glasses knocked askew, staring up at the face of his former colleague. Wait. Wait. Please, help me. Weren't we comrades? At those words, his last plea, Sylvana gave a small shake of her head. Right up until you tried to take my head. She drew a stagnation spike from her coat and drove it straight into Maguire's skull.